Preface to Love Among the Artists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. Preface. The author to the reader. Dear Sir or Madam, will you allow me a word of personal explanation now that I am, for the second time, offering you a novel which is not the outcome of my maturer experience and better sense? If you have read my Irrational Knot to the bitter end, you will not accuse me of mock modesty when I admit that it was very long, that it did not introduce you to a single person you could conceivably have been glad to know, and that your knowledge of the world must have forewarned you that no satisfactory ending was possible. You may, it is true, think that a storyteller should not let a question of mere possibility stand between his audience and the satisfaction of a happy ending. Yet somehow my conscience stuck at it, for I am not a professional liar. I am even ashamed of the extent to which in my human infirmity I have been an amateur one. No, my stories were meant to be true ex hypothesi. The persons were fictitious, but had they been real they must, or so I thought at the time, have acted as I said. For, if you can believe such a prodigy, I was but an infant of 24 when, being at that time one of the unemployed, I sat down to mend my straitened fortunes by writing the Irrational Knot. I had done the same thing once before, and next year, still unemployed, I did it again. That third attempt of mine is about to see the light in this volume. And now a few words of warning to you before you begin it. 1. Though the wisdom of the book is the fruit of a quarter century's experience, yet the earlier years of that period were much preoccupied with questions of bodily growth and nutrition, so that it may be as well to bear in mind that even the youngest of us may be wrong sometimes. 2. Love Among the Artists is what is called a novel with a purpose. I will not undertake to say at this distance of time what the main purpose was, but I remember that I had a notion of illustrating the difference between that enthusiasm for the fine arts which people gather from reading about them, and the genuine artistic faculty which cannot help creating, interpreting, or at least unaffectedly enjoying music and pictures. 3. This book has no winding up at the end. Mind, it is not, as in The Irrational Knot, a case of the upshot being unsatisfactory. There is absolutely no upshot at all. The parties are married in the middle of the book, and they do not elope with or divorce one another or do anything unusual or improper. When as much is told concerning them as seemed to me at the time germane to my purpose, the novel breaks off. But if you prefer something more conclusive, pray do not scruple to add a final chapter of your own invention. 4. If you find yourself displeased with my story, remember that it is not I, but the generous and appreciative publisher of the book, who puts it forward as worth reading. I shall polish it up for you the best way I can, and here and there remove some absurdity out of which I have grown since I wrote it. But I cannot substantially improve it, much less make it what a novel ought to be, for I have given up novel writing these many years, during which I have lost the impudence of the apprentice without gaining the skill of the master. There is an end to all things, even to stocks of unpublished manuscript. It may be a relief to you to know that when this Love Among the Artists shall have run its course, you need apprehend no more furbished up early attempts at fiction from me. I have written but 5 novels in my life, and of these there will remain then unpublished only the first, a very remarkable work, I assure you, but hardly one which I should be well advised in letting loose, whilst my livelihood depends on my credit as a literary workman. I can recall a certain difficulty, experienced even whilst I was writing the book, in remembering what it was about. Twice I clean forgot the beginning, and had to read back, as I might have read any other man's novel, to learn the story. If I could not remember then, how can I presume on my knowledge of the book now so far as to make promises about it? But I suspect you will find yourself in less sordid company than that into which The Irrational Knot plunged you. And I can guarantee you against any plot. You will be candidly dealt with. None of the characters will turn out to be somebody else in the last chapter. No violent accidents or strokes of pure luck will divert events from their normal course. Forger, long-lost heir, detective, nor any commonplace of the police court or of the realm of romance shall insult your understanding or tempt you to read on when you might better be in bed or attending to your business. By this time you should be eager to be at the story. Meanwhile, I must not forget that it is only by your exceptional indulgence that I have been suffered to detain you so long about a personal matter. And so I thank you and proceed to business. 29 Fitzroy Square, London, West. End of Preface. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1. One fine afternoon during the Easter holidays, Kensington Gardens were in their freshest spring green, and the steps of the Albert Memorial dotted with country visitors, who alternately conned their guide books and stared up at the golden gentleman under the shrine, trying to reconcile the reality with the description, whilst their Cockney friends, indifferent to shrine and statue, gazed idly at the fashionable drive below. One group in particular was composed of an old gentleman intent upon the memorial, a young lady intent upon her guide book, and a young gentleman intent upon the young lady. She looked a woman of force and intelligence, and her boldly curved nose and chin, elastic step, upright carriage, resolute bearing, and thick black hair, secured at the base of the neck by a broad crimson ribbon, made those whom her appearance pleased think her strikingly handsome. The rest thought her strikingly ugly; but she would perhaps have forgiven them for the sake of the implied admission that she was at least not commonplace, for her costume, consisting of an ample black cloak lined with white fur, and a broad hat with red feather and under brim of sea green silk, was of the sort affected by women who strenuously cultivate themselves, and insist upon their individuality. She was not at all like her father, the grey haired gentleman who, scanning the memorial with eager, watery eyes, was uttering occasional ejaculations of wonder at the sum it must have cost. The younger man, who might have been 30 or thereabout, was slight and of moderate stature. His fine hair, of a pale golden colour, already turning to a silvery brown, curled delicately over his temples, where it was beginning to wear away. A short beard set off his features, which were those of a man of exceptional sensitiveness and refinement. He was the Londoner of the party, and he waited with devoted patience whilst his companions satisfied their curiosity. It was pleasant to watch them, for he was not gloating over her, nor she too conscious that she was making the sunshine brighter for him; and yet they were quite evidently young lovers, and as happy as people at their age know how to be. At last the old gentleman's appetite for the memorial yielded to the fatigue of standing on the stone steps and looking upwards. He proposed that they should find a seat and examine the edifice from a little distance. "I think I see a bench down there with only one person on it, Mary," he said, as they descended the steps at the west side. "Can you see whether he is respectable?" The young lady, who was short sighted, placed a pair of glasses on her salient nose, lifted her chin, and deliberately examined the person on the bench. He was a short, thick chested young man, in an old creased frock coat, with a worn out hat and no linen visible. His skin, pitted by smallpox, seemed grained with black, as though he had been lately in a coal mine, and had not yet succeeded in towelling the coal dust from his pores. He sat with his arms folded, staring at the ground before him. One hand was concealed under his arm, the other displayed itself, thick in the palm, with short fingers and nails bitten to the quick. He was clean shaven, and had a rugged, resolute mouth, a short nose, marked nostrils, dark eyes, and black hair, which curled over his low, broad forehead. "He is certainly not a handsome man," said the lady, "but he will do us no harm, I suppose?" "Of course not," said the younger gentleman seriously; "but I can get some chairs if you prefer them." "Nonsense, I was only joking." As she spoke, the man on the bench looked up at her, and the moment she saw his eyes she began to stand in some awe of him. His vague stare changed to a keen scrutiny, which she returned heartily. Then he looked for a moment at her dress. glanced at her companions, and relapsed into his former attitude. The bench accommodated 4 persons easily. The old gentleman sat at the unoccupied end next his daughter. Their friend placed himself between her and the man, at whom she presently stole another look. His attention was again aroused. This time he was looking at a child who was eating an apple near him. His expression gave the lady an uncomfortable sensation. The child, too, caught sight of him, and stopped eating to regard him mistrustfully. He smiled with grim good humour, and turned his eyes to the gravel once more. "It is certainly a magnificent piece of work, Herbert," said the old gentleman. "To you, as an artist, it must be a treat indeed. I don't know enough about art to appreciate it properly. Bless us! And are all those knobs made of precious stones?" "More or less precious. Yes, I believe so, Mr. Sutherland," said Herbert, smiling. "I must come and look at it again," said Mr. Sutherland, turning from the memorial and putting his spectacles on the bench beside him. "It is quite a study. I wish I had this business of Charlie's off my mind." "You will find a tutor for him without any difficulty," said Herbert. "There are hundreds to choose from in London." "Yes, but if there were 1,000, Charlie would find a new objection to every one of them. You see, the difficulty is the music." Herbert, incommoded by a sudden movement of the strange man, got a little nearer to Mary, and replied: "I do not think the music ought to present much difficulty. Many young men qualifying for holy orders are very glad to obtain private tutorships, and nowadays a clergyman is expected to have some knowledge of music." "Yes," said the lady, "but what is the use of that when Charlie expressly objects to clergymen? I sympathize with him there for once. Divinity students are too narrow and dogmatic to be comfortable to live with." "There!" exclaimed Mr. Sutherland, suddenly indignant. "You are beginning to make objections. Do you expect to get an angel from heaven to teach Charlie?" "No, papa; but I doubt if anything less will satisfy him." "I will speak to some of my friends about it," said Herbert. "There is no hurry for a week or two, I suppose?" "Oh no, none whatever," said Mr. Sutherland, ostentatiously serene after his outbreak. "There is no hurry, certainly; but Charlie must not be allowed to contract habits of idleness, and if the matter cannot be settled to his liking, I shall exert my authority and select a tutor myself. I cannot understand his objection to the man we saw at Archdeacon Downes's. Can you, Mary?" "I can understand that Charlie is too lazy to work," said Mary. Then, as if tired of the subject, she turned to Herbert and said: "You have not yet told us when we may come to your studio and see the Lady of Shalott. I am very anxious to see it. I shall not mind its being unfinished." "But I shall," said Herbert, suddenly becoming self conscious and nervous. "I fear the picture will disappoint you in any case; but at least I wish it to be as good as I can make it before you see it. I must ask you to wait until Thursday." "Certainly, if you like," said Mary earnestly. She was about to add something, when Mr. Sutherland, who had become somewhat restive when the conversation turned upon pictures, declared that he had sat long enough. So they rose to go, and Mary turned to get a last glimpse of the man. He was looking at them with a troubled expression, and his lips were white. She thought he was about to speak, and involuntarily retreated a step. But he said nothing; only she was struck, as he composed himself in his old attitude, by his extreme dejection. "Did you notice that man sitting next you?" she whispered to Herbert when they had gone a little distance. "Not particularly." "Do you think he is very poor?" "He certainly does not appear to be very rich," said Herbert, looking back. "I saw a very odd look in his eyes. I hope he is not hungry." They stopped. Then Herbert walked slowly on. "I should think not so bad as that," he said. "I don't think his appearance would justify me in offering him—" "Oh dear, dear me!" said Mr. Sutherland. "I am very stupid." "What is the matter now, papa?" "I have lost my glasses. I must have left them on that seat. Just wait one moment whilst I go back for them. No, no, Herbert, I will go back myself. I recollect exactly where I laid them down. I shall be back in a moment." "Papa always takes the most exact notes of the places in which he puts things, and he always leaves them behind him after all," said Mary. "There is that man in precisely the same position as when we first saw him." "No. He is saying something to your father. Begging, I am afraid, or he would not stand up and lift his hat." "How dreadful!" Herbert laughed. "If, as you suspected, he is hungry, there is nothing very dreadful in it, poor fellow. It is natural enough." "I did not mean that. I meant that it was dreadful to think of his being forced to beg. Papa has not given him anything. I wish he would. He evidently wants to get rid of him, and of course does not know how to do it. Let us go back." "If you wish," said Herbert reluctantly. "But I warn you that London is full of begging impostors." Meanwhile Mr. Sutherland, finding his spectacles where he had left them, took them up, wiped them with his handkerchief, and was turning away when he found himself confronted by the strange man, who had risen. "Sir," said the man, raising his shabby hat, and speaking in a subdued voice of remarkable power, "I have been a tutor, and I am a musician. I can convince you that I am an honest and respectable man. I am in need of employment. Something I overheard just now leads me to hope that you can assist me. I will—" Here the man, though apparently self possessed, stopped as if his breath had failed him. Mr. Sutherland's first impulse was to tell the stranger stiffly that he had no occasion for his services; but as there were no bystanders, and the man's gaze was impressive, he became nervous, and said hastily, "Oh, thank you, I have not decided what I shall do as yet," and he attempted to pass on. The man immediately stepped aside, saying, "If you will favour me with your address, sir, I can send you testimonials which will prove that I have a right to seek such a place as you describe. If they do not satisfy you, I shall trouble you no further. Or, if you will be so good as to accept my card, you can consider at your leisure whether to communicate with me or not." "Certainly, I will take your card," said Mr. Sutherland, flurried and conciliatory. "Thank you. I can write to you, you know, if I am much obliged to you." Here he produced an ordinary visiting card, with the name Mr. Owen Jack engraved, and an address at Church Street, Kensington, written in a crabbed but distinct hand in the corner. Whilst Mr. Sutherland was pretending to read it, his daughter came up, purse in hand, hurrying before Herbert, whose charity she wished to forestall. Mr. Owen Jack looked at her, and she hid her purse quickly. "I am sorry to have delayed you, sir," he said. "Good morning." He raised his hat again and walked away. "Good morning, sir," said Mr. Sutherland. "Lord bless me, that's a cool fellow," he added, recovering himself, and beginning to feel ashamed of having been so courteous to a poorly dressed stranger. "What did he want, papa?" "Indeed, my dear, he has shown me that we cannot be too careful of how we talk before strangers in London. By the purest accident, the merest chance, I happened, whilst we were sitting here 5 minutes ago, to mention that we wanted a tutor for Charlie. This man was listening to us, and now he has offered himself for the place. Just fancy the quickness of that. Here is his card." "Owen Jack," said Mary. "What a name!" "Did he overhear anything about the musical difficulty?" said Herbert. "Nature does not seem to have formed Mr. Jack for the pursuit of a fine art." "Yes, he caught up even that. According to his own account, he understands music. In fact, he can do everything." Mary looked thoughtful. "After all," she said slowly, "he might suit us. He is certainly not handsome; but he does not seem stupid, and he would probably not want a large salary. I think Archdeacon Downes's man's terms are perfectly ridiculous." "I am afraid it would be rather a dangerous experiment to give a responsible post to an individual whom we have chanced upon in a public park," said Herbert. "Oh, out of the question," said Mr. Sutherland. "I only took his card as the shortest way of getting rid of him. Perhaps I was wrong to do even that." "Of course we should have to make inquiries," said Mary. "Somehow I cannot get it out of my head that he is in very bad circumstances. He might be a gentleman. He does not look common." "I agree with you so far," said Herbert, "and I am not sorry that such models are scarce. But of course you are quite right in desiring to assist this man if he is unfortunate." "Engaging a tutor is a very commonplace affair," said Mary, "but we may as well do some good by it if we can. Archdeacon Downes's man is in no immediate want of a situation. He has dozens of offers to choose from. Why not give the place to whoever is in the greatest need of it?" "Very well," cried Mr. Sutherland. "Send after him, and bring him home at once in a carriage and pair, since you have made up your mind not to hear to reason on the subject." "After all," interposed Herbert, "it will do no harm to make a few inquiries. If you will allow me, I will take the matter in hand, so as to prevent all possibility of his calling on or disturbing you. Give me his card. I will write to him for his testimonials and references, and so forth; and if anything comes of it, I can then hand him over to you." Mary looked gratefully at him, and said, "Do, papa. Let Mr. Herbert write. It cannot possibly do any harm; and it will be no trouble to you." "I do not object to the trouble," said Mr. Sutherland. "I have taken the trouble of coming up to London all the way from Windsor already, solely for Charlie's sake. However, Herbert, perhaps you could manage the affair better than I. In fact, I should prefer to remain in the background. But then your time is valuable." "It will cost me only a few minutes to write the necessary letters, minutes that would be no better spent in any case. I assure you it will be practically no trouble to me." "There, Papa. Now we have settled that point, let us go on to the National Gallery. I wish we were going to your studio instead." "You must not ask for that yet," said Herbert earnestly. "I promise you a special private view of the Lady of Shalott on Thursday next at latest." CHAPTER II. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER II. Alton College, Lyvern. Sir, in answer to your letter of the 12th instant, I am instructed by Miss Wilson to inform you that Mr. Jack was engaged here for 10 months as professor of music and elocution. At the end of that period he refused to impart any further musical instruction to 3 young ladies who desired a set of finishing lessons. He therefore considered himself bound to vacate his post, though Miss Wilson desires me to state expressly that she did not insist on that course. She has much pleasure in testifying to the satisfactory manner in which Mr. Jack maintained his authority in the school. He is an exacting teacher, but a patient and thoroughly capable one. During his stay at Alton College, his general conduct was irreproachable, and his marked personal influence gained for him the respect and good wishes of his pupils. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Phyllis Ward, F.C.P., etc. 14 West Precinct, Lipport Cathedral, South Wales. Sir, Mr. Owen Jack is a native of this town, and was, in his boyhood, a member of the cathedral choir. He is respectably connected, and is personally known to me as a strictly honourable young man. He has musical talent of a certain kind, and is undoubtedly qualified to teach the rudiments of music, though he never, whilst under our guidance, gave any serious consideration to the higher forms of composition. More, I should add, from natural inaptitude than from want of energy and perseverance. I should be glad to hear of his obtaining a good position. Yours truly, John Burton, Doctor of Music, Oxford. These were the replies to the inquiries about Mr. Jack. On Thursday afternoon Herbert stood before his easel, watching the light changing on his picture as the clouds shifted in the wind. At moments, when the effect on the colour pleased him, he wished that Mary would enter and see it so at her first glance; but as the afternoon wore it became duller, and when she at last arrived he felt sorry he had not appointed 1 o'clock instead of 3. She was accompanied by a tall lad of 16, with light blue eyes, fair hair, and an expression of irreverent good humour. "How do you do?" said Herbert. "Take care of those sketches, Charlie, old fellow. They are wet." Papa felt very tired. He thought it best to lie down for a little," said Mary, throwing off her cloak and appearing in a handsome dress of marmalade coloured silk. "He leaves the arrangements with Mr. Jack to you. I suspect the dread of having to confront that mysterious stranger again had something to do with his fatigue. Is the Lady of Shalott ready to be seen?" "The light is bad, I am sorry to say," said Herbert, lingering whilst Mary made a movement towards the easel. "Don't push into the room like that, Mary," said Charlie. "Artists always have models in their studios. Give the young lady time to dress herself." "There is a gleam of sunshine now," said Herbert, gravely ignoring the lad. "Better have your first look at it while it lasts." Mary placed herself before the easel and gazed earnestly at it, finding that expression the easiest mask for a pang of disappointment which followed her first glance at the canvas. Herbert did not interrupt her for some moments. Then he said in a low voice, "You understand her action, do you not?" "Yes. She has just seen the reflection of Lancelot's figure in the mirror, and she is turning round to look at the reality." "She has a deuce of a scraggy collar bone," said Charlie. "Oh, hush, Charlie!" cried Mary, dreading that her brother might roughly express her own thoughts. "It seems quite right to me." "The action of turning to look over her shoulder brings out the clavicle," said Herbert, smiling. "It is less prominent in the picture than it would be in nature. I had to soften it a little." "Why didn't you paint her in some other attitude?" said Charlie. "Because I happened to be aiming at the seizure of a poetic moment. "And not at the representation of a pretty bust, my critical young friend," said Herbert quietly. "I think you are a little too close to the canvas, Miss Sutherland. Remember, the picture is not quite finished." "She can't see anything unless she is close to it," said Charlie. "In fact, she never can get close enough, because her nose is longer than her sight. I don't understand that window up there above the woman's head. In reality there would be nothing to see through it except the sky. But there is a river, and flowers, and a man from the Lord Mayor's show. Are they up on a mountain?" "Charlie, please stop. How can you be so rude?" "Oh, I am accustomed to criticism," said Herbert. "You are a born critic, Charlie, since you cannot distinguish a mirror from a window. Have you never read your Tennyson?" "Read Tennyson? I should think not. What sensible man would wade through the adventures of King Arthur and his knights? One would think that Don Quixote had put a stop to that style of nonsense. Who was the Lady of Shalott? One of Sir Lancelot's or Sir Galahad's or Sir somebody else's young women, I suppose." "Do not mind him, Mr. Herbert. It is pure affectation. He knows perfectly well." "I don't," said Charlie. "And what's more, I don't believe you know either." "The Lady of Shalott," said Herbert, "had a task to perform. And whilst she was at work upon it, she was, on pain of a curse, only to see the outer world as it was reflected by a mirror which hung above her head. One day Sir Lancelot rode by, and when she saw his image she forgot the curse and turned to look at him." "Very interesting and sensible," said Charlie. "Why mightn't she as well have looked at the world straight off out of the window, as seen it left handed in a mirror? The notion of a woman spending her life making a Turkey carpet is considered poetic, I suppose. What happened when she looked round?" "Ah, I see you are interested. Nothing happened, except the mirror broke and the lady died." "Yes, and then got into a boat, rowed herself down to Hampton Court into the middle of a water party, and arranged her corpse in an attitude, for the benefit of Lancelot. I've seen a picture of that." "I see you do know something about Tennyson. Now, Miss Sutherland, what is your honest opinion?" "I think it is beautiful. The coloring seemed rather dull to me at first, because I had been thinking of the river bank, the golden grain, the dazzling sun, the gorgeous loom, the armor of Sir Lancelot, instead of the lady herself. But now that I have grasped your idea, there is a certain sadness and weakness about her that is very pathetic." "Do you think the figure is weak?" said Herbert dubiously. "Not really weak," replied Mary hastily. "I mean that the weakness proper to her story is very touchingly expressed." "She means that it is too sober and respectable for her," said Charlie. "She likes screaming colors. If you had dressed the lady in red and gold, painted the Turkey carpet in full bloom, and made Lancelot like a sugar stick, she would have liked it better. That armor, by the by, would be the better for a rub of emery paper." "Armor is hard to manage, particularly in distance," said Herbert. "Here I had to contend with the additional difficulty of not making the reflection in the mirror seem too real." "You seem to have got over that pretty successfully," said Charlie. "Yes," said Mary. "There is a certain unreality about the landscape and the figure in armor that I hardly understood at first. The more I strive to exercise my judgment upon art, the more I feel my ignorance. I wish you would always tell me when I make foolish comments. There is some one knocking, I think." "It is only the housekeeper," said Herbert, opening the door. "Mr. Jack, sir," said the housekeeper. "Dear me, we must have been very late," said Mary. "It is 4 o'clock. Now, Charlie, pray behave like a gentleman." "I suppose he had better come in here," said Herbert. "Or would you rather not meet him?" "Oh, I must meet him. Papa told me particularly to speak to him myself." Mr. Jack was accordingly shown in by the housekeeper. This time he displayed linen, a clean collar, and he carried a new hat. He made a formal bow, and looked at the artist and his guests, who became a little nervous. "Good evening, Mr. Jack," said Herbert. "I see you got my letter." "You are Mr. Herbert?" said Jack, in his resonant voice, which, in the lofty studio, had a bright, close quality, like the middle notes of a trumpet. Herbert nodded. "You are not the gentleman to whom I spoke on Saturday?" "No. Mr. Sutherland is not well, and I am acting for him. This is the young gentleman whom I mentioned to you." Charlie blushed and grinned. Then, seeing a humorous wrinkling in the stranger's face, he stepped forward and offered him his hand. Jack shook it heartily. "I shall get on very well with you," he said, "if you think you will like me as a tutor." "Charlie never works," said Mary. "That is his great failing, Mr. Jack." You have no right to say that," said Charlie, reddening. How do you know whether I work or not? I can make a start with Mr. Jack without being handicapped by your amiable recommendation." This is Miss Sutherland," said Herbert, interposing quickly. She is the mistress of Mr. Sutherland's household, and she will explain to you how you will be circumstanced as regards your residence with the family." Jack bowed again. I should like to know first at what studies this young gentleman requires my assistance." I want to learn something about music — about the theory of music, you know," said Charlie, and I can grind at anything else you like." His general education must not be sacrificed to the music," said Mary anxiously. Oh, don't you be afraid of my getting off too easily," said Charlie. I dare say Mr. Jack knows his business without being told it by you." Pray don't interrupt me, Charlie. I wish you would go into the next room and look at the sketches. I shall have to arrange matters with Mr. Jack which do not concern you." Very well," said Charlie sulkily. I don't want to interfere with your arrangements; but don't you interfere with mine. Let Mr. Jack form his own opinion of me, and keep yours to yourself." Then he left the studio. If there is to be any serious study of music — I understood from Mr. Herbert that your young brother desires to make it his profession — other matters must give place to it," said Jack bluntly. A little experience will show us the best course to take with him." Yes," said Mary. After hesitating a moment, she added timidly, Then you are willing to undertake his instruction?" I am willing so far," said Jack. Mary looked nervously at Herbert, who smiled, and said, Since we are satisfied on that point, the only remaining question, I presume, is one of terms." Sir," said Jack abruptly, I hate business, and know nothing about it. Therefore excuse me if I put my terms in my own way. If I am to live with Mr. Sutherland at Windsor, I shall want, besides food and lodging, a reasonable time to myself every day, with permission to use Miss Sutherland's piano when I can do so without disturbing anybody, and money enough to keep me decently clothed and not absolutely penniless. I will say £35 a year." £35 a year," replied Herbert. To confess the truth, I am not a man of business myself; but that seems quite reasonable." Oh, quite," said Mary. I think papa would not mind giving more." It is enough for me," said Jack, with something like a suppressed chuckle at Mary's simplicity. Or I will take a church organ in the neighborhood, if you can procure it for me, in lieu of salary." I think we had better adhere to the usual arrangement," said Herbert. Jack nodded, and said, I have no further conditions to make." Do you wish to say anything?" said Herbert, looking inquiringly at Mary. No, I think not. I thought Mr. Jack would like to know something of our domestic arrangements." Thank you," said Jack curtly. I need not trouble you. If your house does not suit me, I can complain or leave it." He paused, and then added more courteously, You may reassure yourself as to my personal comfort, Miss Sutherland. I am well used to greater privation than I am likely to suffer with you." Mary had nothing more to say. Herbert coughed and turned his ring round a few times upon his finger. Jack stood motionless and looked very ugly. Although Mr. Sutherland has left this matter altogether in my hands," said Herbert at last, I hardly like to conclude it myself. He is staying close by in Onslow Gardens. Would you mind calling on him now? If you will allow me, I will give you a note to the effect that our interview has been a satisfactory one." Jack bowed. Excuse me for one moment. My writing materials are in the next room. I will say a word or two to Charlie, and send him in to you." There was a mirror in the room which Herbert had used as a model. It was so placed that Mary could see the image of the new tutor's face, as, being now alone with her, he looked for the first time at the picture. A sudden setting of his mouth and derisive twinkle in his eye showed that he found something half ludicrous, half contemptible in the work, and she, observing this, felt hurt, and began to repent having engaged him. Then the expression softened to one of compassion. He sighed as he turned away from the easel. Before she could speak, Charlie entered, saying, I am to go back with you to Onslow Gardens, Mr. Jack, if you don't mind." Oh no, Charlie, you must stay with me," said Mary. Don't be alarmed. Adrian is going on to the Museum with you directly; and the housekeeper is here to do propriety. I have no particular fancy for lounging about that South Kensington crockery shop with you; and besides, Mr. Jack does not know his way to Germans. Here is Adrian." Herbert came in and handed a note to the tutor, who took it, nodded briefly to them, and went out with Charlie. That is certainly the ugliest man I ever saw," said Herbert. I think he has got the better of us too. We are a pretty pair to transact business." "Yes," said Mary, laughing. "He said he was not a man of business, but I wonder what he thinks of us." "As of two young children whom fate has delivered into his hand, doubtless. Shall we start now for South Kensington?" "Yes, but I don't want to disturb my impression of the Lady of Shalott by any more art to day. It is so fine this afternoon that I think it would be more sensible for us to take a walk in the park than to shut ourselves up in the Museum." Herbert agreeing, they walked together to Hyde Park. "Now that we are here," said he, "where shall we go to? The Row?" "Certainly not. It is the most vulgar place in London. If we could find a pleasant seat, I should like to rest." "We had better try Kensington Gardens, then." "No," said Mary, remembering Mr. Jack. "I do not like Kensington Gardens." "I have just thought of the very thing," exclaimed Herbert. "Let us take a boat. The Serpentine is not so pretty as the Thames at Windsor, but it will have the charm of novelty for you. Will you come?" "I should like it of all things. But I rely upon you as to the propriety of my going with you." Herbert hesitated. "I do not think there can be any harm—" "There, I was only joking. Do you think I allow myself to be influenced by such nonsense as that? Let us go." So they went to the boat house and embarked. Herbert sculled aimlessly about, enjoying the spring sunshine, until they found themselves in an unfrequented corner of the Serpentine, when he half shipped his sculls and said, "Let us talk for a while now. I have worked enough now, I think." "By all means," said Mary. "May I begin?" Herbert looked quickly at her, and seemed a little disconcerted. "Of course," said he. "I want to make a confession," she said. "It concerns the Lady of Shalott, of which I have been busily thinking since we started." "Have you reconsidered your good opinion of it?" "No. Better, and yet worse than that. I have reconsidered my bad impression of it. At least, I do not mean that. I never had a bad impression of it, but my vacant, stupid first idea. My confession is that I was disappointed at the first sight of it. Wait, let me finish. It was different from what I imagined, as it ought to have been, for I am not an artist, and therefore do not imagine things properly. But it has grown upon me since, and now I like it better than if it had dazzled my ignorant eyes at first. I have been thinking that if it had the gaudy qualities I missed in it, I should not have respected you so much for painting it, nor should I have been forced to dwell on the poetry of the conception as I have been. I remember being secretly disappointed the first time we went to the National Gallery, and as to my first opera, I suffered agonies of disenchantment. It is a comfort to me, a mean one, I fear, to know that Sir Joshua Reynolds was disappointed at his first glimpse of Raphael's frescoes in the Vatican, and that some of the great composers thought Beethoven's music hideous before they became familiar with it. You find that my picture improves on acquaintance?" "Oh, yes, very much. Or rather, I improve." "But are you sure you're not coaxing yourself into a false admiration of it for my to avoid hurting me?" "No, indeed," said Mary vehemently, trying by force of assertion to stifle this suspicion which had come into her own mind before Herbert mentioned it. "And do you still feel able to sympathize with my aims, and willing to encourage me, and to keep the highest aspects of my art before you, as you have done hitherto?" "I feel willing, but not able. How often must I remind you that I owe all my feeling for art to you, and that I am only the faint reflection of you in all matters concerning it?" "Nevertheless, without your help I should long ago have despaired. Are you quite sure, I beg you to answer me faithfully, that you do not despise me?" "Mr. Herbert, how can you think such a thing of me? How can you think it of yourself?" "I am afraid my constant self mistrust is only too convincing a proof of my weakness. I sometimes despise myself." "It is a proof of your artistic sensibility. You do not need to learn from me that all the great artists have left passages behind them proving that they have felt sometimes as you feel now. Take the oars again, and let us spin down to the bridge. The exercise will cure your fancies." "Not yet. I have something else to say. Has it occurred to you that if by any accident, by the forming of a new tie, for instance, your sympathies came to be diverted from me, I should lose the only person whose belief in me has helped me to believe in myself? How utterly desolate I should be!" "Desolate? Nonsense. Some day you will exhaust the variety of the sympathy you compliment me so highly upon. You will find it growing shallow and monotonous, and then you will not be sorry to be rid of it." "I am quite serious." Mary, I have felt for some time past that it is neither honest nor wise in me to trifle any longer with my only chance of happiness. Will you become engaged to me? You may meet many better and stronger men than I, but none who will value you more highly; perhaps none to whose life you can be so indispensable." There was a pause. Mary, being too full of the responsibility she felt placed upon her to reply at once. Of the ordinary maidenly embarrassment she showed not a trace. "Why cannot we go on as we have been doing so happily?" she said thoughtfully. "Of course, if you wish it, we can. That is, if you do not know your own mind on the subject. But such happiness as there may be in our present indefinite relations will be all on your side." "It seems so ungrateful to hesitate. It is doubt of myself that makes me do so. You have always immensely overrated me, and I should not like you to feel at some future day that you had made a mistake. When you are famous, you will be able to choose whom you please and where you please." "If that is the only consideration that hinders you, I claim your consent. Do you think that I, too, do not feel how little worthy of your acceptance my offer is? But if we can love one another, what does all that matter? It is not as though we were strangers. We have proved one another. It is absurd that we two should say Mr. Herbert and Miss Sutherland, as if our friendship were an acquaintance of ceremony." "I have often wished that you would call me Mary. At home we always speak of you as Adrian. But I could hardly have asked you to, could I?" "I am sorry you did not. And now will you give me a definite answer? Perhaps I have hardly made you a definite offer, but you know my position. I am too poor, with my wretched £300 a year, to give you a proper home at present. For that I must depend on my brush. You can fancy how I shall work when every exertion will bring my wedding day nearer; though even at the most hopeful estimate I fear I am condemning you to a long engagement. Are you afraid to venture on it?" "Yes, I am afraid. But only lest you should find out the true worth of what you are waiting for. If you will risk that, I consent." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 3 of Love Among the Artists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. Chapter 3. On one of the last days of July, Mary Sutherland was in her father's house at Windsor, copying a sketch signed A. H. The room had a French window opening on a little pleasure ground and shrubbery, far beyond which, through the swimming summer atmosphere, was the river threading the distant valley. But Mary did not look that way. With her attention concentrated on a stained scrap of paper, she might have passed for an aesthetic daughter of the man with the muck rake. At last a shadow fell upon the drawing board. Then she turned and saw a tall, handsome lady, a little past middle age, standing at the window. "Mrs. Herbert!" she exclaimed, throwing down her brush and running to embrace the newcomer. "I thought you were in Scotland." "So I was until last week. The first person I saw in London was your Aunt Jane, and she has persuaded me to stay at Windsor with her for a fortnight. How well you are looking! I saw your portrait in Adrian's studio, and it is not the least bit like you." "I hope you did not tell him so. Besides, it must be like me. All Adrian's artistic friends admire it." "Yes, and he admires their works in return. It is a well understood bargain. Poor Adrian! He did not know that I was coming back from Scotland; and I gave him a very disagreeable surprise by walking into his studio on Monday afternoon." "Disagreeable! I am sure he was delighted." "He did not even pretend to be pleased. His manners are really getting worse and worse. Who is the curious person that opened the shrubbery gate for me? A sort of cyclop with a voice of bronze." "It is only Mr. Jack, Charlie's tutor. He has nothing to do at present, as Charlie is spending a fortnight at Cambridge." "Oh, indeed. Your Aunt Jane has a great deal to say about him. She does not like him; and his appearance rather confirms her, I must say, though he has good eyes. Whose whim was Mr. Jack, pray?" "Mine, they say, though I had no more to do with his being engaged than Papa or Charlie had." "I'm glad Adrian had nothing to do with it. Well, Mary, have you any news for me? Has anything wonderful happened since I went to Scotland?" "No." At least I think not. You heard of papa's Aunt Dorcas's death?" "That was in April, just before I went away. I heard that you left London early in the season. It is childish to bury yourself down here. You must get married, dear." Mary blushed. "Did Adrian tell you of his new plans?" she said. "Adrian never tells me anything. And indeed I do not care to hear of any plans of his until he has, once for all, given up his absurd notion of becoming a painter. Of course he will not hear of that. He has never forgiven me for suggesting it. All that his fine art has done for him as yet is to make him dislike his mother; and I hope it may never do worse." "But, Mrs. Herbert, you are mistaken. I assure you you are quite mistaken. He is a little sore perhaps because you do not appreciate his genius; but he loves you very dearly." "Do not trouble yourself about my not appreciating his genius, as you call it, my dear. I am not one bit prejudiced against art; and if Adrian had the smallest chance of becoming a good painter, I would share my jointure with him and send him abroad to study. But he will never paint. I am not what is called an aesthete; and pictures that are generally understood to be the perfection of modern art invariably bore me, because I do not understand them. But I do understand Adrian's daubs, and I know that they are invariably weak and bad. All the Royal Academy could not persuade me to the contrary, though indeed they are not likely to try. I wish I could make you understand that any one who dissuades Adrian from pursuing art will be his best friend. Don't you feel that yourself when you look at his pictures, Mary?" "No," said Mary, fixing her glasses and looking boldly at her visitor. "I feel just the contrary." "Then you must be blind or infatuated. Take his portrait of you as an example. No one could recognize it. Even Adrian told me that he would have destroyed it had you not forbidden him, though he was bursting with suppressed resentment because I did not pretend to admire it. I believe that Adrian will be a great man yet, and that you will acknowledge that you were mistaken in him." "Well, my dear, you are young, and not very wise, for all your cleverness. Besides, you did not know Adrian's father." "No; but I know Adrian very well, I think. I have faith in the entire worthiness of his conceptions, and he has proved that he does not grudge the hard work which is all that is requisite to secure the power of executing what he conceives. You cannot expect him to be a great painter without long practice and study." "I do not understand metaphysics, Mary. Conceptions and executions are Greek to me. But I know very well that Adrian will never be happy until he is married to some sensible woman; and married he never can be whilst he remains an artist." "Why?" "What a question! How can he marry with only 300 a year? He would not accept an allowance from me, even if I could afford to make him one. For since we disagreed about this wretched art, he has withdrawn himself from me in every possible way, and with an ostentation, too, which, natural feeling apart, is in very bad taste. He will never add a penny to his income by painting. Of that I am certain. And he has not enterprise enough to marry a woman with money. If he persists in his infatuation, you will find that he will drag out his life waiting for a success that will never come. And he has no social talents. If he were a genius like Raphael, his crotchets would not matter. If he were a humbug like his Uncle John, he would flourish as all humbugs do in this wicked world. But Adrian is neither. He's only a duffer, poor fellow." Mary reddened and said nothing. "Have you any influence over him?" said Mrs. Herbert, watching her. "If I had," replied Mary, "I would not use it to discourage him." "I am sorry for that. I had some hope that you would help me to save him from wasting his opportunities. Your Aunt Jane has been telling me that you are engaged to him; but that is such an old story now that I never pay any attention to it." "Has Adrian not told you?" "My dear, I have already said a dozen times that Adrian never tells me anything. The more important his affairs are, the more openly and purposely he excludes me from them. I hope you have not been so silly as to rely on his visions of fame for your future support." "The truth is that we have been engaged since last April. I wanted Adrian to write to you, but he said he preferred to speak to you about it. I thought he would have done so the moment you returned. However, I am sure he had good reasons for leaving me to tell you; and I am quite content to wait until he reaps the reward of his labor. We must agree to differ about his genius. I have perfect faith in him." "Well, Mary, I am very sorry for your sake. I am afraid if you do not lose patience and desert him in time, you will live to see all your own money spent, and to try bringing up a family on 300 a year. If you would only be advised, and turn him from his artistic conceit, you would be the best wife in England for him. You have such force of character — just what he wants." Mary laughed. "You are so mistaken in everything concerning Adrian," she said. "It is he who has all the force of character. I am only his pupil. He has imposed all his ideas on me, more, perhaps, by dint of their purity and truth than of his own assertiveness, for he is no dogmatist. I am always the follower, he the leader." "Oh, all very fine, Mary. But my old fashioned common sense is better than your clever modern nonsense. However, since Adrian has turned your head, there is nothing for it but to wait until you both come to your senses. That must be your Aunt Jane at the door. She promised to follow me within half an hour." Mary frowned, and recovered her serenity with an effort as she rose to greet her aunt, Mrs. Beatty, an elderly lady with features like Mr. Sutherland's, but fat and imperious. She exclaimed, "I hope I've not come too soon, Mary. How surprised you must have been to see Mrs. Herbert." "Yes. Mr. Jack let her into the shrubbery; and she appeared to me at the window without a word of warning." "Mr. Jack is a nice person to have in a respectable house," said Mrs. Beatty scornfully. "Do you know where I saw him last?" "No," said Mary impatiently, "and I do not want to know. I am tired of Mr. Jack's misdemeanours." "Misdemeanours! I call it scandal, Mary. A perfect disgrace." "Dear me, what has he done now?" "You may well ask. He is at present shewing himself in the streets of Windsor in company with common soldiers, openly entering the taverns with them." "Oh, Aunt Jane, are you sure?" "Perhaps you will allow me to believe my own senses. You know what a small town is, Mrs. Herbert, and how everybody knows everybody else by sight in it, let alone such a remarkable looking person as this Mr. Jack. And the very first person I saw was Private Charles, the worst character in my husband's regiment, conversing with my nephew's tutor at the door of the Green Man. They went into the bar together before my eyes. Now what do you think of your Mr. Jack?" "He may have had some special reason." "Special reason! Fiddlestick! What right has any servant of my brother's to speak to a profligate soldier in broad daylight in the streets? There can be no excuse for it. If Mr. Jack had a particle of self respect, he would maintain a proper distance between himself and even a full sergeant. But this Charles is such a drunkard that he spends half his time in cells. He would have been dismissed from the regiment long since, only he is a bandsman; and the bandmaster begs Colonel Beatty not to get rid of him, as he cannot be replaced." "If he is a bandsman," said Mary, "that explains it. Mr. Jack wanted musical information from him, I suppose." "I declare, Mary, it is perfectly wicked to hear you defend such conduct. Is a public house the proper place for learning music? Why could not Mr. Jack apply to your uncle? If he had addressed himself properly to me, Colonel Beatty could have ordered the man to give him whatever information was required of him." "I must say, aunt, that you are the last person I should expect Mr. Jack to ask a favor from, judging by your usual manner towards him." "There!" said Mrs. Beatty, turning indignantly to Mrs. Herbert. "That is the way I am treated in this house to gratify Mr. Jack. Last week I was told that I was in the habit of gossiping with servants, because Mrs. Williams's housemaid met him in the park on Sunday — on Sunday, mind — whistling and singing and behaving like a madman. And now, when Mary's favorite is convicted in the very act of carousing with the lowest of the low, she turns it off by saying that I do not know how to behave myself before a tutor." "I did not say so, aunt; and you know that very well." "Oh, well, of course, if you are going to fly out at me " "I am not flying out at you, aunt. But you are taking offence without the least reason; and you are making Mrs. Herbert believe that I am Mr. Jack's special champion. You called him my favorite. The truth is, Mrs. Herbert, that nobody likes this Mr. Jack; and we only keep him because Charlie makes some progress with him and respects him. Aunt Jane took a violent dislike to him." "I, Mary? What is Mr. Jack to me that I should like or dislike him, pray?" "And she is always bringing me stories of his misdoings as if they were my fault. Then, when I try to defend him from obvious injustice, I am accused of encouraging and shielding him." "So you do," said Mrs. Beatty. "I say whatever I can for him," said Mary sharply.
because I dislike him too much to condescend to join in attacks made on him behind his back. And I am not afraid of him, though you are, and so is papa." "Oh, really, you are too ridiculous," said Mrs. Beatty. "Afraid?" "I see," said Mrs. Herbert smoothly, "that my acquaintance the Cyclop has made himself a bone of contention here. Since you all dislike him, why not dismiss him, and get a more popular character in his place? He is really not an ornament to your establishment. Where is your father, Mary?" "He has gone out to dine at Eton, and he will not be back until midnight. He will be so sorry to have missed you. But he will see you to morrow, of course." "And you are alone here?" "Yes, alone with my work." "Then what about our plan of taking you back with us and keeping you for the evening?" "I think I would rather stay and finish my work." "Nonsense, child," said Mrs. Beatty. "You cannot be working always. Come out and enjoy yourself." Mary yielded with a sigh, and went for her hat. "I am sure that all this painting and poetry reading is not good for a young girl," said Mrs. Beatty, whilst Mary was away. "It is very good of your Adrian to take such trouble to cultivate Mary's mind; but so much study cannot but hurt her brain. She is very self willed, and full of outlandish ideas. She is not under proper control. Poor Charles has no more resolution than a baby. And she will not listen to me, I am ready," said Mary, returning. "You make me nervous. You do everything so quickly," said Mrs. Beatty, querulously. "I wish you would take shorter steps," she added, looking disparagingly at her niece's skirts as they went out through the shrubbery. "It is not nice to see a girl striding like a man. It gives you quite a bold appearance when you swing along, peering at people through your glasses." "That is an old crime of mine, Mrs. Herbert," said Mary. "I never go out with Aunt Jane without being lectured for not walking as if I had high heeled boots. Even the Colonel took me to task one evening here. He said a man should walk like a horse and a woman like a cow. His complaint was that I walked like a horse; and he said that you, aunt, walked properly like a cow. It is not worth any woman's while to gain such a compliment as that. It made Mr. Jack laugh for the first and only time in our house." Mrs. Beatty reddened, and seemed about to make an angry reply, when the tutor came in at the shrubbery gate, and held it open for them to pass. Mrs. Herbert thanked him. Mrs. Beatty, following her, tried to look haughtily at him, but quailed, and made him a slight bow, in response to which he took off his hat. "Mr. Jack," said Mary, stopping, "if papa comes back before I am in, will you please tell him that I am at Colonel Beatty's?" "At what hour do you expect him?" "Not until 11 at soonest. I am almost sure to be back first. But if by any chance I should not be " "I will tell him," said Jack. Mary passed on; and he watched them until Mrs. Beatty's carriage disappeared. Then he hurried indoors, and brought a heap of manuscript music into the room the ladies had just left. He opened the pianoforte and sat down before it; but instead of playing he began to write, occasionally touching the keys to try the effect of a progression, or rising to walk up and down the room with puckered brows. He labored in this fashion until 7 o'clock, when, hearing someone whistling in the road, he went out into the shrubbery, and presently came back with a soldier, not perfectly sober, who carried a roll of music paper, and a case containing 3 clarionets. "Now, let us hear what you can make of it," said Jack, seating himself at the piano. "It's cruel quick, that allegro part is," said the soldier, trying to make his sheet of music stand properly on Mary's table easel. "Just give us your B flat, will you, mister?" Jack struck the note, and the soldier blew. "Them ladies' singin' pianos is always so damn low," he grumbled. "I've drawn the slide down as far as it'll come. Just wait while I stick a washer in the bloomin' thing." "Seems to me that you've been drinking instead of practising since I saw you," said Jack. "So help me, governor, I've been practising all the arternoon. I only took a glass on my way here to set me to rights. Now, mister, I'm ready." Jack immediately attacked Mary's piano with all the vigour of an orchestra; and the clarionet soon after made its entry with a brilliant cadenza. The soldier was a rapid executant; his tone was fine; and the only varieties of expression he was capable of, the spirited and the pathetic, satisfied even Jack, who, on other points, soon began to worry the soldier by his fastidiousness. "Stop!" he cried. "That is not the effect I want at all. It is not bright enough. Take the other clarionet. Try it in C." "What! Play all them flats on a clarionet in C? Can't be done. Leastways, I'm damned if I can. Hullo! Here's a gent for you, sir." Jack turned. Adrian Herbert was standing on the threshold, astonished. holding the handle of the open door. I have been listening outside for some time," he said politely. I hope I do not disturb you." No," replied Jack. Friend Charles here is worth listening to. Eh, Mr. Herbert?" Private Charles looked down modestly, jingled his spurs, coughed, and spat through the open window. Adrian did not appreciate his tone or his execution; but he did appreciate his sodden features, his weak and husky voice, and his barrack accent. Seeing a clarionet and a red handkerchief lying on a satin cushion, which he had purchased for Mary at a bazaar, he looked at the soldier with disgust, and at Jack with growing indignation. I presume there is no one at home," he said coldly. Miss Sutherland is at Mrs. Beatty's, and will not return until 11," said Jack, looking at Adrian with his most rugged expression, and not subduing his powerful voice, the sound of which always afflicted the artist with a sensation of insignificance. Mrs. Beatty and a lady who was visiting her called, and brought her out with them. Mr. Sutherland is at Eton, and will not be back till midnight. My pupil is still at Cambridge." H'm," said Adrian. I shall go on to Mrs. Beatty's. I should probably disturb you by remaining." Jack nodded, and turned to the piano without further ceremony. Private Charles had taken one of Mary's paint brushes, and fixed it upon the desk against his sheet of music, which was rolling itself up. This was the last thing Herbert saw before he left. As he walked away, he heard the clarionet begin the slow movement of the concerto, a melody which, in spite of his annoyance, struck him as quite heavenly. He nevertheless hastened out of earshot, despising the whole art of music because a half drunken soldier could so affect him by it. Half a mile from the Sutherlands' house was a gate, through which he passed into a flower garden in which a tall gentleman with sandy hair was smoking a cigar. This was Colonel Beatty, from whom he learnt that the ladies were in the drawing room. There he found his mother and Mrs. Beatty working in colored wools, whilst Mary, at a distance from them, was reading a volume of Browning. She gave a sigh of relief as he entered. Is this your usual hour for making calls?" said Mrs. Herbert, in response to her son's cool Good evening, mother." Yes," said he. I cannot work at night." He passed on and sat down beside Mary at the other end of the room. Mrs. Beatty smiled significantly at Mrs. Herbert, who shrugged her shoulders and went on with her work. What is the matter, Adrian?" said Mary in a low voice. Why? You look annoyed." I am not annoyed; but I am not quite satisfied with the way in which your household is managed in your absence by Mr. Jack." Good heavens!" exclaimed Mary. You too! Am I never to hear the last of Mr. Jack? It is bad enough to have to meet him every day, without having his misdeeds dinned into my ears from morning till night." I think an end should be put to such a state of things, Mary. I have often reproached myself for having allowed you to engage this man with so little consideration. I thought his mere presence in the house could not affect you, that his business would be with Charlie only. My experience of the injury that can be done by the mere silent contact of coarse natures with fine ones should have taught me better. Mr. Jack is not fit to live with you, Mary." But perhaps it is our fault. He has no idea of the region of thought from which I wish I never had to descend. But after all, we have no fault to find with him. We cannot send him away because he does not appreciate pictures." No; but I have reason to believe that he is not quite so well behaved in your absence as he is when you are at home. When I arrived to night, for instance, I of course went straight to your house. There I heard a musical entertainment going forward. When I went in, I was greeted with a volley of oaths which a drunken soldier was addressing to Jack. The two were in the drawing room, and did not perceive me at first, Jack being seated at your pianoforte, accompanying the soldier, who was playing a flageolet. The fellow was using your table easel for a desk, and your palette knife as a paper weight to keep his music flat. Has Jack your permission to introduce his military friends whenever you are out?" Certainly not," said Mary, reddening. I never heard of such a thing. I think Mr. Jack is excessively impertinent." What is the matter?" said Mrs. Beatty, perceiving that her niece was vexed. Nothing, aunt," said Mary hastily. Please do not tell Aunt Jane," she added in an undertone to Adrian. Why not?" Oh, she will only worry about it. Pray do not mention it. What ought we to do about it, Adrian?" Simply dismiss Mr. Jack forthwith." But Yes, I suppose we should. The only difficulty is," Mary hesitated and at last added, I am afraid he will think that it is out of revenge. for his telling Charlie not to take his ideas of music from my way of playing it, and because he despises my painting." "Despises your painting? Do you mean to say that he has been insolent to you? You should dismiss him at once. Surely such fears as you expressed just now have no weight with you, Mary?" Mary reddened again, and said a little angrily, "It is very easy for you to talk of dismissing people, Adrian, but if you had to do it yourself, you would feel how unpleasant it is." Adrian looked grave and did not reply. After a short silence Mary rose, crossed the room carelessly, and began to play the piano. Herbert, instead of sitting by her and listening, as his habit was, went out and joined the Colonel in the garden. "What have you quarrelled about, dear?" said Mrs. Herbert. "We have not quarrelled," said Mary. "What made you think that?" "Adrian is offended." "Oh no. At least, I cannot imagine why he should be." "He is. I know what Adrian's slightest shrug signifies." Mary shook her head and went on playing. Adrian did not return until they went into another room to sup. Then Mary said she must go home, and Herbert rose to accompany her. "Good night, mother," he said. "I shall see you to morrow. I have a bed in the town, and will go there directly when I have left Mary safely at home." He nodded, shook hands with Mrs. Beatty and the Colonel, and went out with Mary. They walked 100 yards in silence. Then Mary said, "Are you offended, Adrian? Mrs. Herbert said you were." He started as if he had been stung. "I do not believe I could make a movement," he replied indignantly, "for which my mother would not find some unworthy motive. She never loses an opportunity to disparage me and to make mischief." "She does not mean it, Adrian. It is only that she does not quite understand you. You sometimes say hard things of her, although I know you do not mean to speak unkindly." "Pardon me, Mary, I do. I hate hypocrisy of all kinds; and you annoy me when you assume any tenderness on my part towards my mother. I dislike her. I believe I should do so even if she had treated me well, and showed me the ordinary respect which I have as much right to from a parent as from any other person. Our natures are antagonistic, our views of life and duty incompatible. We have nothing in common. That is the plain truth; and however much it may shock you, unless you are willing to accept it as unalterable, I had rather you would drop the subject." "Oh, Adrian, I do not think it is right to—" "I do not think, Mary, that you can tell me anything concerning what is called filial duty that I am not already familiar with. I cannot help my likes and dislikes. I have to entertain them when they come to me, without regard to their propriety. You may be quite tranquil as far as my mother's feelings are concerned. My undutiful sentiments afford her her chief delight, a pretext for complaining of me." Mary looked wistfully at him and walked on, downcast. He stopped, turned towards her gravely, and resumed, "Mary, I suspect from one or two things you have said that you cherish a project for reconciling me to my mother. You must relinquish that idea. I myself exhausted every effort to that end long ago. I disguised the real nature of my feeling towards her until even self-deception, the most persistent of all forms of illusion, was no longer possible. In those days I should have hailed your good offices with pleasure. Now I have not the least desire to be reconciled to her. As I have said, we have nothing in common. Her affection would be a burden to me. Therefore think no more of it. Whenever you wish to see me in my least amiable mood, reopen the subject, and you will be gratified." "I shall avoid it, since you wish me to. I only wished to say that you left me in an awkward position to day by not telling her of our engagement." "True. That was inconsiderate of me. I intended to tell her, but I got no opportunity. It matters little: she would only have called me a fool. Did you tell her?" "Yes, when I found that Aunt Jane had told her already." "And what did she say?" "Oh, nothing. She reminded me that you were not rich enough to marry." "And proclaimed her belief that I should never become so unless I gave up painting?" "She was quite kind to me about it; but she is a little prejudiced." "Yes, I know. For heaven's sake, let us think and talk about something else. Look at the stars. What a splendid dome they make of the sky now that there is no moon to distract attention from them. And yet a great artist, with a miserable yard of canvas, can move us as much as that vast expanse of air and fire." "Yes. I am very uncomfortable about Mr. Jack, Adrian. If he is to be sent away, it must be done before Charlie returns, or else there will be a quarrel about it. But then, who is to speak to him? He is a very hard person to find fault with; and very likely papa will make excuses for him sooner than face him with a dismissal. Or worse again, he might give him some false reason for sending him away, in order to avoid an explosion. And somehow I would rather do anything than condescend to tell Mr. Jack a story. If he were anyone else, I should not mind so much. There is no occasion to resort to untruth, which is equally odious no matter to whom it is addressed. It was agreed that his engagement should be terminable by a month's notice on either side. Let Mr. Sutherland write him a letter giving that notice. No reason need be mentioned; and the letter can be courteously worded, thanking him for his past services, and simply saying that Charlie is to be placed in other hands." But it will be so unpleasant to have him with us for a month under a sentence of dismissal." Well, it cannot be helped. There is no alternative but to turn him out of the house for misconduct." That is impossible. A letter will be the best. I wish we had never seen him, or that he were gone already. Hush! Listen a moment." They stopped. The sound of a pianoforte came to their ears. He is playing still," said Mary. Let us go back for Colonel Beatty. He will know how to deal with the soldier." The soldier must have left long ago," said Adrian. I can hear nothing but the piano. Let us go in. He is within his bargain as far as his own playing goes. He stipulated for that when we engaged him." They went on. As they neared the house, grotesque noises mingled with the notes of the pianoforte. Mary hesitated and would have stopped again; but Adrian, with a stern face, walked quickly ahead. Mary had a key of the shrubbery; and they went round that way, the noise becoming deafening as they approached. The player was not only pounding the keyboard so that the window rattled in its frame, but was making an extraordinary variety of sounds with his own larynx. Mary caught Adrian's arm as they advanced to the window and looked in. Jack was alone, seated at the pianoforte, his brows knitted, his eyes glistening under them, his wrists bounding and rebounding upon the keys, his rugged countenance transfigured by an expression of extreme energy and exaltation. He was playing from a manuscript score, and was making up for the absence of an orchestra by imitations of the instruments. He was grunting and buzzing the bassoon parts, humming when the violoncello had the melody, whistling for the flutes, singing hoarsely for the horns, barking for the trumpets, squealing for the oboes, making indescribable sounds in imitation of clarionets and drums, and marking each sforzando by a toss of his head and a gnash of his teeth. At last, abandoning this eccentric orchestration, he chanted with the full strength of his formidable voice, until he came to the final chord, which he struck violently, and repeated in every possible inversion from one end of the keyboard to the other; and he sprang up and strode excitedly to and fro in the room. At the second turn he saw Herbert and Mary, who had just entered, staring at him. He started, and stared back at them, quite disconcerted. I fear I have had the misfortune to disturb you a second time," said Herbert, with suppressed anger. No," said Jack, in a voice strained by his recent abuse of it. I was playing by myself. The soldier whom you saw here has gone to his quarters." As he mentioned the soldier, he looked at Mary. It was hardly necessary to mention that you were playing," said Adrian. We heard you at a considerable distance." Jack's cheek glowed like a sooty copper kettle, and he looked darkly at Herbert for a moment. Then, with some signs of humor in his eye, he said, Did you hear much of my performance?" We heard quite enough, Mr. Jack," said Mary, approaching the piano to place her hat on it. Jack quickly took his manuscript away as she did so. I am afraid you have not improved my poor spinet," she added, looking ruefully at the keys. That is what a pianoforte is for," said Jack gravely. It may have suffered; but when next you touch it, you will feel that the hands of a musician have been on it, and that its heart has beaten at last." He looked hard at her for a moment after saying this, and then turned to Herbert and continued, Miss Sutherland was complaining some time ago that she had never heard me play. Neither had she, because she usually sits here when she is at home; and I do not care to disturb her then. I am glad she has been gratified at last by a performance which is, I assure you, very characteristic of me. Perhaps you thought it rather odd?" I did think so," said Herbert severely. Then," said Jack, with a perceptible surge of his subsiding excitement, I am fortunate in having escaped all observation except that of a gentleman who understands so well what an artist is. If I cannot compose as you paint, believe that it is because the art which I profess lies nearer to a strong man's soul than the one which nature has endowed you with the power of — appreciating. Good night." He looked for a moment at the two, turned on his heel, and left the room. They stared after him in silence, and heard him laugh subduedly as he ascended the stairs. I will make papa write to him to morrow," said Mary, when she recovered herself. No one shall have a second chance of addressing a sarcasm to you, Adrian, in my father's house, whilst I am mistress of it." Do not let that influence you, Mary. I am not disposed to complain of the man's conceited ignorance. But he was impertinent to you." I do not mind that." But I do. Nothing could be more grossly insolent than what he said about your piano. Many of his former remarks have passed with us as the effect of a natural brusquerie which he could not help. I believe now that he is simply ill mannered and ill conditioned. That sort of thing is not to be tolerated for one moment." I have always tried to put the best construction on his actions, and to defend him from Aunt Jane," said Mary. I am very sorry now that I did so. The idea of his calling himself an artist!" Musicians often arrogate that title to themselves," said Herbert; and he does not seem overburdened with modesty. I think I hear Mr. Sutherland letting himself in at the hall door. If so, I need not stay any longer, unless you wish me to speak to him about what has occurred." Oh no, not to night. It would only spoil his rest. I will tell him in the morning." Herbert waited only to bid Mr. Sutherland good night. Then he kissed his betrothed, and went to his lodging. CHAPTER IV. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 4 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4. 2 days later, Mary was finishing the sketch which Mrs. Herbert had interrupted. Something was wrong with her. At every sound in the house she changed color and stopped to listen. Suddenly the door was opened, and a housemaid entered, rigid with indignation. "Oh, Clara, you frighten me. What is it?" "If you please, miss, is it my place to be called names and swore at by the chootor?" "Why? What has happened?" "Master gave me a note after breakfast to give Mr. Jack, miss. He was not in his room then; so I left it on the table. As soon as I heard him moving about, I went and asked him had he got it. The answer I got, begging your pardon, miss, was, 'Go to the devil, you jade.' If I am expected to put up with that from the likes of him, I should wish to give warning." "I am very sorry, Clara. Why did he behave so? Did you say anything rude to him?" "Oh, not likely, miss. I hope I respect myself more than to stop and bandy words. His door was wide open, and he had his portmanteau in the middle of the floor, and was heaping his things into it as fast as he could. He was grinding his teeth, too, and looked reg'lar wicked." "Well, Clara, as Mr. Jack will be leaving very soon, I think you had better pass it over." "Indeed, miss. Is Mr. Jack going?" "Yes," said Mary, turning to her easel. "Oh," said the housemaid slowly. After lingering a moment in vain for further information, she hastened to the kitchen to tell the news. She had closed the door, but it did not fasten; and presently a draught from an open window in the hall blew it softly open. Though Mary wanted it shut, so that Jack should not see her if he passed on his way out, she was afraid to stir. She had never been so unreasonably nervous in her life before; and she sat there helplessly pretending to draw until she heard the dreaded footstep on the stairs. Her heart beat in a terrible crescendo as the steps approached, passed, stopped, returned, and entered the room. When she forced herself to look up, he was standing there eyeing her, with her father's letter in his hand. "What does this mean?" he said. Mary glanced round as if to escape from his eyes, but had to look at him as she replied faintly, "You had better ask Mr. Sutherland." "Mr. Sutherland has nothing to do with it. You are mistress here." He waited long enough for an answer to show that she had none to make. Then shaking his head, he deliberately tore the letter into fragments. That stung her into saying, "I do not wish to pursue the subject with you." "I have not asked your leave," he replied. I give you a lesson for the benefit of the next wretch that will hold my position at the mercy of your ignorant caprice. You have spoiled the labor of the past 3 months for me, upset my plans, ruined me for aught I know. Tell your father, who wants to discharge me at the end of the month, that I discharge myself now. I am not a dog to sit at his table after the injustice he has done me." "He has done you no injustice, Mr. Jack. He has a perfect right to choose who shall remain in his household; and I think he has acted rightly. So does Mr. Herbert." Jack laughed gruffly. "Poor devil," he said. "He fancies he can give ideas to the world because a few great men have given some to him. I am sorry I let his stiff manners put me out of temper with him the other night. He hates me instinctively because he feels in me what he misses in himself. But you ought to know better. Why, he hated that drunken rascal I had here, because he could handle his clarinet like a man with stuff in him. I have no more time for talking now. I have been your friend, and have worked hard with your brother for your sake, because I thought you helped me to this place when I was desperately circumstanced. But now I shall not easily forgive you." He shook his head again at her, and walked out, shutting the door behind him. The housemaid was in the hall. "My portmanteau and a couple of other things are on the landing outside my door," he said, stopping as he passed her. "You will please give them to the man I send." "And by whose orders am I to trouble myself about your luggage, pray?" Jack turned and slowly advanced upon her until she, retreating, stood against the wall. "By my orders, Mrs. Boldface," he said. "Do as you are bid and paid for, you hussy." "Well, certainly," began the housemaid as he turned away. "That's " Jack halted and looked round wickedly at her. She retired quickly, grumbling. As he left the house, Herbert, coming in at the gate, was surprised to see him laughing heartily, for he had never seen him in good humour before. "Good morning, Mr. Jack," said Adrian as they passed. "Good bye," said Jack derisively, and he went on. Before Adrian reached the doorstep, he heard the other roaring with laughter in the road. Jack, when he had had his laugh out, walked quickly away, chuckling, and occasionally shaking his fist at the sky. When he came to Colonel Beatty's house, he danced fantastically past the gate, snapping his fingers. He laughed boisterously at this performance at intervals until he came to the streets. Here, under the eye of the town, he was constrained to behave himself less remarkably; and the constraint made him so impatient that he suddenly gave up an intention he had formed of taking a lodging there, and struck off to the railway station at Slough. "When is there a train to London?" he said, presenting himself at the booking office. "There's one going now," replied the clerk coolly. "Now!" exclaimed Jack. "Give me a ticket. 3rd class, single." "Go to the other window. 1st class only here." "First class, then," cried Jack, exasperated. "Quick!" And he pushed in a half sovereign. The clerk, startled by Jack's voice, hastily gave him a ticket and an instalment of the change. Jack left the rest, and ran to the platform just in time to hear the engine whistle. "Late, sir. You're late," said a man in the act of slamming the barrier. By way of reply, Jack dragged it violently back and rushed after the departing train. There was a shout and a rush of officials to stop him, and one of them seized him, but failing to hold him, was sent reeling by the collision. The next moment Jack opened the door of a 1st class carriage and plunged in great disorder. The door was shut after him by an official, who stood on the footboard to cry out, "You will be summoned for this, sir, so you shall. You shall be "Go to the deuce," retorted Jack in a thundering voice. As the man jumped off, he turned from the door, and found himself confronted by a tall, thin old gentleman, sprucely dressed, who cried in a high voice, "Sir, this is a private compartment. I have engaged this compartment. You have no business here." "You should have had the door locked then," said Jack with surly humour, seating himself and folding his arms with an air of concentrated doggedness. "I consider your intrusion most unwarrantable, most unjustifiable," continued the gentleman. Jack chuckled too, obviously, at the old gentleman's curious high voice and at his discomfiture. Then, deferring a little to white hairs, he said, "Well, well, I can get into another carriage at the next station." "You can do nothing of the sort, sir," cried the gentleman, more angrily than before. "This is an express train. It does not stop." "Then I do, where I am," said Jack curtly, with a new and more serious expression of indignation, for he had just remarked that there was one other person in the carriage, a young lady. "I will not submit to this, sir. I will stop the train." "Stop it then," said Jack, scowling at him. "But let me alone." The gentleman, with flushes of colour coming and going on his withered cheek, turned to the alarum and began to read the printed instructions as to its use. You had better not stop the train, father," said the young lady. You will only get fined. The half crown you gave the guard does not " Hold your tongue," said the gentleman. I desire you not to speak to me, Magdalen, on any pretext whatsoever." Jack, who had relented a little on learning the innocent relationship between his fellow travellers, glanced at the daughter. She was a tall young lady with chestnut hair, burnished by the rays which came aslant through the carriage window. Her eyes were bright hazel, her mouth small, but with full lips, the upper one, like her nose, tending to curl upward. She was no more than 20, but in spite of her youth and trivial style of beauty, her manner was self reliant and haughty. She did not seem to enjoy her journey, and took no pains to conceal her ill humor, which was greatly increased by the rebuke which her father had addressed to her. Her costume, of maize color and pale blue, was very elegant, and harmonized admirably with her fine complexion. Jack repeated his glance at short intervals until he discovered that her face was mirrored in the window next which he sat. He then turned away from her and studied her appearance at his ease. Meanwhile the gentleman, grumbling in an undertone, had seated himself without touching the alarum, and taken up a newspaper. Occasionally he looked over at his daughter, who, with her cheek resting on her glove, was frowning at the landscape as they passed swiftly through it. Presently he uttered an exclamation of impatience, and blew off some dust and soot which had just settled on his paper. Then he rose and shut the window. Oh, pray don't close it altogether, father," said the lady. It is too warm. I am half suffocated as it is. Magdalen, I forbid you to speak to me." Magdalen pouted and shook her shoulders angrily. Her father then went to the other door of the carriage and closed the window there also. Jack instantly let it down with a crash, and stared truculently at him. Sir," said the gentleman, if sir, had you politely requested me not to close the window, I would have respected your objection." And if you, sir," returned Jack, had politely asked my leave before meddling with my window, I should with equal politeness have conveyed to you my invincible determination to comply with the lady's reasonable request." Ha! Indeed," said the gentleman loftily. I shall not dispute the matter with you." And he resumed his seat, whilst his daughter, who had looked curiously at Jack for a moment, turned again to the landscape with her former chagrined expression. For some time after this they travelled in peace. The old gentleman engaged with his paper, Jack chuckling over his recent retort. The speed of the train now increased, and the musician became exhilarated as the telegraph poles shot past, hardly visible. When the train reached a part of the line at which the rails were elevated on iron chairs, the smooth grinding of the wheels changed to a rhythmic clatter. The racket became deafening; and Jack's exhilaration had risen to a reckless excitement when he was recalled to his senses by the gentleman, whom he had forgotten, calling out, Sir, will you oblige me by stopping those infernal noises?" Jack, confused, suddenly ceased to grind his teeth and whistle through them. Then he laughed, and said good humoredly, I beg your pardon. I am a composer." Then have the goodness to remember that you are not now in a printing office," said the gentleman, evidently supposing him to be a compositor. You are annoying this lady, and driving me distracted with your hissing." I do not mind it in the least," said the lady stubbornly. Magdalen, I have already desired you twice to be silent." I shall speak if I please," she muttered. Her father pretended not to hear her, and sat still for the next 10 minutes, during which he glanced at Jack several times with an odd twinkle in his eye. Then he said, What did you say you were, sir, may I ask?" A composer." You are a discomposer, sir," cried the old gentleman promptly. You are a discomposer." And he began a chirping laughter, which Jack, after a pause of wonder, drowned with a deep toned roar of merriment. Even the lady, determined as she was to be sulky, could not help smiling. Her father then took up the newspaper and hid his face with it, turning his back to Jack, who heard him occasionally laughing to himself. I wish I had something to read," said the young lady after some time, turning discontentedly from the window. A little reflection will do you no harm," said her parent. A little reflection, and, I will add, Magdalen, a little repentance perhaps." I have nothing but disappointment and misery to reflect about; and I have no reason to be repentant.
Please get me a novel at the next station, or give me some money, and I will get one myself." Certainly not. You are not to be trusted with money. I forbid you ever to open a novel again. It is from such pestilential nonsense that you got the ideas which led to your present disgraceful escapade. Now, I must beg of you not to answer me, Magdalen. I do not wish to enter into a discussion with you, particularly before strangers." Then do not make strangers believe that " Hold your tongue, Magdalen. Do you disobey me intentionally? You should be ashamed to speak to me." The young lady bit her lip and reddened. I think," she began. Be silent!" cried her father, seizing his umbrella and rapping it peremptorily on the floor. Jack sprang up. Sir," he said, how dare you behave so to a lady?" This lady is my daughter. Confound your impertinence," replied the other irascibly. Then don't treat her as if she were your dog," retorted Jack. I am an artist, sir, an artist, a poet; and I will not permit a young and beautiful woman to be tyrannized over in my presence." If I were a younger man," began the gentleman, grasping his umbrella. If you were," shouted Jack, you would have nothing but tenderness and respect for the lady; or else, by the power of sound, I would pulverize you, allegro martellatissimo, on the spot." Do not threaten me, sir," said the old gentleman spiritedly, rising and confronting his adversary. What right have you to interfere with the affairs of strangers — perfect strangers? Are you mad, sir, or are you merely ignorant?" Neither. I am as well versed in the usages of the world as you; and I have sworn not to comply with them when they demand a tacit tolerance of oppression. The laws of society, sir, are designed to make the world easy for cowards and liars; and lest by the infirmity of my nature I should become either the one or the other, or perhaps both, I never permit myself to witness tyranny without rebuking it, or to hear falsehood without exposing it. If more people were of my mind, you would never have dared to take it for granted that I would witness your insolence towards your daughter without interfering to protect her." To this speech the old gentleman could find no reply. He stared at Jack a few moments, and then, saying, I request you to mind your own business, sir. I have nothing to say to you," went back in dudgeon to his seat. The lady then leaned forward and said haughtily, Your interference is quite unnecessary, thank you. I can take care of myself." Aye," retorted Jack, frowning at her. You are like other children. I was not such a fool as to expect gratitude from you." The girl blushed and looked away towards the landscape. Her father again stared at Jack, who resumed his seat with a bounce, folded his arms, and glowered. 5 minutes later the train stopped, and the guard came for their tickets. I relied on you," said the gentleman to him, for an empty carriage. Instead of that, I have had a most unpleasant journey. I have been annoyed — damnably annoyed." Ha, ha, ha!" roared Jack. Ha, ha, ha!" The guard turned sternly to him and said, Ticket, sir, please," as though he expected the ticket to prove a third class one. When he received it, he held it between his lips, whilst he opened a memorandum, and then continued, I want your name and address, sir, please." What for?" For getting in when the train was in motion, sir, at Slough. The company's orders are strict against it. You might have been killed, sir." And what the devil is it to the company whether I am killed or not?" Be quick, sir, please," said the guard, uncertain whether to coax or be peremptory. Our time is up." Jack looked angry for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and said, My name is Jack, and I live nowhere." The man let his book fall to his side, and mutely appealed to the old gentleman to witness the treatment he was enduring. Come, sir," he said, what's the use in this? We'll only have to detain you; and that won't be pleasant for either of us." Is that a threat?" said Jack fiercely. No, sir, no. There's no one threatening you. We're all gentlemen here. I only do my duty, as you understand, sir. None better. What is your name, sir?" My name is Jack, I tell you. Mr. Owen Jack." Oh, I didn't take it rightly at first. Now your address, sir, please." I have none. Did you never hear of a man without any home? If the place where I slept last night, and where my property is, will do you, you can put down care of Mr. Charles Sutherland, Beulah, Windsor. Here's a card for you." I know Mr. Sutherland well, sir," said the guard, putting up his book. Thank you." And by heaven," said Jack vehemently, if I hear another word of this, I will complain of you for taking half a crown from this gentleman, and then shutting me and a lady in with him for a whole journey. I believe him to be insane." Guard!" screamed the old gentleman, quite beside himself. But the guard, disconcerted at Jack's allusion to the half crown, hurried away and started the train. Nevertheless, the gentleman would not be silenced. How dare you, sir, speak of me as being insane?" he said. How dare you, sir, grumble at a journey which has only been marred by your own peevishness? I have enjoyed myself greatly. I have enjoyed the sunshine, the scenery, the rhythm of the train, and the company of my fellow travellers, except you, sir; and even your interruptions are no worse than untimely pleasantries. I never enjoyed a journey more in my life." You are the most impertinent man I ever met, sir." Precisely my opinion of you, sir. You commenced hostilities; and if you have caught a Tartar, you have only yourself to thank." You broke into my carriage." Your carriage, sir. My carriage just as much as yours — more so. You are an unsocial person, sir." Enough said, sir," said the gentleman. It does not matter. Enough said, if you please." Well, sir," said Jack, more good humoredly, I apologize. I have been unnaturally repressed for the last 3 months; and I exploded this morning like a bombshell. The force of the explosion was not quite spent when I met you; and perhaps I had less regard for your seniority than I might have shewn at another time." My seniority has nothing to do with the question, sir. My age is no concern of yours." Hush, father," whispered the lady. Do not reply to him. It is not dignified." The old gentleman was about to make some angry reply when the train ran alongside the platform at Paddington, and a porter opened the door, crying, Hansom or four wheels, sir?" Get me a hansom, porter." Right, sir. Luggage, sir?" There is a tin box," said the lady, a brown one with the initials M.B. on it." The porter touched his cap and went away. The gentleman got out, and waited with his daughter at the carriage door, awaiting the return of the porter. Jack slowly followed, and stood, irresolute, near them, the only person there without business or destination. I wonder what is delaying that fellow with our cab," said the old gentleman, after about 15 seconds. The vagabond has been picked up by someone else, and has forgotten us. Are we to stand here all day?" He will be here presently," said Magdalen. He has not had time." He has had time to call 20 cabs since. Remain here until I return, Madge. Do you hear?" Yes," said the girl. He looked severely at her, and walked away towards the luggage van. Her color rose as she looked after him. Meanwhile the porter had placed the box on a cab, and he now returned to Magdalen. This way, miss." Where is the gentleman?" She looked quickly at the porter, then towards the crowd in which her father had disappeared, then, after a moment of painful hesitation, at Jack, who was still standing near. Never mind the gentleman," she said to the porter. He is not coming with me." And as he turned to lead the way to the cab, she pulled off her glove, took a ring from her finger, and addressed Jack with a burning but determined face. I have no money to pay for my cab. Will you give me some in exchange for this ring? A few shillings will be enough. Pray do not delay me. Yes or no?" Jack lost only a second in staring amazedly at her, before he thrust his hand in his pocket, and drew out a quantity of gold, silver, and bronze coin, more than she could grasp with ease. Keep the ring," he said. Away with you." You must take it," she said impatiently. And I do not need all this money." Thousand thunders!" exclaimed Jack with sudden excitement. Here is your father. Be quick." She looked round scared; but as Jack pushed her unceremoniously towards the cab, she recovered herself and hurried into the hansom. Here, porter, give this ring to that gentleman," she said, giving the man a shilling and the ring. Why doesn't he drive on?" she added, as the cab remained motionless, and the porter stood touching his cap. Where to, miss?" Bond Street," she cried. As fast as possible. Do make him start at once." Bond Street," shouted Jack commandingly to the driver. Make haste. Double fare. Prestissimo." And the cab dashed out of the station, as if the horse had caught Jack's energy. The lady gave me this for you, sir," said the porter. Yes," said Jack. Thank you." It was an old fashioned ring, with a diamond and 3 emeralds, too small for his little finger. He pocketed it, and was considering what he should do next, when the old gentleman, no longer impatient and querulous, but pale and alarmed, came by, looking anxiously about him. When he saw Jack, he made a movement as though to approach him, but checked himself and resumed his search in another direction. Jack began to feel some compunction, for the gentleman's troubled expression was changing into one of grief and fear. The crowd and bustle were diminishing. Soon there was no difficulty in examining separately all the passengers who remained on the platform. Jack resolved to go, lest he should be tempted to betray the young lady's destination to her father. But he had walked only a few yards when, hearing a voice behind him say, This is him, sir,"
He turned and found himself face to face with the old gentleman. The porter stood by, saying, How could I know, sir? I see the gentleman in the carriage with you, and I see the lady speaking to him afterwards. She took money off him and gave him a ring, as I told you. If you'd left the luggage to me, sir, instead of going after it to the wrong van, you wouldn't have lost her." Very well, that will do." The porter made a pretence of retiring, but remained within hearing. Now, sir," continued the gentleman, addressing Jack, I know what you are. If you don't tell me at once, the name and address of the theatrical scoundrels to whom you are spy and kidnapper, by God, I'll give you to the nearest policeman." Sir," said Jack sternly, if your daughter has run away from you, it is your own fault for not treating her kindly. The porter has told you what happened between us. I know no more of the matter than he does." I don't believe you. You followed her from Windsor. The porter saw you give her " here the old gentleman choked — saw what passed here just now." Yes, sir. You leave your daughter penniless, and compel her to offer her ornaments for sale to a stranger at a railway station. By my soul, you are a nice man to have charge of a young girl." My daughter is incapable of speaking to a stranger. You are in the pay of one of those infernal theatrical agents with whom she has been corresponding. But I'll unmask you, sir. I'll unmask you." If you were not an inveterately wrong headed old fool," said Jack hotly, you would not mistake a man of genius for a crimp. You ought to be ashamed of your temper. You are collecting a crowd, too. Do you want the whole railway staff to know that you have driven your daughter away?" You lie, you villain," cried the gentleman, seizing him by the collar. You lie. How dare you pock-marked ruffian, say that I drove away my daughter? I have been invariably kind to her. No parent more so. She was my special favorite. If you repeat that slander, I'll " He shook his fist in Jack's face and released him. Jack, who had suffered the grasp on his collar without moving, turned away deeply offended, and buttoned his coat. Then, as the other was about to recommence, he interrupted him by walking away. The gentleman followed him promptly. You shall not escape by running off," he said, panting. You have insulted me, sir," said Jack. If you address another word to me, I'll hand you to the police. As I cannot protect myself against a man of your years, I will make the law protect me." The gentleman hesitated. Then his eyes brightened, and he said, Then call the police. Call them quickly. You have a ring of mine about you, an heirloom of my family. You shall account for it. Ah, I have you now, you vagabond." Pshaw!" said Jack, recovering from a momentary check. She sent me the ring by the hands of that porter, although I refused it. I might as well accuse her of stealing my money." It shall be refunded at once," said the gentleman, reddening and pulling out his purse. How much did you give her?" How should I know?" said Jack with scorn. I do not count what I give to women who are in need. I gave her what I found in my pocket. Are you willing to give me what you find in yours?" By heaven! You are an incredibly impudent swindler," cried the gentleman, looking at him with inexpressible feelings. Come, gentlemen," said an official, advancing between them. Couldn't you settle your little difference somewhere else?" I am a passenger," said Jack, and am endeavoring to leave the station. If it is your business to keep order here, I wish you would rid me of this gentleman. He has annoyed me ever since the train started from Slough." I am in a most painful position," said the old gentleman with emotion. I have lost my child here; and this man knows her whereabouts. He will tell me nothing; and I don't know what to do." Then, turning to Jack with a fresh explosion of wrath, he cried, Once for all, you villain, will you tell me who your employers are?" Once for all," replied Jack, I will tell you nothing, because I have nothing to tell you. You refuse to believe me. You are infernally impertinent to me. You talk about my employers, and of spying and kidnapping. I think you are mad." Are you not a theatrical agent? Answer that." No, I am not a theatrical agent. As I told you before, I am a composer and teacher of music. If you have any pupils for me, I shall be glad to teach them. If not, go your way, and let me go mine. I am tired of you." There, sir," said the official. The gentleman can't answer you no fairer nor that. If you have a charge to make against him, why, charge him. If not, as he says, you had better move on. Let me call you a cab, and you can follow the young lady. That's the best thing you can do. She might run as far as Scotland while you're talking. Send down a hansom there, Bill, will you?" The man laid his hand persuasively on the arm of the old gentleman, who hesitated, with his lip trembling. Sir," said Jack, with sudden dignity, on my honor, I am a perfect stranger to your daughter and her affairs. You know all that passed between us. If you do not wish to lose sight of me, give me your card, and I will send you my address as soon as I have one." I implore you not to trifle with me in this matter," said the gentleman, slowly taking out his card case. It would be a heartless thing to do. Here is my card. If you have any information, or can acquire any, it shall be liberally paid for — most liberally paid for." Jack, offended afresh, looked at him with scorn, snatched the card, and turned on his heel. The gentleman looked wistfully after him, sighed, shivered, and got into the cab. The card was inscribed, "Mr. Sigismund Brailsford, Kensington Palace Gardens." End of Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5. A fortnight later the Sutherlands, accompanied by Mrs. Beatty, were again in London on their way to the Isle of Wight. It had been settled that Herbert should go to Ventnor for a month with his mother, so that Mary and he might sketch the scenery of the island together. He had resisted this arrangement at first, on the ground that Mrs. Herbert's presence would interfere with his enjoyment; but Mary, who had lost her own mother when an infant, had ideas of maternal affection which made Adrian's unfilial feeling shocking to her. She entreated him to come to Ventnor; and he yielded, tempted by the prospect of working beside her, and foreseeing that he could easily avoid his mother's company whenever it became irksome to him. One day, whilst they were still in London at the hotel in Onslow Gardens, Mr. Sutherland, seeing his daughter with her hat and cloak on, asked whither she was going. "I am going to the Brailsfords' to see Madge," she replied. "Now what do you want to go there for?" grumbled Mr. Sutherland. "I do not like your associating with that girl." "Why, papa? Are you afraid that she will make me run away and go on the stage?" "I didn't say anything of the kind. But she can't be a very right minded young woman, or she wouldn't have done so herself. However, I have no objection to your calling on the family. They are very nice people, well connected; and Mr. Brailsford is a clever man. But don't go making a companion of Madge." "I shall not have the opportunity, I am sorry to say. Poor Madge! Nobody has a good word for her." Mr. Sutherland muttered a string of uncomplimentary epithets; but Mary went out without heeding him. At Kensington Palace Gardens she found Magdalen Brailsford alone. "They are all out," said Magdalen, when Mary had done kissing her. "They are visiting, or shopping, or doing something else equally intellectual. I am supposed to be in disgrace, so I am never asked to go with them. As I would not go if they begged me on their knees, I bear the punishment with fortitude." "But what have you done, Madge? Won't you tell me? Aunt Jane said that her conscience would not permit her to pour such a story into my young ears. And then, of course, I refused to hear it from anybody but yourself, much to Aunt Jane's disgust, for she was burning to tell me. Except that you ran away and went on the stage, I know nothing." "There is nothing else to know; for that is all that happened." "But how did it come about?" "Will you promise not to tell?" "I promise faithfully." "You must keep your promise; for I have accomplices who are not suspected, and who will help me when I repeat the exploit, as I fully intend to do, the very instant I see my way to success. Do you know where we lived before we came to this house?" "No. You have lived here ever since I knew you." "We had lodgings in Gower Street. Mary, did you ever ride in an omnibus?" "No; but I should not be in the least ashamed to do so, if I had occasion." "How would you like to have to make £5 worth of clothes last you for 2 years?" "I should not like that." "Lots of people have to do it. We had when we lived in Gower Street. Father wrote for the papers; and we never had any money, and were always in debt. But we went to the theatres — with orders, of course — much oftener than we do now. And we either walked home or took our carriage — the omnibus. We were recklessly extravagant, and thought nothing of throwing away a shilling on flowers and paper fans to decorate the rooms. I am sure we spent a fortune on threepenny cretonne to cover the furniture when its shabbiness became downright indecent. We were very fond of dwelling on the lavish way we would spend money,
if father ever came into the Brailsford property, which seemed the most unlikely thing in the world. But it happened, as unlikely things often do. All the rest of the family, I mean all of it that concerned us, were drowned in the Solent in a yacht accident, and we found ourselves suddenly very rich and, as I suppose you have remarked, especially in Myra, very stingy. Poor father, whom we used to revile as a miser in Gower Street, is the only one of us who spends money as if he was above caring about it. But the worst of it is that we have got respectable, and taken to society. At least, society has taken to us, and we have returned the compliment. I haven't, though. I can't stand these Kensington people with their dances and at homes. It's not what I call living, really. In Gower Street we used to know a set that had some brains. We gave ourselves airs even then. But still on Sunday evenings we used to have plenty of people with us to supper whom you are not likely to meet here. One of them was a man named Tarleton, who made money as a theatrical agent and lost it as a manager alternately." "And you fell in love with him, of course," said Mary. "Oh, bosh! Fell in love with old Tommy Tarleton? This is not a romance, but a prosaic Gower Street narrative. I never thought about him after we came here until a month ago, when I saw that he was taking a company to Windsor. I always wanted to go on the stage, because nowadays a woman must be either an actress or nothing. So I wrote to him for an engagement, and sent him my photograph." "Oh, Madge!" "Why not? His company was playing opera bouffe, and I knew he wanted good looks as much as talent. You don't suppose I sent it as a love token? He wrote back that he had no part open that I could take, but that if I wished to accustom myself to the stage, and would find my own dresses, he would let me walk on every night in the chorus, and perhaps find me a small part to understudy." "Very kind indeed. And what did you say to his noble offer?" "I accepted it, and was very glad to get it. It was better than sitting here quarrelling with the girls, and going over the same weary argument with father about disgracing the family. I managed it easily enough, after all. There is a woman who keeps a lodging house in Church Street here, who is the sister of the landlady at Gower Street, and knows all about us. She has a second sister, whose daughter is a ballet girl, and who is used to theatres. I ran away to Church Street, 5 minutes' walk, told Polly what I had done, and made her send for Mrs. Wilkins, the other sister, whom I carried off to Windsor as chaperon that evening. But the company turned out to be a third rate one, and I wasn't comfortable with them. They were rather rowdy. However, I did not stay long. I was recognized on the very first night by someone, I don't know whom, who told Colonel Beatty. He wrote to my father, and I was captured on the third day. You can imagine the scene when the poor old governor walked suddenly into our lodging. He tried to be shocked and stern, and of course only succeeded in being furious. I was stubborn. I can be very mulish when I like, but I was getting tired of walking on in the chorus at night and spending the day with Mrs. Wilkins, so I consented to go back with him. He took my purse, which I was foolish enough to leave within his reach, whilst I was putting on my bonnet, and so left me without a farthing, helplessly dependent on him. He would not give it me back, and to revenge myself I became very uncivil to him. And then he forbade me to speak. I took him at his word, and made him still madder by taking no notice of the homilies on duty and respectability which he poured forth as we drove to the train. Yes, I can quite imagine that. And so you came home and returned to the ways of well-conducted girls?" "Not at all. You have only heard the prologue to my real adventure. When we got to the railway station, father, who intended to preach at me during the whole journey, bribed the guard to prevent people from coming into our compartment. The train started, and I had just been requested to attend to something very serious that must be said to me, when there was an uproar on the platform, and a man burst headlong into the carriage, sat down, folded his arms, and stared majestically at father, who began to abuse him furiously for intruding on us. They quarrelled all the way up to London. When they had exhausted the subject of our carriage being private, the man objected to the window being shut, I think because I had done so just before, though perhaps it was more from love of contradiction. Then father objected to his grinding his teeth. Then I interfered and was bidden to hold my tongue. Up jumped the man, and asked father what he meant by speaking so to me. He even said—" "You will not repeat this, please, Mary." "No. Why? What did he say?" "He said, it sounded ridiculous, that he would not permit a young and beautiful woman to be tyrannized over."
Oh, was he very handsome? No, he was not conventionally handsome, but there was something about him that I cannot well describe. It was a sort of latent power. However, it does not matter, as I suppose I shall never see him again." "I think I can understand what you mean," said Mary thoughtfully. "There are some men who are considered quite ugly, but who are more remarkable than pretty people. You often see that in artists." "This man was not in the least like your Adrian, though, Mary. No two people could be more different." "I know. I was thinking of a very different person." "Father speaks of him as though he were a monster; but that is perfect nonsense." "Well, what was the upshot of this interference?" "Oh, I thought they would have come to blows at first. Father would fight duels every day if they were still in fashion. But the man made an admirable speech which showed me that his opinions were exactly the same as mine; and father could say nothing in reply. Then they accused each other of being insane, and kept exchanging insults until we came to Paddington, where the guard wanted to give the man to the police for getting into the train after it had started. At last we all got out; and then I committed my capital crime. It really was a dreadful thing to do. But ever since father had taken my purse and made a prisoner of me, I had been thinking of how I could give him the slip, and come home just how and when I pleased. Besides, I was quite resolved to apply to a London agent for a regular engagement in some theatre. So when father got into a passion about my box not being found instantly, and went off to look for it, leaving me by myself, the idea of escaping and going to the agent at once occurred to me. I made up my mind and unmade it again 20 times in every second. I should not have hesitated a moment if I had had my purse; but as it was, I had only my ring, so that I should have had to stop the cab at the nearest pawnbroker's; and I was ashamed to go into such a place, although we sometimes used to send Mrs. Wilkins there without letting father know, in the Gower Street days. Then the porter came up and said that the cab was waiting; and I knew he would expect something then and there from me if I went off by myself. What do you think I did? I went straight up to the man who had travelled with us — he was standing close by watching me, I think — and asked him to buy my ring." "Oh, Madge, really!" "It was an impulse. I don't know what put it into my head; but the desperate necessity of paying the porter hurried me into obeying it. I said I had no money, and asked for a little in exchange for the ring. The man looked at me in the most terrifying way; and just as I was expecting him to seize me and deliver me up to father, he plunged into his pocket and gave me a handful of money. He would not count it, nor touch the ring. I was insisting on his taking either the ring or the money, when he suddenly shouted at me that father was coming, and bundled me into the cab before I had collected my wits. Then he startled the driver with another shout, and away went the cab. But I managed to give the ring to the porter for him. I drove to the agent's in Bond Street, and on my way counted the money: 2 sovereigns, 3 half-sovereigns, 13 and sixpence in silver, and 7 pennies." "£4 4 and a penny," said Mary. "He must have been mad. But there was something chivalrous about it, especially for a 19th century incident at Paddington." "I think it was sheer natural nobility of heart, Mary. Father enrages me by saying that he was a thief, and made £50 profit out of my innocence. As if his refusing the ring was not an absolute proof to the contrary. He got our address from father afterwards, and promised to send us his; but he has never done so." "I wonder why. He certainly ought to. Your ring is worth a great deal more than £4." "He might not wish to give it up to my father, as it was mine. If he wishes to keep it, he is welcome. I am sure he deserves it. Mind, he refused it after giving me the money." "If you had a nose like mine, and wore a pince nez, I doubt whether you would have found him so generous. I believe he fell in love with you." "Nonsense! Who ever knew a man to sacrifice all his money — all he had in the world, perhaps — for the sake of love? I know what men are too well. Besides, he was quite rude to me once in the carriage." "Well, since he has the ring, and intends to keep it, he has the best of the bargain. Go on with your own adventures. What did the agents say?" "They all took half crowns from me, and put my name on their books. They are to write to me if they can procure me an engagement. But I saw enough to convince me that there is not much chance. They are all very agreeable — that is, they thought themselves so — except one grumpy old man, who asked me what I expected when I could neither walk nor speak. That, and my sensations on the stage at Windsor,
convinced me that I need some instruction; and I have set Mrs. Simpson, the woman in Church Street, to find somebody who can teach me. However, to finish my story. When I saw that there was nothing more to be done that day, or the next either, I told the cabman to drive me home, where I found father nearly in hysterics. As soon as the family recovered from their amazement at seeing me, we began to scold and abuse one another. They were so spiteful that father at last took my part, and poor mother vainly tried to keep the peace. At last they retreated one by one crying, and left me alone with father. I fancy we gave them as good as they brought, for no allusion has been made to my escapades since." Mary looked at her friend for a while. Then she said, Madge, you are quite mad. There is not a doubt of it. That episode of the ring settles the question finally. I suppose you regard this bedlamite adventure as the most simple and natural thing in the world." When I have my mind made up to do something, it seems the most natural thing in the world to go and do it. I hope you are not going to lecture me for adopting a profession, after all your rhapsodies about high art and so forth." But opera bouffe is not high art, Madge. If you had appeared in one of Shakespeare's characters, I should sympathize with you." Yes, make a fool of myself as a lady amateur. I have no more ambition to play Shakespeare than you have to paint transfigurations. Now, don't begin to argue about art. I have had enough of argument lately to last me for life." And you mean to persist?" Yes. Why not?" Of course, if you have talent." Which you don't believe, although you can see nothing ridiculous in your own dreams of being another Claude Lorraine. You are just like Myra, with her pet formula of, Well, Madge, the idea of you being able to act." Why should I not be able to act as well as anybody else? I intend to try, at any rate." You need not be angry with me, Madge. I don't doubt your cleverness; but an actress's life must be a very queer one. And I never said I could paint better than Claude. If you knew how wretched my own productions seem to me, you " Yes, yes. I know that stuff of Adrian's by heart. If you don't like your own pictures, you may depend upon it no one else will. I am going to be an actress because I think I can act. You are going to be a painter because you think you can't paint. So there's an end of that. Would you mind coming over to Polly's with me?" Who is Polly?" Our old landlady's sister, my accomplice. The woman who keeps the lodging house in Church Street, Mrs. Simpson." You don't mean to run away again?" No, at least not yet. But she has a lodger who teaches elocution; and as he is very poor, Mrs. Wilkins, Polly's other sister and my late chaperon, thinks he would give me some cheap lessons. And I must have them very cheap, or else go without; for father will hardly trust me with a shilling now. He has never even given me back my purse. I have only the remainder of the man's money, and £10 that I had laid up." And are you going to take a lesson to day?" No, no. I only want to see the man and ask his terms. If I try to go alone, I shall be watched and suspected. With you I shall be safe. They regard you as a monument of good sense and propriety. If we meet any of the girls, and they ask where we are going, do not mention Church Street." But how can we evade them if they ask us?" We won't evade them. We will tell them a lie." I certainly will not, Madge." I certainly will. If people interfere with my liberty and ask questions that they have no business to ask, I will meet force with fraud, and fool them to the top of their bent, as your friend Shakespeare says. You need not look shocked. You, who are mistress of your house and rule your father with a rod of iron, are no judge of my position. Put on your hat and come along. We can walk there in 5 minutes." I will go with you, but I shall not be a party to any deception." Madge made a face, but got her bonnet without further words. They went out together, and traversed the passage from Kensington Palace Gardens to Church Street, where Magdalen led the way to a shabby house with a card inscribed Furnished Apartments in the window. Is Mrs. Simpson in her room?" said Magdalen, entering unceremoniously as soon as the door was opened. Yes, ma'am," said the servant, whose rule it was to address women in bonnets as ma'am, and women in hats as miss. She have moved to the second floor since you was here last. The parlors is let." End of Project Gutenberg's Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 5, Part 2. I will go up, said Magdalen. Come on, Mary. And she ran upstairs, followed more slowly by Mary, who thought the house close and ill kept, and gathered her cloak about her to prevent it touching the banisters. When they reached the second floor, they knocked at the door, but no one answered. Above them was a landing, accessible by a narrow, uncarpeted stair. They could hear a shrill voice in conversation with a deep one on the third floor. Whilst they waited, the shrill voice rose higher and higher, and the deep voice began to growl ominously. Oh, a happy pair, whispered Mary. We had better go downstairs and get the servant to find Mrs. Simpson. No, wait a little. That is Polly's voice, I am sure. Hark! The door above was opened violently, and a powerful voice resounded, saying, Begone, you Jezebel! The man! Exclaimed Madge. Mr. Jack! Exclaimed Mary. And they looked wonderingly at one another and listened. How dare you offer me such language, sir? Do you know whose house this is? I will tell you once for all that I am neither able nor willing to pay you 1 farthing. Hold your tongue until I have finished. This command was emphasized by a stamp that shook the floor. I have eaten nothing to-day, and I cannot afford to starve. Here is my shirt. Here is my waistcoat. Take them. Come, take them, or I'll stuff them down your throat, and give them to your servant to pawn. She has pawned the shirt before, and let her get me something to eat with the money. Do you hear? I will not have my servant go to the pawnshop for you and get my house a bad name. Then go and pawn them yourself. And do not come to this room again with your threats and complaints unless you wish to be strangled. I'd like to see you lay a finger on me, a married woman. Do you call yourself a gentleman? Here there was a growl, a sound of hasty footsteps, an inarticulate remonstrance, a checked scream, and then a burst of sobbing and the words, You're as hard as a stone, Mr. Jack. My poor little Rosie. Oh! Stop that noise, you crocodile. What is the matter with you now? My Rosie. What is the matter with your Rosie? You are snivelling to have her back, because she is happier in the country than stifling in this den with you, you ungovernable old hag. God forgive you for that word. Oh, she ain't in the country. Then where the devil is she? And what did you mean by telling me she was there? She's in the hospital. For the Lord's sake, don't let it get out on me, Mr. Jack, or I should have my house empty. The poor little darling took the scarlet fever, and you deserve to be hanged for letting her catch it. Why didn't you take proper care of her? How could I help it, Mr. Jack? I'm sure if I could have took it myself instead. Oh, I wish to heaven you had, and the unfortunate child and everybody else might have been well rid of you. Oh, don't say that, Mr. Jack. I may have spoke hasty to you, but it's very hard to be owed money and not be able to get the things from my blessed angel to be sent to the country in, and she going to be discharged on Friday. You needn't look at me like that, Mr. Jack. I wouldn't deceive you of all people. Oh, you would deceive your guardian angel, if you had one, for a shilling. Give me back those things. Here is a ring, which you can pawn instead. It is worth something considerable, I suppose. Take what money you require for the child, and bring me the rest. But mind, not 1 farthing of it shall you have for yourself, nor should you if I owed you 10 years' rent. I would not pawn it to save you from starvation. And get me some dinner and some music paper, the same you used to get me, 24 staves to the page. Off with you. What are you gaping at? Why, wherever did you get this ring, Mr. Jack? That's nothing to you. Take it away, and make haste with my dinner. But did you buy it? Or was it? The voice abruptly broke into a smothered remonstrance, and the landlady appeared on the landing, apparently pushed out by the shoulders. Then the lodger's door slammed. Polly! cried Magdalen impatiently. Polly! Lord, Miss Madge! Come down here. We have waited 10 minutes for you. Mrs. Simpson came down, and brought her 2 visitors into her sitting room on the second floor. Won't you sit down, miss? She said to Mary. Don't pull out that chair from the wall, Miss Madge. Its leg is broke. Oh dear. I'm greatly worried, what with one thing and another. We have been listening to a battle between you and the lodger upstairs, said Magdalen, and you seem to be getting the worst of it.
No one knows what I've gone through with that man," said Mrs. Simpson, wiping her eyes. He walked into the room a fortnight ago when I was out, without asking leave. Knocks at the door at 1 o'clock in the day, and asks the girl if the garret is let to anyone. No, sir, says she. So up he goes and plants himself as if he owned the house. To be sure, she knew him of old, but that was all the more reason for keeping him out, for he never had a halfpenny. The very first thing he sent her to do was to pawn his watch, and the things I have to put up with from him. He thinks no more of calling me every name he can lay his tongue to, and putting me out of my own room, than if he was a prince, and me his kitchen maid. He's as strong as a bull, and cares for nothing nor nobody but himself." "What is he?" said Magdalen. "His name is Jack, isn't it?" "Yes, and a fit name it is for him. He came here first, to my sorrow, last December, and took the garret for half a crown a week. He had a portmanteau then, and some little money, and he was quiet enough for almost a month. But he kept very much to himself, except for letting poor little Rosie play about his room, and teaching her little songs. You can't think what a queer child she is, Miss Sutherland. I'm sure you'd say so if you saw Mr. Jack, the only lodger she ever took any fancy to. At last he sent the servant to pawn his things; and I, like a fool, was loath to see him losing his clothes, and offered to let the rent run if he could pay at the end of the month. Then it came out that he was in the music profession, and actually expected to get pupils while he was living in a garret. I did a deal for him, although he was nothing to me. I got him a stationer's daughter from High Street to teach. After 6 lessons, if you'll believe it, miss, and she as pleased as anything with the way she was getting along, he told the stationer that it was a waste of money to have the girl taught, because she had no qualification but vanity. So he lost her. And now she has lessons at 4 guineas a dozen from a lady that gets all the credit for what he taught her. Then Simpson's brother-in-law got him a place in a chapel in the Edgware Road to play the harmonium and train the choir. But they couldn't stand him. He treated them as if they were dogs. And the 3 richest old ladies in the congregation, who had led the singing for 45 years, walked out the second night, and said they wouldn't enter the chapel till he was gone. When the minister rebuked him, he up and said that if he was a god and they sang to him like that, he'd scatter 'em with lightning. That's his notion of manners. So he had to leave. But a few of the choir liked him, and got him occasionally to play the piano at a glee club on the first floor of a public house. He got 5 shillings once a fortnight or so for that, and not another halfpenny had he to live on, except pawning his clothes bit by bit. You may imagine all the rent I got. At last he managed some way to get took on as tutor by a gentleman at Windsor. I had to release his clothes out of my own money before he could go. I was £5 out of pocket by him, between rent and other things." "Did he ever pay you?" said Mary. "Oh yes, miss. He certainly sent me the money. I am far from saying that he is not honorable when he has the means." "It is a funny coincidence," said Mary. "It was to us that Mr. Jack came as tutor. He taught Charlie." "To you!" said Magdalen, surprised and by no means pleased. "Then you know him?" "Yes. He left us about a fortnight ago." "Just so," said Mrs. Simpson, "and was glad enough to come straight back here without a penny in his pocket. And here he is like to be until some other situation drops into his lap. If I may ask, miss, why did he leave you?" "Oh, for no particular reason," said Mary uneasily. "That is, my brother had left Windsor, and we did not require Mr. Jack any more." "So he was the tutor of whom Mrs. Beatty told mother?" said Magdalen significantly. "Yes. I hope he was pleasanter in your house, miss, than he is in mine. However, that's not my business. I have no wish to intrude. Except the letter he wrote me with the money, not a civil word have I ever had from him." "A lady whom I know," said Mary, "employed him, whilst he was with us, to correct some songs which she wrote. Perhaps I could induce her to give him some more. I should like to get him something to do. But I am afraid she was offended by the way he altered a composition last time." "Well, Polly," said Magdalen, "we are forgetting my business. Where is the professor that Mrs. Wilkins told me of? I wish Mr. Jack gave lessons in elocution. I should like to have him for a master." "Why, Miss Madge, to tell you the honest truth, it is Mr. Jack. But wait till I show you something. He's given me a ring to pawn; and it's the very moral of your own that you used to wear in Gower Street." "It is mine, Polly. I owe Mr. Jack 4 guineas, and I must pay him to day. Don't stare. I will tell you all about it afterwards. I have to thank him, too, for getting me out of a great scrape. Mary, do you wish to see him?" Well, I would rather not," said Mary slowly. At least I think it would be better not. But after all it can do no harm; and I suppose it would not be right for you to see him alone." Oh, never mind that," said Magdalen suspiciously. I can have Polly with me." If you had rather not have me present, I will go." Oh, I don't care. Only you seem to make some difficulty about it yourself." There can be no real difficulty, now that I come to consider it. Yet I hardly know what I ought to do." You had better make up your mind," said Magdalen impatiently. Well, Madge, I have made up my mind," said Mary, perching her spectacles and looking composedly at her friend. I will stay." Very well," said Madge, not with a very good grace. I suppose we must not go to Mr. Jack, so he had better come to us. Polly, go and tell him that two ladies wish to see him." You had better say on business," added Mary. And don't mention our names. I want to see whether he will know me again," said Magdalen. Mary looked hard at her. Do you really mean it. Miss Madge?" Good gracious, yes," replied Magdalen angrily. The landlady, after lingering a moment in doubt and wonder, went out. Silence ensued. Magdalen's color brightened; and she moved her chair to a place whence she could see herself in the mirror. Mary closed her lips, and sat motionless and rather pale. Not a word passed between them until the door opened abruptly, and Jack, with his coat buttoned up to his chin, made a short step into the room. Recognizing Mary, he stopped and frowned. How do you do, Mr. Jack?" she said, bowing steadily to him. He bowed slightly, and looked round the room. Seeing Magdalen, he was amazed. She bowed too, and he gave her a scared nod. Won't you sit down, Mr. Jack?" said the landlady, assuming the manner in which she was used to receive company. Have you pawned that ring yet?" he said, turning suddenly to her. No," she retorted, scandalized. Then give it back to me." She did so; and he looked at Magdalen, saying, You have come just in time. I came to thank you." You need not thank me. I was sorry afterwards for having helped a young woman to run away from her father. If I were not the most hot headed fool in England, I should have stopped you. I hope no harm came of it." I am sorry to have caused you any uneasiness," said Magdalen, coloring. The young woman drove straight home after transacting some business that she wished to conceal from her father. That was all." So much the better. If I had known you were at home, I should have sent you your ring." My father expected you to write." I told him I would; but I thought better of it. I had nothing to tell him." You must allow me to repay you the sum you so kindly lent me that day, Mr. Jack," said Magdalen in a lower voice, confusing herself by an unskilled effort to express gratitude by her tone and manner. It will be welcome," he replied moodily. Magdalen slowly took out a new purse. Give it to Mrs. Simpson," he added, turning away. The movement brought him face to face with Mary, before whom his brow gathered portentously. She bore his gaze steadily, but could not trust herself to speak. I have some further business, Mr. Jack," said Magdalen. I beg your pardon," said he, turning again towards her. Mrs. Simpson told me " Ah," said he, interrupting her, and casting a threatening glance at the landlady. It was she who told you where I was to be found, was it?" Well, I don't see the harm if I did," said Mrs. Simpson. If you look on it as a liberty on my part to recommend you, Mr. Jack, I can easily stop doing it." Recommend me! What does she mean, Miss Brailsford? You are Miss Brailsford, are you not?" Yes. I was about to say that Mrs. Simpson told me that you gave — that is — I should perhaps explain first that I intend to go on the stage." What do you want to go on the stage for?" The same as anybody else, I suppose," said Mrs. Simpson indignantly. I wish to make it my profession," said Magdalen. Do you mean make your living by it?" I hope so." Humph! Do you think I should have any chance of success?" I suppose. If you have intelligence and perseverance, and can drudge and be compliant and make stepping stones of your friends. But there, I know nothing about success. What have I got to do with it? Do you think, as your father did, that I am a theatrical agent?" Well, I must say, Mr. Jack," exclaimed the landlady, that those who try to befriend you get very little encouragement. I am right sorry, so I am, that I brought Miss Madge to ask you for lessons." Lessons!" said Jack. Oh, I did not understand. Lessons in what? Music?" No," said Magdalen. I wanted lessons in elocution and so forth. At least I was told the other day that I did not know how to speak." Neither do you. That is true enough," said Jack thoughtfully. Well, I don't profess to prepare people for the stage; but I can teach you to speak, if you have anything to say, or any feeling for what better people put into your mouth." You are not very sanguine as to the result, I fear." The result, as far as it goes, is certain, if you practise. If not, I shall give you up. After all, there is no reason why you should not do something better than be a fine lady. Your appearance is good: all the rest can be acquired — except a genius for tomfoolery, which you must take your chance of. The public want actresses because they think all actresses bad. They don't want music or poetry because they know that both are good. So actors and actresses thrive, as I hope you will, and poets and composers starve, as I do. When do you wish to begin?" It was soon arranged that Magdalen should take lessons in Mrs. Simpson's sitting room, and in her presence every second weekday, and that she should pay Mr. Jack for them at the rate of 3 guineas a dozen. The first was to take place on the next day but one. Then the two ladies rose to go; but Magdalen first drew Mrs. Simpson aside to pay her the money which Jack had lent her, so that he was left near the door with Mary, who had only spoken once since he entered the room. Mr. Jack," she said in an undertone, I fear I have intruded on you; but I assure you I did not know who it was that we were coming to see." Else you would not have come." Only because I should have expected to be unwelcome." It does not matter. I am glad to see you, though I have no reason to be. How is Mr. Adrian?" Mr. Herbert. I beg his pardon. Mr. Herbert, of course." He is quite well, thank you." Jack rubbed his hands stealthily and looked at Mary, as though the recollection of Adrian tickled his sense of humor. As she tried to look coldly at him, he said, with a shade of pity in his tone, Ah, Miss Sutherland, it is one thing to be very fond of music: it is quite another to be able to compose." Is it?" said Mary, puzzled. He shook his head. You don't see the relevance of that," said he. Well, never mind." She looked at him uneasily, and hesitated. Then she said slowly, Mr. Jack, some people at Windsor, friends of mine, have been asking about you. I think, if you could come down once a week, I could get a music class together for you." No doubt," he said, his angry look returning. They will take lessons because you ask them to be charitable to your discarded tutor. Why did you discard him if you think him fit to teach your friends?" Not at all. The project was mentioned last season, before I knew you. It is simply that we wish to take lessons. If you do not get the class, somebody else will. It is very difficult to avoid offending you, Mr. Jack." Indeed! Why does the world torment me if it expects to find me gracious to it? And who are the worthy people that are burning to soar in the realms of song?" Well, to begin with, I should You! I would not give you lessons though your life depended on it. No, by heaven! At least," he continued, more placably, as she recoiled, evidently hurt, you shall have no lessons from me for money. I will teach you, if you wish to learn; but you shall not try to make amends for your old caprice of beggaring me by a new caprice to patronize me." Then of course I cannot take any lessons." I thought not. You will confer favors on your poor music maker; but you will not stoop to accept them from him. Your humble dog, Miss Sutherland." He made her a bow. You quite mistake me," said Mary, unable to control her vexation. Will you take the class or not?" Where will the class be? I could arrange to have it at our house, if " Never. I have crossed its threshold for the last time. So long as it is not there, I do not care where it is. Not less than one journey a week, and not less than a guinea clear profit for each journey. Those are my lowest terms. I will take as much more as I can get, but nothing less. Perhaps you are thinking better of getting the class for me." I never break my word, Mr. Jack." Ha! Don't you? I do. A fortnight ago I swore never to speak to you again. The same day I swore never to part with your friend's ring, except to herself. Well, here I am, speaking to you for no better reason than that you met me and offered to put some money in my way. And you stopped me in the act of pawning her ring, which I was going to do because I thought I would rather have a beefsteak. But you are adamant. You never change your mind. You have a soul above fate and necessity. Ha! ha!" Magdalen," said Mary, turning to her friend, who had been waiting for the end of this conversation, I think we had better go." Mary was crimson with suppressed resentment; and Magdalen, not displeased to see it, advanced to bid Jack farewell in her most attractive manner. He immediately put off his bantering air, and ceremoniously accompanied them downstairs to the door, where Magdalen, going out first, gave him her hand. Mary hesitated, and he wrinkled his brow as he looked at her. I will tell Miss Cairns to write to you about the class," she said. He listened to her with an attention which she thought derisive. Flushing with displeasure, she added, And as Miss Cairns has done nothing to incur your anger, I beg, Mr. Jack, that you will remember that she is a lady, and will expect to be treated with common civility." "Oho!" said Jack, delighted. "Have I been rude? Have I?" You have been excessively rude, Mr. Jack." She went out quickly, sending the words with an angry glance over her shoulder. He shut the door, and went upstairs to Mrs. Simpson's room, braying like a donkey. Well, Jezebel," he cried. Well, Polly. Well, Mrs. Quickly. How are you?" I never was so ashamed in my life, Mr. Jack. There were those young ladies only too anxious to do what they could for you, and you like a bear. No wonder you can't get on when you won't control yourself and have behavior." I am a bear, am I? You had better recollect that I am a hungry bear, and that if my dinner does not come up, you will get a hug that will break every bone in your stays. Don't forget the music paper. You have plenty of money now. £4 4 and a penny, eh?" You've no cause to fear. None of it will be stolen. Miss Madge thought you hadn't counted it. Little did she know you." She knew me better than you sordid hag. I counted my money that morning, £4 9 and 7 pence. I gave the railway clerk 10 shillings. He gave me 5 back. That left £4 4 and 7 pence. I arrived here with 6 pence in my pocket, and from that I knew that I gave her 4 4 and a penny. That reminds me that you sat there and let Miss Sutherland go away without making me ask her to send on my portmanteau, now that I have money to pay the carriage. You're very stupid." How could I tell whether you wanted me to mention it or not? I was thinking of it all the time. But " You were thinking of it all the time!" cried Jack, in a frenzy. And you never mentioned it. Here, go for my dinner. You would drive the most patient man living out of his senses." CHAPTER VI. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter VI of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter VI. When Mrs. Beatty had been a fortnight in the Isle of Wight with her brother's family, her husband came down from Windsor to see her. On the morning after his arrival they were together in the garden, he smoking, and she in a rocking chair near him with a newspaper in her hand. My dear," he said, after a preliminary cough. Yes, Richard," said she amiably, putting down the paper. I was saying last night that Clifton is leaving us." Oh, the bandmaster. Yes." Mrs. Beatty was not interested, and she took up the paper again. Mary was speaking to me about it this morning." Mrs. Beatty put down the paper decisively, and looked at her husband. She wants me to get that fellow, Charlie's tutor, into Clifton's place. I don't know whether he is fit for it." You don't know whether he is fit for it? Pray, Richard, did you allow Mary to think that we will countenance any further transactions between her and that man? I thought I would speak to you about it." She ought to be ashamed of herself. Don't listen to her on any account, Richard." Well, will you speak to her? It's not exactly a subject that I can take her to task about. And I really don't know exactly what to say to her when she comes at me. She always argues; and I hate argument." Then I suppose I must face her arguments. I will make short work of them too. Whenever there is anything pleasant to be said in the family, you are willing enough to take it out of my mouth. The unpleasant things are left to me. Then people say, 'Poor Colonel Beatty, he has such a disagreeable wife.' Oh, who says so?" It is not your fault if they do not say so." If the fellow comes into the regiment, he will soon be taught how to behave himself; though for all I have seen to the contrary, he can behave himself well enough. That is my difficulty in talking to Mary. If she has no fault to find with him, I am sure I have none." You are going to take his part against me. Colonel Beatty. It does not matter that he repeatedly insulted me — everybody does that; but I thought you might have had some little fault to find with a person who debauched your men and held drunken orgies in my brother's house." Well, Jane, if you come to that, you know very well that Charles was an incorrigible scamp long enough before Jack ever met him. As to bringing him to play at Beulah, Charles got 5 shillings for his trouble, and went as he might have gone to one of your dances. He spoke to me of Jack as a gentleman who had employed him, not as a comrade." To you, no doubt he did. Adrian Herbert heard how he spoke to Jack." Besides, Mary expressly says that she does not complain of that at all." And what does she complain of?" Colonel Beatty considered for a moment, and then answered, She does not complain of anything, as far as I can make out." Indeed! She dismissed him. You will at least not deny that." My dear, I am not denying anything." Then let nothing induce you to bring them together again. You ought to understand that much without any hint from me, knowing as you do what a strange girl she is." Why? Do you think there is anything between them?" I never said so. I know very well what I think." Colonel Beatty smoked a while in silence. Then, seeing Mary come from the house carrying a box of colors, he busied himself with his pipe and strolled away. What is the matter?" said Mary. Nothing that I am aware of," said Mrs. Beatty. Why?" You do not look happy; and Uncle Richard's shoulders have a resigned set, as if he had been blown up lately." Ha! Oh, you are a wonderful observer, Mary. Are you going out?" I am waiting for Adrian." Mary went round the garden in search of a flower. She was adorning her bosom with one, when Mrs. Beatty, who had been pretending to read, could contain herself no longer, and exclaimed, Now, Mary, it is of no use your asking Richard to get that man as a bandmaster. He shall not do it." So that is what was the matter," said Mary coolly. I mean what I say, Mary. He shall never show his face in Windsor again with my consent." He shows his face there once a week already, aunt. Miss Cairns writes to say that he has a singing class at their house, and 3 pianoforte pupils in the neighborhood." If I had known that," said Mrs. Beatty angrily, I should not have left Windsor. It is of a piece with the rest of his conduct. However, no matter. We shall see how long he will keep his pupils after I go back." Why, aunt? Would you take away his livelihood because you do not happen to like him personally?" I have nothing to do with his livelihood. I do not consider it proper for him to be at Windsor after being dismissed by Richard. There are plenty of other places for him to go to. I have quite made up my mind on the subject. If you attempt to dispute me, I shall be offended." I have made up my mind too. Whatever mischief you may do to Mr. Jack at Windsor will be imputed to me, aunt." I never said that I would do him any mischief." You said that you would drive him out of Windsor. As he lives by his teaching, I think that would be as great a mischief as it is in your power to do him." Well, I cannot help it. It is your fault." If I have helped to get him the pupils, and am begging you not to interfere with him, how is that my fault?" Ah, I thought you had something to do with it. And now let me tell you, Mary, that it is perfectly disgraceful the open way in which you hanker after Aunt! That common man! I wonder at a girl of your tastes and understanding having so little self respect as to let everybody see that your head has been turned by a creature without polish or appearance, not even a gentleman. And all this, too, while you are engaged to Adrian Herbert, his very opposite in every respect. I tell you, Mary, it's not proper. It's not decent. A tutor! If it were anybody else it would not matter so much, but oh, for shame, Mary, for shame! Aunt Jane!" Hush, for goodness' sake. Here he is." Who?" cried Mary, turning quickly. But it was only Adrian, equipped for sketching. Good morning," he said gaily, but with a thoughtful, polite gaiety. This is the very sky we want for that bit of the undercliff." We were just saying how late you were," said Mrs. Beatty graciously. He shook her hand and looked in some surprise at Mary, whose expression as she stood motionless puzzled him. Do you know what we were really saying when you interrupted us, Adrian?" Mary!" exclaimed Mrs. Beatty. Aunt Jane was telling me," continued Mary, not heeding her, that I was hankering after Mr. Jack, and that my conduct was not decent. Have you ever remarked anything indecent about my conduct, Adrian?" Herbert looked helplessly from her to her aunt in silence. Mrs. Beatty's confusion, culminating in a burst of tears, relieved him from answering. Do not listen to her," she said presently, striving to control herself. She is an ungrateful girl." I have quoted her exact words," said Mary, unmoved, and I am certainly not grateful for them. Come, Adrian: we had better lose no more time if we are to finish our sketches before luncheon." But we cannot leave Mrs. Beatty in this." Never mind me. I am ashamed of myself for giving way, Mr. Herbert. It was not your fault. I had rather not detain you." Adrian hesitated; but seeing that he had better go, he took up his bundle of easels and stools, and went out with Mary, who did not even look at her aunt. They had gone some distance before either spoke. Then he said, I hope Mrs. Beatty has not been worrying you, Mary." If she has, I do not think she will do it again without serious reflection. I have found that the way to deal with worldly people is to frighten them by repeating their scandalous whisperings aloud. Oh, I was very angry that time, Adrian." But what brought Jack on the carpet again? I thought we were rid of him and done with him." I heard that he was very badly off in London; and I asked Colonel Beatty to get him made bandmaster of the regiment in place of John Sebastian Clifton, the man you used to laugh at, who is going to America. Then Aunt Jane interfered and imputed motives to my intercession — such motives as she could appreciate herself." But how did you find out Jack's position in London?" From Madge Brailsford, who is taking lessons from him. Why? Are you jealous?" If you really mean that question, it will spoil my day's work — or rather my day's pleasure; for my work is all pleasure nowadays." No, of course I do not mean it. I beg your pardon." Will you make a new contract with me, Mary?" What is it?" Never to allude to that execrable musician again. I have remarked that his name alone suffices to breed discord everywhere." It is true," said Mary, laughing. I have quarrelled a little with Madge, a great deal with Aunt Jane, almost with you, and quite with Charlie about him." Then let us consider him from henceforth in the Index Expurgatorius. I swear never to mention him on a sketching excursion — never at all, in fact, unless on very urgent occasion, which is not likely to arise. Will you swear also?" I swear," said Mary, raising her hand. Lo giuro, as they say in the opera; but without prejudice to his bandmastership." As to that, I am afraid you have spoiled his chance with Colonel Aunt Jane." Yes," said Mary slowly. I forgot that. I was thinking only of my own outraged feelings when I took my revenge. And I had intended to coax her into seconding me in the matter." Herbert laughed. It is not at all a thing to be laughed at, Adrian, when you come to think of it. I used to fancy that I had set myself aside from the ordinary world to live a higher life than most of those about me. But I am beginning to find out that when I have to act, I do very much as they do. As I suppose they judge me by my actions and not by my inner life, no doubt they see me much as I see them. Perhaps they have an inner life too. If so, the only difference between us is that I have trained my eye to see more material for pictures in a landscape than they. They may even enjoy the landscape as much without knowing why." Do you know why?" I suppose not. I mean that I can point out those aspects of the landscape which please me, and they cannot; but that is not a moral difference. Art cannot take us out of the world." Not if we are worldly, Mary. But how can we help being worldly? I was born into the world. I have lived all my life in it. I have never seen or known a person or thing that did not belong to it. How can I be anything else than worldly?" Does the sun above us belong to it, Mary? Do the stars, the dreams that poets have left us, the realms that painters have shown us, the thoughts you and I interchange sometimes when nothing has occurred to disturb your faith — do these things belong to it?" I don't believe they belong exclusively to us two. If they did, I think we should be locked up as lunatics for perceiving them. Do you know, Adrian, lots of people whom we consider quite foreign to us spiritually are very romantic in their own way. Aunt Jane cries over novels which make me laugh. Your mother reads a good deal of history; and she likes pictures. I remember when she used to sing very nicely." Yes, she likes pictures, provided they are not too good." She says the same of you. And really, when she pats me on the shoulder in her wise way, and asks me when I will be tired of playing at what she calls transcendentalism, I hear, or fancy I hear, an echo of her thought in my own mind. I have been very happy in my art studies; and I don't think I shall ever find a way of life more tranquil and pleasant than they led me to. But for all that, I have a notion sometimes that it is a way of life which I am outgrowing. I am getting wickeder as I get older, very likely." You think so for the moment. If you leave your art, the world will beat you back to it. The world has not an ambition worth sharing, or a prize worth handling. Corrupt successes, disgraceful failures, or sheep like vegetation are all it has to offer. I prefer art, which gives me a sixth sense of beauty, with self-respect; perhaps also an immortal reputation in return for honest endeavor in a labor of love." Yes, Adrian: that used to suffice for me. Indeed, it does so still when I am in the right frame of mind. But other worlds are appearing vaguely on the horizon. Perhaps woman's art is of woman's life a thing apart: 'tis man's whole existence. Just as love is said to be the reverse, though it isn't." It does not scan that way," said Adrian, with an uneasy effort to be flippant. No," said Mary, laughing. This is the place." Yes," said Adrian, unstrapping the easels. You must paint off the fit of depression that is seizing you. The wind has gone round to the southwest. What an exquisite day!" It is a little oppressive, I think. I am just in the humor for a sharp evening breeze, with the sea broken up into slate color waves, and the yachts ripping them up in their hurry home. Thank you, I would rather have the stool that has no back. I will settle the rest myself. Adrian: do you think me ill tempered?" What a question to explode on me! Why?" No matter why. Answer my question." I think you always control yourself admirably." You mean when I am angry?" Yes. But, putting my self control out of the question, do you think I get angry often — too often — even though I do not let my anger get the better of me?" Not too often, certainly." But often?" Well, no. That is, not absolutely angry. I think you are quick to perceive and repel an attack, even when it is only thoughtlessly implied. But now we must drop introspection for the present, Mary. If our sketches are to be finished before luncheon, I must work hard; and so must you. No more conversation until 1:15." So be it," said Mary, taking her seat on the camp stool. They painted silently for 2 hours, interrupted occasionally by strollers who stopped to look on, much to Herbert's annoyance, and somewhat to Mary's gratification. Meanwhile the day grew warmer and warmer, and the birds and insects sang and shrilled incessantly. Finished," said Mary at last, putting down her palette. And not in the least like nature. I ventured a little Prussian blue in that corner of the sky, with disastrous results." I will look presently," said Herbert, without turning from his canvas. It will take at least another day to finish mine." You are too conscientious, Adrian. I feel sure your sketches have too much work in them." I have seen many pictures without enough work in them, never one with too much. I suppose I must stop now for the present. It is time to return." Yes," said Mary, packing her sketching furniture. Oh dear! As Falconbridge says, 'Now, by my life, the day grows wondrous hot.' Falconbridge, by the way, would have thought us a pair of fools. Nevertheless, I like him." I am sorry to hear it. Most women like men who are arrogant bullies. Let me see your sketch." It is not a masterpiece, as you may perceive." No. You are impatient, Mary, and draw with a stiff, heavy hand. Look before you into the haze. There is no such thing as an outline in the landscape." I cannot help it. I try to soften everything as much as possible; but it only makes the colors look sodden. It is all nonsense, my trying to paint. I shall give it up. Must I pay you compliments to keep up your courage? You are unusually diffident to day. You have done the cottage and the potato field better than I." Very likely. My touch suits potato fields. I think I had better make a speciality of them. Since I can paint neither sky nor sea nor golden grain, I shall devote myself to potato fields in wet weather." Herbert, glancing up at her as he stooped to shoulder his easel, did not answer. A little later, when they were on their way home, he said, Are you conscious of any change in yourself since you came down here, Mary?" No. What kind of change?" She had been striding along beside him, looking boldly ahead in her usual alert manner; but now she slackened her pace and turned her eyes uneasily downward. I have noticed a certain falling off in the steady seriousness that used to be your chief characteristic. You are becoming a little inconsiderate and even frivolous about things that you formerly treated with unvarying sympathy and reverence. This makes me anxious. Our engagement is likely to be such a long one that the least change in you alarms me. Mary: is it that you are getting tired of art, or only of me?" Oh, absurd! Nonsense, Adrian." There is nothing of your old seriousness in that answer, Mary." It is not so much a question as a reproach that you put to me. You should have more confidence in yourself; and then you would not fear my getting tired of you. As to art, I am not exactly getting tired of it. But I find that I cannot live on art alone; and I am beginning to doubt whether I might not spend my time better than in painting, at which I am sure I shall never do much good. If art were a game of pure skill, I should persevere; but it is like whist, chance and skill mixed. Nature may have given you her ace of trumps, genius; but she has not given me any trumps at all, not even court cards. If we all threw up our cards merely because we had not the ace of trumps in our hand, I fear there would be no more whist played in the world. But, to drop your metaphor, which I do not like, I can assure you that nature has been kinder to you than to me. I had to work harder and longer than you have worked before I could paint as well as you can." That sort of encouragement kept up my ardor for a long time, Adrian, but its power is exhausted now. In future I may sketch to amuse myself, and to keep mementoes of the places with which I have pleasant associations, but not to elevate my tastes and perfect my morals. Perhaps it is that change of intention which makes me frivolous, as you say I have suddenly become." And since when," said Herbert gravely, have you meditated this very important change?" I never meditated it at all. It came upon me unawares. I did not even know what it was until your question forced me to give an account of it. What an infidel I am! But tell me this, Adrian. If you suddenly found yourself a Turner, Titian, Michael Angelo, and Holbein all rolled into one, would you be a bit happier?" I cannot conceive how you can doubt it." I know you would paint better." Herbert winced. But it is not at all obvious to me that you would be happier. However, I am in a silly humor to day; for I can see nothing in a proper way. We had better talk about something else." The humor has lasted for some days already, Mary; and it must be talked about, and seriously too, if you have concluded, like my mother, that I am wasting my life in pursuit of a chimera. Has she been speaking to you about me?" Oh, Adrian, you are accusing me of treachery. You must not think, because I have lost faith in my own artistic destiny, that I have lost faith in yours also." I fear if you have lost your respect for art, you have lost your respect for me. If so, you know that you may consider yourself free as far as I am concerned. You must not hold yourself in bondage to a dreamer, as people consider me." I do not exactly understand. Are you offering me my liberty, or claiming your own?" I am offering you yours. I think you might have guessed that." I don't think I might. It is not pleasant to be invited to consider oneself free. If you really wish it, I shall consider myself so." The question is, do you wish it?" Excuse me, Adrian. The question is, do you wish it?" My feelings towards you are quite unchanged. And so are mine towards you." After this they walked for a little time in silence. Then Mary said, Adrian, do you remember our congratulating ourselves last June on our immunity from the lovers' quarrels which occur in the vulgar world? I think — perhaps it is due to my sudden secession from the worship of art — I think we made a sort of first attempt at one that time." Ha! Yes; but we failed, did we not, Mary?" Thanks to our inexperience, we did. But not very disgracefully. We shall succeed better the next time, most likely." Then I hope the next time will never come." I hope not." Here they reached the garden gate. You must come in and lunch with us, to save me from facing Aunt Jane alone after my revenge upon her this morning." Then they went in together, and found that Mrs. Herbert had called, and was at table with the Colonel and Mrs. Beatty. Are we late?" said Mary. Mrs. Beatty closed her lips and did not reply. The Colonel hastened to say that they had only just sat down. Mrs. Herbert promptly joined in the conversation; and the meal proceeded without Mrs. Beatty's determination not to speak to her niece becoming unpleasantly obvious, until Mary put on her eye glasses and said, looking at her aunt in her searching, myopic way, Aunt Jane, will you come with me to the 2:40 train to meet papa?" Mrs. Beatty maintained her silence for a few seconds. Then she reddened, and said sulkily, No, Mary, I will not. You can do without me very well." Adrian, will you come?" Unfortunately," said Mrs. Herbert, Adrian is bound to me for the afternoon. We are going to Portsmouth to pay a visit. It is time for us to go now," she added, looking at her watch and rising. During the leave taking which followed, Colonel Beatty got his hat, judging that he had better go out with the Herberts than stay between his wife and Mary in their present tempers. But Mrs. Beatty did not care to face her niece alone. When the guests were gone, she moved towards the door. Aunt," said Mary, don't go yet. I want to speak to you." Mrs. Beatty did not turn. Very well," said Mary. But remember, aunt, if there is to be a quarrel, it will not be of my making." Mrs. Beatty hesitated, and said, As soon as you express your sorrow for your conduct this morning, I will speak to you." I am very sorry for what passed." Mary looked at her aunt as she spoke, not contritely. Mrs. Beatty, dissatisfied, held the door handle for a moment longer, then slowly came back and sat down. I am sure you ought to be," she said. I am sure you ought to be," said Mary. What!" cried Mrs. Beatty, about to rise again. You should have taken what I said as an apology and let well alone," said Mary. I am sorry that I resented your accusation this morning in a way that might have made mischief between me and Adrian. But you had no right to say what you did; and I had every right to be angry with you." You have a right to be angry with me? Do you know who I am, miss?" Aunt, if you are going to call me Miss, we had better stop talking altogether." Mrs. Beatty saw extreme vexation in her niece's expression, and even a tear in her eye. She resolved to assert her authority. Mary," she said, do you wish to provoke me into sending you to your room?" Mary rose. Aunt Jane," she said, if you don't choose to treat me with due respect as you have to treat other women, we must live apart. If you cannot understand my feelings, at least you know my age and position. This is the second time you have insulted me to day." She went to the door, looking indignantly at her aunt as she passed. The look was returned by one of alarm, as though Mrs. Beatty were going to cry again. Mary, seeing this, restrained her anger with an effort as she reached the threshold; stood still for a moment, and then came back to the table. I am a fool to lose my temper with you, aunt," she said, dropping into the rocking chair with an air of resolute good humor which became her less than her anger. But really you are very aggravating. Now don't make dignified speeches to me. It makes me feel like a housemaid; and I am sure it makes you feel like a cook." Mrs. Beatty colored. In temper and figure she was sufficiently like the cook of caricature to make the allusion disagreeable to her. I always feel ridiculous and remorseful after a quarrel," continued Mary, whether I am in the right or not, if there be any right in a quarrel." You are a very strange girl," said Mrs. Beatty ruefully. When I was your age I would not have dared to speak to my elders as you speak to me." When you were young," responded Mary, the world was in a state of barbarism; and young people used to spoil the old people, just as you fancy the old spoil the young nowadays. Besides, you are not so very much my elder after all. I can remember quite well when you were married." That may be," said Mrs. Beatty gravely. It is not so much my age, perhaps; but you should remember, Mary, that I am related to your father." So am I." Don't be ridiculous, child. Ah, what a pity it is that you have no mother, Mary. It is a greater loss to you than you think." It is time to go to meet papa," said Mary, rising. I hope Uncle Richard will be at the station." Why? What do you want with your Uncle Richard?" Only to tell him that we are on good terms again, and that he may regard Mr. Jack as his future bandmaster." She hurried away as she spoke, and Mrs. Beatty's protest was wasted on the old fashioned sideboard. CHAPTER VII. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER VII. Miss Cairns, of whom Mary Sutherland had spoken to her aunt, was an unmarried lady of 34. She had read much for the purpose of remembering it at examinations, had taken the degree of Bachelor of Science, had written 2 articles on Woman Suffrage, and one on the higher education of women, for a Radical review, and was an earnest contender for the right of her sex to share in all public functions. Having in her student days resolved not to marry, she had kept her resolution, and endeavoured to persuade other girls to follow her example, which a few, who could not help themselves, did. But as she approached her 40th year, and found herself tiring of books, lectures, university examinations of women, and second hand ideas and sensations in general, she ceased to dissuade her friends from marrying, and even addicted herself, with some zest, to advising and gossiping on the subject of their love affairs. With Mary Sutherland, who had been her pupil and was one of her most intimate friends, she frequently corresponded on the subject of art, for which she had a vast reverence, based on extensive reading and entire practical ignorance of the subject. She knew Adrian, and had gained Mary's gratitude by pronouncing him a great artist, though she had not seen his works. In person she was a slight, plain woman, with small features, soft brown hair, and a pleasant expression. Much sedentary plodding had accustomed her to delicate health, but had not soured her temper or dulled her habitual cheerfulness. Early in September she wrote to Mary Sutherland: Newton Villa, Windsor, 4th September. Dearest Mary, many thanks for your pleasant letter, which makes me long to be at the seaside. I am sorry to hear that you are losing interest in your painting. Tell Mr. Herbert that I am surprised at his not keeping you up to your work better. When you come back you shall have a good lecture from me on the subject of lukewarm endeavor and laziness generally. However, if you are really going to study music instead, I excuse you. You will not be pleased to hear that the singing class is broken up. Mr. Jack, unstable as dynamite, exploded yesterday, and scattered our poor choir in dismay to their homes. It happened in this way. There was a garden party at Mrs. Griffiths, to which all the girls were invited, and accordingly they appeared at class in gay attire, and were rather talkative and inattentive. Mr. Jack arrived punctually, looking black as thunder. He would not even acknowledge my greeting. Just before he came in, Louisa White had been strumming over a new set of quadrilles, and she unfortunately left the music on the desk of the pianoforte. Mr. Jack, without saying a word to us, sat down on the music stool, and of course saw poor Louisa's quadrilles, which he snatched, tore across, and threw on the floor. There was a dead silence, and Louisa looked at me, expecting me to interfere, but, I confess it, I was afraid to. Even you, audacious as you are, would have hesitated to provoke him. We sat looking at him ruefully whilst he played some chords, which he did as if he hated the piano. Then he said in a weary voice, "Go on, go on." I asked him what we should go on with. He looked savagely at me and said, "Anything. Don't—" He said the rest to himself, but I think he meant, "Don't sit there staring like a fool." I distributed some music in a hurry, and put a copy before him. He was considerate enough not to tear that, but he took it off the desk and put it aside. Then we began, he playing the accompaniment without book. Some of the girls were frightened, others indignant, and the rest whispering and laughing; and on the whole we did not acquit ourselves at all well. He heard us to the end, and told us to begin again. We began again and again and again, he listening with brooding desperation, like a man suffering from neuralgia. His silence alarmed me more than anything, for he usually shouts at us, and if we sing a wrong note, sings the right one in a tremendous voice. This went on for about 25 minutes, during which, I must confess, we got worse and worse. At last Mr. Jack rose, gave one terrible look at us, and buttoned his coat. The eyes of all were upon me, as if I could do anything. "Are you going, Mr. Jack?" No answer. "We shall see you on Friday as usual, I suppose, Mr. Jack?" "Never! Never again, by heaven!" With this reply, made in a tortured voice with intense fervour, he walked out. Then arose a babel of invective against Mr. Jack, with infinite contradiction and some vehement defence of him. Louisa White, torn quadrille in hand, began it by declaring that his conduct was disgraceful. "No wonder," cried Jane Lawrence, with Hetty Graham laughing openly at him from the ottoman. "It was at the singing I laughed," said Hetty indignantly. It was enough to make any one laugh. After this everybody spoke at once; but at last each agreed that all the rest had behaved very badly, and that Mr. Jack had been scandalously treated. I thought, and I still think, that Mr. Jack has to thank his own ill temper for the bad singing, and I will take care that he shall not have a second chance of being rude to me. I know by experience that it is a mistake to allow professors to trample on unprotected females, but of course I did not say so to the girls, as I do not wish to spoil his very unexpected popularity with them. He is a true male tyrant, and like all idle women they love tyrants, for which treachery to their working sisters they ought to be whipped and sent to bed. He is now, forsooth, to be begged to show grace to his repentant handmaids, and to come down as usual on Friday, magnanimously overlooking his own bad behaviour of yesterday. Can you manage to bring this about? You know him better than any of us, and we regard you as the proprietress of the class. Your notion that Mr. Jack objects to your joining it when you return to Windsor is a piece of your crotchety nonsense. I asked him whether he expected you to do so, and he said he hoped so. That was not yesterday, of course, but at the previous lesson, when he was in unusually good spirits. So please try and induce his Royal Highness to come back to us. If you do not, I shall have to write myself, and then all will be lost, for I will encourage no living man to trample on my sex, even when they deserve it. And if I must write, Senior Jack shall have a glimpse of my mind. Please let me know soon what you can do for us. The girls are impatient to know the issue, and they keep calling and bothering me with questions. I will send you all the local news in my next letter, as it is too near post hour to add anything to this. Yours, dearest Mary, most affectionately, Letitia Cairns. Mary, forthwith, in a glow of anger, wrote and dispatched the following to Church Street, Kensington: Bonchurch, 5th September. Dear Mr. Jack, I have been very greatly surprised and pained by hearing from my friend Miss Cairns that you have abruptly thrown up the class she was kind enough to form for you at Windsor. I have no right to express any opinion upon your determination not to teach her friends any more; but as I introduce you to her, I cannot but feel that I have been the means of exposing her to an affront which has evidently wounded her deeply. However, Miss Cairns, far from making any complaint, is anxious that you should continue your lessons, as it is the general desire of the class that you should do so. Yours sincerely, Mary Sutherland. Early next afternoon Miss Cairns was alone in her drawing room, preparing a lecture for a mutual improvement society which she had founded in Windsor. A servant came in. "Please, Miss Tisha, can you see Mr. Jack?" Miss Cairns laid down her pen and gazed at the woman. "Mr. Jack? It is not his usual day." "No, miss, but it's him. I said you was busy, and he asked whether you told him to tell him so. I think he's in a worse temper than last day." "You had better bring him up," said Miss Cairns, touching her hair to test its neatness, and covering up her manuscript. Jack came in hurriedly, and cut short her salutation by exclaiming in an agitated manner, "Miss Cairns, I received a letter, an infamous letter. It says that you accuse me of having affronted you, and given up my class here, and other monstrous things. I have come to ask you whether you really said anything of the sort, and if so, from whom you have heard these slanders." "I certainly never told anyone that you affronted me," said Miss Cairns, turning pale. "I may have said that you gave up the class, rather abruptly, but—" "But who told you that I had given up the class? Why did you believe it before you had given me an opportunity of denying, of repudiating it? You do not know me, Miss Cairns. I have an unfortunate manner sometimes because I am, in a worldly sense, an unfortunate man, though in my real life, heaven knows, a most happy and fortunate one. But I would cut off my right hand sooner than insult you. I am incapable of ingratitude, and I have the truest esteem and regard for you, not only because you have been kind to me, but because I appreciate the noble qualities which raise you above your sex. So far from neglecting or wishing to abandon your friends, I have taken special pains with them, and shall always do so on your account, in spite of their magpie frivolity. You have seen for yourself my efforts to make them sing; but it is the accusation of rudeness to you personally that I am determined to refute. Who is the author of it?" "I assure you," said Miss Cairns, blushing, "that you did not offend me; and whoever told you I complained of your doing so must have misunderstood me. But as to your giving up the class—" "Aye, aye, somebody must have told you that." "You told me that yourself, Mr. Jack." He looked quickly at her, taken aback. Then he frowned obstinately, and began walking to and fro. "Ridiculous!" he said impatiently. "You have made a mistake." "But how could I possibly have said it when the idea never entered my head?" "All I can say is," said Miss Cairns firmly, being somewhat roused, "that when I asked you whether you were coming again, you answered most emphatically, 'Never.'" Jack stood still and considered a moment. "No, no," he said, recommencing his walk, "I said nothing of the kind." She made no comment, but looked timidly at him, and drummed on the writing desk with her finger. "At least," he said, stopping again, "I may have said so thoughtlessly, as a mere passing remark. I meant nothing by it. I was a little put out by the infernal manner in which the class behaved. Perhaps you did not perceive my annoyance, and so took whatever I said too seriously." Yes, I think that must have been it," said Miss Cairns slyly. However, since it was all a mistake of mine, I suppose you will continue our lessons as if nothing had happened." Of course. Certainly. Nothing has happened." I am so sorry that you should have had the trouble of coming all the way from London. It is too bad." Well, well, it is not your fault, Miss Cairns. It cannot be helped." May I ask from whom did you hear of my mistake?" From whom? From Miss Sutherland, of course. There is no one else living under heaven who would have the heart to write such venom." Miss Sutherland is a dear friend of mine, Mr. Jack." She is no friend of mine. Though I lived in her house for months, I never gave her the least cause of enmity against me. Yet she has never lost an opportunity of stabbing at me." You are mistaken, Mr. Jack. Won't you sit down? I beg your pardon for not asking you before. Miss Sutherland has not the least enmity to you." Read that," said Jack, producing the letter. Miss Cairns read it, and felt ashamed of it. I cannot imagine what made Mary write that," she said. I am sure my letter contained nothing that could justify her remark about me." Sheer cruelty, want of consideration for others, natural love of inflicting pain. She has an overbearing disposition. Nothing is more hateful than an overbearing disposition." You do not understand her, Mr. Jack. She is only hasty. You will find that she wrote on the spur of the moment, fancying that I was annoyed. Pray think no more of it." It does not matter. Miss Cairns, I will not meet her again; and I request you never to mention her name in my presence." But she is going, I hope, to join the class on her return from Bonchurch." The day she enters it, I leave it. I am in earnest. You may move heaven and earth more easily than me on this point." Really, Mr. Jack, you are a little severe. Do not be offended if I say that you might find in your own impatience some excuse for hers." Jack recoiled. My impatience!" he repeated slowly. I, who have hardened myself into a stone statue of dogged patience, impatient!" He glared at her, ground his teeth, and continued vehemently, Here am I, a master of my profession — no easy one to master — rotting, and likely to continue rotting unheard in the midst of a pack of shallow panders, who make a hotch potch of what they can steal from better men, and share the spoil with the corrupt performers who thrust it upon the public for them. Either this, or the accursed drudgery of teaching, or grinding an organ at the pleasure of some canting villain of a parson, or death by starvation, is the lot of a musician in this country. I have, in spite of this, never composed one page of music bad enough for publication or performance. I have drudged with pupils when I could get them, starved in a garret when I could not, endured to have my work returned to me unopened or declared inexecutable by shopkeepers and lazy conductors, written new ones without any hope of getting even a hearing for them, dragged myself by excess of this fruitless labor out of horrible fits of despair that come out of my own nature, and throughout it all have neither complained nor prostituted myself to write shopware. I have listened to complacent assurances that publishers and concert givers are only too anxious to get good original work, that it is in their own interest to do so, as if the dogs would know original work if they saw it, or rather as if they would not instinctively turn away from anything good and genuine. All this I have borne without suffering from it, without the humiliation of finding it able to give me one moment of disappointment or resentment. And now you tell me that I have no patience because I have no disposition to humor the caprices of idle young ladies. I am accustomed to hear such things from fools, or I was when I had friends, but I expected more sense from you." Miss Cairns struggled with this speech in vain. All but the bare narrative in it seemed confused and inconsequent to her. I did not know," she said, looking perplexedly at him. It never occurred to me that — at least " She stopped, unable to arrange her ideas. Then she exclaimed, And do you really love music, Mr. Jack?" What do you mean?" said he sternly. I thought you did not care for anything. I always felt that you knew your business — we all felt so too — but we never thought that you had any enthusiasm. Do not be angry with me for telling you so, for I am very glad to find that I was wrong." Jack's features relaxed. He rose and took another turn across the room, chuckling. I am not fond of teaching," he said, but I must live. And so you all thought that an ugly man could not be a composer. Or was it because I don't admire the drawling which you all flatter yourselves is singing, eh? I am not like the portraits of Mozart, Miss Cairns. I'm sure we never thought of that, only somehow we agreed that you were the very last person in the world to Ha! 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 Just so. I do not look like a writer of serenades. However, you were right about the enthusiasm. I am no enthusiast. I leave that to the ladies. Did you ever hear of an enthusiastically honest man, or an enthusiastic shoemaker? Never. And you are not likely to hear of an enthusiastic composer, at least not after he is dead. No." He chuckled again, but seemed suddenly to recollect himself, for he added stiffly, I beg your pardon. I am detaining you." Not in the least," said Miss Cairns, so earnestly that she blushed afterwards. If you are not engaged, I wish you would stay for a few minutes and do me a great favor." Certainly, most certainly," he said. Then he added suspiciously, What is it?" Only to play something for me before you go, if you don't mind." Her tone expressed that intense curiosity to witness a musical performance which is so common among unmusical people whose interest in the art has been roused by reading. Jack understood it quite well, but he seemed disposed to humor her. You want to see the figure work," he said good humoredly. Very well. What shall it be?" Miss Cairns, ignorant of music, but unaccustomed to appear ignorant of anything, was at a loss. Something classical then," she ventured. Do you know Thalberg's piece called Moses in Egypt? I believe that is very fine; but it is also very difficult, is it not?" He started, and looked at her with such an extraordinary grin that she almost began to mistrust him. Then he said, apparently to himself, Candor, Jack, candor. You once thought so perhaps yourself." He twisted his fingers until their joints crackled, shook his shoulders, and gnashed his teeth once or twice at the keyboard. Then he improvised a set of variations on the prayer from Moses which served Miss Cairns' turn quite as well as if they had been note for note Thalberg's. She listened, deeply impressed, and was rather jarred when he suddenly stopped and rose, saying, Well, well, enough tomfoolery, Miss Cairns." Not at all," she said. I have enjoyed it greatly. Thank you very much." By the bye," he said abruptly, I am not to be asked to play for your acquaintances. Don't go and talk about me. The mechanical toy will not perform for anyone else." But is not that a pity, when you can give such pleasure?" Whenever I am in the humor to play, I play, sometimes without being asked. But I am not always in the humor, whereas people are always ready to pretend that they like listening to me, particularly those who are as deaf to music as they are to everything else that is good. And one word more, Miss Cairns. If your friends think me a mere schoolmaster, let them continue to think so. I live alone, and I sometimes talk more about myself than I intend. I did so to day. Don't repeat what I said." Certainly not, since you do not wish me to." Jack looked into his hat, considered a moment, then made her a bow, a ceremony which he always performed with solemnity, and went away. Miss Cairns sat down by herself and forgot all about her lecture. More accustomed to store her memory than to exercise her imagination, she had a sensation of novelty in reflecting on the glimpse that she had got of Jack's private life, and the possibilities which it suggested. Her mother came in presently to inquire concerning the visitor, but Miss Cairns merely told who he was, and mentioned carelessly that the class was to go on as before. Mrs. Cairns, who disapproved of Jack, said she was sorry to hear it. Her daughter, desiring to give utterance to her thoughts, and not caring to confide in her mother, recollected that she had to write to Mary. This second letter ran thus: Newton Villa, Windsor, 6 December. Dearest Mary, I am going to give you a severe scolding for what you have done about Mr. Jack. He has just been here with your wicked letter, furious, and evidently not remembering a bit what he said last day. All is settled about the class, which he positively denies having given up. But he is very angry with you, not without reason, I think. Why will you be so pugnacious? I tried to make your peace, but for the present at least he is implacable. He is a very strange man. I think he is very clever; but I do not understand him, though I have passed my life among professors and clever people of all sorts, and fancied I had exhausted the species. My logic and mathematics are of no avail when I try to grapple with Mr. Jack. He belongs, I think, to those regions of art which you have often urged me to explore, but of which, unhappily, I know hardly anything. I got him into a good humor after a great deal of trouble, and actually asked him to play for me. And he did, most magnificently. You must never let him know that I told you this, as he made me promise not to tell anyone; and I am sure he is a terrible person to betray. His real character, so far as I can make it out, is quite different to what we all supposed. I must break off here to go to dinner. I have no doubt he will relent towards you after a time. His wrath does not endure for ever. Ever your affectionate Letitia Cairns. Miss Cairns had no sooner sent this to the post than she began to doubt whether it would not have been better to have burnt it. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 8. The autumn passed, and the obscure days of the London winter set in. Adrian Herbert sat daily at work in his studio, painting a companion picture to the Lady of Shalott, and taking less exercise than was good either for himself or his work. His betrothed was at Windsor, studying Greek with Miss Cairns, and music with Jack. She had carried her point with Mrs. Beatty as to the band mastership, and Jack had been invited to apply for it. But he, on learning that a large part of his duty would be to provide the officers of the regiment with agreeable music whilst they dined, had unexpectedly repudiated the offer in an intemperate letter to the Adjutant, stating that he had refused as an organist to be subject to the ministers of religion, and that he should refuse as a conductor to be the hireling of professional homicides. Miss Cairns, when she heard of this, in the heat of her disappointment, reproached him for needlessly making an enemy of the Colonel, embittering the dislike of Miss Beatty, and exposing Mary to their resentment. Jack thereupon left Newton Villa in anger; but Miss Cairns learned next day that he had written a letter of thanks to the Colonel, in which he mentioned that the recent correspondence with the Adjutant had unfortunately turned on the dignity of the musical profession, and begged that it might be disassociated entirely from the personal feeling to which he now sought to give expression. To Miss Cairns herself he also wrote briefly to say that it had occurred to him that Miss Sutherland might be willing to join the singing class, and that he hoped she would be asked to do so. Over this double concession Miss Cairns exulted; but Mary, humiliated by the failure of her effort to befriend him, would not join, and resisted all persuasion until Jack, meeting her one day in the street, stopped her, inquired after Charlie, and finally asked her to come to one of the class meetings. Glad to have this excuse for relenting, she not only entered the class, but requested him to assist her in the study of harmony, which she had recently begun to teach herself from a treatise. As it proved, however, he confused rather than assisted her; for though an adept in the use of chords, he could make no intelligible attempt to name or classify them, and her exercises, composed according to the instructions given in the treatise, exasperated him beyond measure. Meanwhile, Magdalen Brailsford, with many impatient sighs, was learning to speak the English language with purity and distinctness, and beginning to look on certain pronunciations, for which she had ignorantly ridiculed famous actors, as enviable conditions of their superiority to herself. She did not enjoy her studies, for Jack was very exacting, and the romantic aspect of their first meeting at Paddington was soon forgotten in the dread he inspired as a master. She left Church Street after her first lesson in a state of exhaustion; and, long after she had become accustomed to endure his criticism for an hour without fatigue, she often could hardly restrain her tears when he emphasized her defects by angrily mimicking them, which was the most unpleasant but not the least effective part of his system of teaching. He was particular even in his cheerful moods, and all but violent in his angry ones; but he was indefatigable, and spared himself no trouble in forcing her to persevere in overcoming the slovenly habits of colloquial speech. The further she progressed, the less she could satisfy him. His ear was far more acute than hers, and he demanded from her beauties of tone of which she had no conception, and refinements of utterance which she could not distinguish. He repeated sounds which he declared were as distinct as day from night, and raged at her because she could hear no difference between them.
He insisted that she was grinding her voice to pieces when she was hardly daring to make it audible. Often, when she was longing for the expiry of the hour to release her, he kept her until Mrs. Simpson, who was always present, could bear it no longer, and interfered in spite of the frantic abuse to which a word from her during the lesson invariably provoked him. Magdalen would have given up her project altogether for the sake of escaping the burden of his tuition, but for her fear of the contempt she knew he would feel for her if she proved recreant. So she toiled on without a word of encouragement or approval from him, and he grimly and doggedly kept her at it, until one day near Christmas she came to Church Street earlier than usual, and had a long conference with Mrs. Simpson before he was informed of her presence. When he came down from his garret, she screwed her courage up to desperation point, and informed him that she had obtained an engagement for a small part in the opening of a pantomime at Nottingham. Instead of exploding fiercely, he stared a little, rubbed his head perplexedly, and then said, "Well, well, you must begin somehow, the sooner the better. You will have to do poor work in poor company for some time perhaps. But you must believe in yourself, and not flinch from the drudgery of the first year or two. Keep the fire always alight on the altar, and every place you go into will become a temple. Don't be mean. No grabbing at money or opportunities or effects. You can speak already better than 99 out of 100 of them, remember that. If you ever want to do as they do, then your ear will be going wrong, and that will be a sign that your soul is going wrong too. Do you believe me, eh?" "Yes," said Madge, dutifully. He looked at her very suspiciously, and uttered a sort of growl, adding, "If you get hissed occasionally, it will do you good, although you are more likely to get applauded and spoilt. Don't forget what I have taught you. You will see the use of it when you have begun to understand your profession." Magdalen protested that she should never forget, and tried to express her gratitude for the trouble he had taken with her. She begged that he would not reveal her destination to any one, as it was necessary for her to evade her family a second time in order to fulfil her engagement. He replied that her private arrangements were no business of his, advising her at the same time to reflect before she quitted a luxurious home for a precarious and vagabond career, and recommending Mrs. Simpson to her as an old hag whose assistance would be useful in any business that required secrecy and lying. "If you want my help," he added, "you can come and ask for it." "She can come and pay for it, and no thanks to you," said Mrs. Simpson, goaded beyond endurance. Jack turned on her, purple and glaring. Madge threw herself between them. Then he suddenly walked out; and as they stood there trembling and looking at one another in silence, they heard him go upstairs to his garret. "Oh, Polly, how could you?" said Madge at last, almost in a whisper. "I wonder what he's gone for," said Mrs. Simpson. "There's nothing upstairs that he can do any harm with. I didn't mean anything." He came down presently with an old wash leather purse in his hand. "Here," he said to Madge. They knew perfectly well, without further explanation, that it was the money she had paid him for her lessons. "Mr. Jack," she stammered, "I cannot." "Come, take it," he said. "She is right. The people at Windsor pay for my wants. I have no need to be supported twice over. Has she charged you anything for the room?" "No," said Madge. "Then the more shame for me to charge you for your lessons," said Jack. "I shall know better another time. Here, take the money, and let us think no more about it. Good bye. I think I can work a little now, if I set about it at once." He gave her the purse, which she did not dare refuse, shook her hand with both his, and went out hurriedly but humbly. 3 days after this, Adrian Herbert was disturbed at his easel by Mr. Brailsford, who entered the studio in an extraordinarily excited condition. "Mr. Brailsford, I am very glad to What is the matter?" "Do you know anything of Magdalen? She is missing again." Herbert assumed an air of concern. "Herbert, I appeal to you. If she has confided her plans to you, not to ruin her by a misplaced respect for her foolish secrets." "I assure you I am as much surprised as you. Why should you suppose that I am in her confidence?" "You were much in her company during your recent visits to us; and you are the sort of a man a young girl would confide any crazy project to. You and she have talked together a good deal." "Well, we have had 2 conversations within the last 6 weeks, both of which came about by accident. We were speaking of my affairs only. You know Miss Sutherland is a friend of hers. She is our leading topic." This is very disappointing, Herbert. Confoundedly so." It is unfortunate; and I am sorry I know nothing." Yes, yes. I knew you were not likely to. It was mere clutching at a straw. Herbert, when I get that girl back, I'll lock her up, and not let her out of her room until she leaves it to be married." When did she go?" Last night. We did not miss her until this morning. She has gone to disgrace herself a second time at some blackguard country theatre or other. And yet she has always been treated with the greatest indulgence at home. She is not like other girls, who do not know the value of a comfortable home. In the days when I fought the world as a man of letters, she had opportunities of learning the value of money." Mr. Brailsford, as he spoke, moved about constantly, pulled at his collar as if it were a stock which needed to be straightened, and fidgeted with his gloves. I am powerless," he added. I cannot obtain the slightest clue. There is nothing for it but to sit down and let my child go." Are you aware," said Herbert thoughtfully, that she has been taking lessons in acting from a professor of music during the last few months?" No, sir. I certainly am not aware of it," said Brailsford fiercely. I beg your pardon, my dear Herbert; but she is a damned ungrateful girl; and her loss is a great trouble to me. I did not know; and she could not have done it if her mother had looked after her properly." It is certainly the case. I was very much surprised myself when Miss Sutherland told me of it, especially as I happened to have some knowledge of the person whom Miss Brailsford employed." Perhaps he knows. Who is he, and where is he to be found?" His name is an odd one. Jack." Jack. I have heard that name somewhere. Jack. My memory is a wreck. But we are losing time. You know his address, I hope." I believe I have it here among some old letters. Excuse me whilst I search." Herbert went into the anteroom. Mr. Brailsford continued his nervous movements, bit his nails, and made a dab at the picture with his glove, smudging it. The discovery that he had wantonly done mischief sobered him a little; and presently Adrian returned with one of Jack's letters. Church Street, Kensington," he said. Will you go there?" Instantly, Herbert, instantly. Will you come?" If you wish," said Adrian, hesitating. Certainly. You must come. This is some low villain who has pocketed the child's money, and persuaded her that she is a Mrs. Siddons. I had lessons myself long ago from the great Young, who thought highly of me, though not more so than I did of him. Perhaps I am dragging you away from your work, my dear fellow." It is too dark to work much to day. In any case, the matter is too serious to be sacrificed to my routine." Quarter of an hour later, Mrs. Simpson's maid knocked at the door of Jack's garret, and informed him that two gentlemen were waiting in the drawing room to see him. What are they like?" said Jack. Are you sure they want me?" Certain sure," said the girl. One of 'em's a nice young gentleman with a flaxy beard; and the other is his father, I think. Ain't he a dapper old toff, too?" Give me my boots, and tell them I shall be down presently." The maid then appeared to Mr. Brailsford and Adrian, saying, Mr. Jacks'll be down in a minute, and vanished. Soon after, Jack came in. In an instant Mr. Brailsford's eyes lit up as if he saw through the whole plot, and he rose threateningly. Jack bade good morning ceremoniously to Herbert, who was observing with alarm the movements of his companion. You know me, I think, sir," said Mr. Brailsford, threateningly. I remember you very well," replied Jack grimly. Be pleased to sit down." Herbert hastily offered Mr. Brailsford a chair, pushing it against his calves, just in time to interrupt an angry speech at the beginning. The three sat down. We have called on you, Mr. Jack," said Adrian, in the hope that you can throw some light on a matter which is a source of great anxiety to Mr. Brailsford. Miss Brailsford has disappeared." What!" cried Jack. Run away again? Ha! ha! I expected as much." Pray be calm," said Herbert, as Mr. Brailsford made a frantic gesture. Allow me to speak. Mr. Jack: I believe you have lately been in communication with the young lady." I have been teaching her for the last 4 months, if that is what you mean." Pray understand that we attach no blame to you in the matter. We merely wished to ascertain the whereabouts of Miss Brailsford; and we thought you might be able to assist us. If so, I feel sure you will not hesitate to give this gentleman all the information in your power." You may reassure yourself," said Jack. She has got an engagement at some theatre, and has gone to fulfil it. She told me so a few days ago when she came to break off her lessons." We particularly wish to find out where she has gone to," said Herbert slowly. You must find that out as best you can," said Jack, looking attentively at him. She mentioned the place to me; but she asked me not to repeat it; and it is not my business to do so." Herbert," cried Mr. Brailsford. Herbert!" Pray," remonstrated Adrian. Just allow me one word." Herbert," persisted the other, this is the fellow of whom I told you as we came along in the cab. He is her accomplice. You know you are," he continued, turning to Jack, and raising his voice. Do you still deny that you are her agent?" Jack stared at him imperturbably. It is a conspiracy," said Mr. Brailsford. It has been a conspiracy from the first; and you are the prime mover in it. You shall not bully me, sir. I will make you speak." There, there," said Jack. Take him away, Mr. Herbert." Adrian stepped hastily between them, fearing that his companion would proceed to violence. Before another word could be spoken, the door was opened by Mrs. Simpson, who started and stopped short when she saw visitors in the room. I beg pardon. Why, it's Mr. Brailsford," she added, reddening. I hope to see you well, sir," she continued, advancing with a propitiatory air. I am honored by having you in my house." Indeed!" said the old gentleman, with a look which made her tremble. So it is you who introduced Miss Magdalen to this man. Herbert, my dear boy, the thing is transparent. This woman is an old retainer of ours. It was her sister who took Madge away before. I told you it was all a conspiracy." Lord bless us!" exclaimed Mrs. Simpson. I hope nothing ain't happened to Miss Magdalen." If anything has, you shall be held responsible for it. Where has she gone?" Oh, don't go to tell me that my sweet Miss Magdalen has gone away again, sir." You hear how they contradict one another, Herbert?" Mrs. Simpson looked mistrustfully at Jack, who was grinning at her with cynical admiration. I don't know what Mr. Jack may have put into your head about me, sir," she said cautiously; but I assure you I know nothing of poor Miss Magdalen's doings. I haven't seen her this past month." You understand, of course," remarked Jack, that that is not true. Mrs. Simpson has always been present at your daughter's lessons. She knows perfectly well that Miss Brailsford has gone to play at some theatre. She heard it in " I wish you'd mind your own business, Mr. Jack," said the landlady sharply. When lies are needed to serve Miss Brailsford, you can speak," retorted Jack. Until then, hold your tongue." It is clear to me, Mr. Herbert, that you want this unfortunate young lady's address for the purpose of attempting to drag her back from an honorable profession to a foolish and useless existence which she hates. Therefore I shall give you no information. If she is unhappy or unsuccessful in her new career, she will return of her own accord." I fear," said Herbert, embarrassed by the presence of Mrs. Simpson, that we can do no good by remaining here." You are right," said Mr. Brailsford. I decline to address myself further to either of you. Other steps shall be taken. And you shall repent the part you have played on this occasion, Mrs. Simpson. As for you, sir, I can only say I trust this will prove our last meeting." I shan't repent nothink," said Mrs. Simpson. Why shouldn't I assist the pretty " Come," said Jack, interrupting her. We have said enough. Good evening, Mr. Herbert." Adrian colored and moved towards the door. You shall be welcome whenever you wish to see me," added Jack. But at present you had better take this gentleman away." Herbert bowed slightly and went out, annoyed by the abrupt dismissal, and even more by the attempt to soften it. Mr. Brailsford walked stiffly after him, staring indignantly at Mrs. Simpson and her lodger. Provoked to mirth by this demonstration, Jack, who had hitherto behaved with dignity, rubbed his nose with the palm of his hand and grinned hideously through his fingers at his visitor. As I told you before," said Mr. Brailsford, turning as he reached the threshold, you are a vile kidnapper; and I will see that your trade is exposed and put a stop to." As I told you before," said Jack, removing his hand from his nose, you are an old fool; and I wish you good afternoon." Sh! Sh! said Mrs. Simpson, as Mr. Brailsford, with a menacing wave of his glove, disappeared. You didn't ought to speak like that to an old gentleman, Mr. Jack." His age gives him no right to be ill tempered and abusive to me," said Jack angrily. Humph!" retorted the landlady. Your own tongue and temper are none of the sweetest. If I was you, I wouldn't be so much took aback at seeing others do the same as myself." Indeed! And how do you think being me would feel like, Mrs. Deceit?" I wouldn't make out other people to be liars before their faces, at all events, Mr. Jack." You would prefer the truth to be told of you behind your back, perhaps. I sometimes wonder what part of my music will shew the influence of your society upon me, my Giulietta Guicciardi." Give me no more of your names," said Mrs. Simpson shortly. I don't need them." Jack left the room slowly, as if he had forgotten her. Meanwhile Mr. Brailsford was denouncing him to Herbert. From the moment I first saw him," he said, I felt an instinctive antipathy to him. I have never seen a worse face, or met with a worse nature." I certainly do not like him," said Herbert. He has taken up an art as a trade, and knows nothing of the trials of a true artist's career. No doubts of himself, no aspirations to suggest them, nothing but a stubborn, narrow self sufficiency. I half envy him." The puppy!" exclaimed Mr. Brailsford, not attending to Adrian. To dare insult me! He shall suffer for it. I have put a bullet into a fellow — into a gentleman of good position — for less. And Magdalen, my daughter, is intimate with him — has visited him. Girls are going to the devil of late years, Herbert — going to the very devil. She shall not give me the slip again when I catch her." Mr. Brailsford, however, did not catch Magdalen. Her good looks and her clear delivery of the doggerel verses allotted to her in the pantomime gained the favor of the Nottingham playgoers. Their applause prevented her from growing weary of repeating her worthless part nightly for 6 weeks, and compensated her for the discomfort and humiliation of living among people whom she could not help regarding as her inferiors, and with whom she had to co operate in entertaining vulgar people with vulgar pleasantries, fascinating them by a display of the comeliness not only of her face, but of more of her person than she had been expected to shew at Kensington Palace Gardens. Her costume almost shocked her at first; but she made up her mind to accept it without demur, partly because wearing such things was plainly part of an actress's business, and partly because she felt that any objection on her part would imply an immodest self consciousness. Besides, she had no moral conviction that it was wrong, whereas she had no doubt at all that petticoats were a nuisance. She could not bring herself to accept with equal frankness the society which the pantomime company offered to her. Miss Lafitte, the chief performer, was a favorite with the public on account of her vivacity, her skill in clog dancing, and her command of slang, which she uttered in a piercing voice, with a racy Whitechapel accent. She took a fancy to Magdalen, who at first recoiled. But Miss Lafitte, in real life Mrs. Cohen, was so accustomed to live down aversion that she only regarded it as a sort of shyness, as indeed it was. She was vigorous, loud spoken, always full of animal spirits, and too well appreciated by her audiences to be jealous. Magdalen, who had been made miserable at first by the special favor of permission to share the best dressing room with her, soon found the advantage of having a good natured and powerful companion. The drunken old woman who was attached to the theatre as dresser needed to be kept efficient by sharp abuse and systematic bullying, neither of which Magdalen could have administered effectually. Miss Lafitte bullied her to perfection. Occasionally some of the actors would stroll into the dressing room, evidently without the least suspicion that Magdalen might prefer to put on her shoes, rouge herself, and dress her hair in private. Miss Lafitte, who had never objected to their presence on her own account, now bade them begone whenever they appeared, at which they seemed astonished, but having no intention of being intrusive, retired submissively. You make yourself easy, deah," she said to Magdalen. I will take care of you. Lor' bless you, I know what you are. You're a lady; but you'll get used to them. They don't mean no harm." Magdalen, wondering what Jack would have said to Miss Lafitte's vowels, disclaimed all pretension to be more of a lady than those with whom she worked. But Miss Lafitte, though she patted the young novice on the back, and soothingly assented, nevertheless continued to make a difference between her own behavior in Magdalen's presence and the coarse chaff and reckless flirtation in which she indulged freely elsewhere. On Boxing Night, when Madge was nerving herself to face the riotous audience, Miss Lafitte told her that she looked beautiful; exhorted her cheerfully to keep up her pecker and never say die; and, ridiculing her fear of putting too much paint on her face, plastered her cheeks and blackened the margins of her eyes until she blushed through the mask of pigment. When the call came, she went with her to the wing.
pushed her on to the scene at the right instant, and praised her enthusiastically when she returned. Madge, who hardly knew what had passed on the stage, was grateful for these compliments, and tried to return them when Miss Lafitte came to the dressing room, flushed with the exertion of singing a topical song with 7 encore verses, and dancing a breakdown between each. I'm used to it," said Miss Lafitte. It's my knowledge of music hall business that makes me what I am. You wouldn't catch me on the stage at all, only that my husband's a bit of a swell in his own way. He'll like you for that. And he thinks the theatre more respectable. It don't pay as well, I can tell you; but of course it's surer and lasts longer." Were you nervous at your first appearance?" said Madge. Oh, wasn't I though! Just a little few. I cried at having to go on. I wasn't cold and plucky like you; but I got over it sooner. I know your sort. You will be nervous all your life. I don't care twopence for any audience now, nor ever did after my second night." I may have looked cold and plucky," said Madge, surprised. I never felt more miserable in my life before." Yes. Ain't it awful? Did you hear Lefanu? Stuck up little minx. Her song will be cut out to morrow. She's a regular duffer, she is. She gives herself plenty of airs, and tells the people that she was never used to associate with us. I know who she is well enough. Her father was an apothecary in Bayswater. She's only fit to be a governess. You're worth 50 of her, either on the boards or off." Madge did not reply. She was conscious of having contemplated escape from Miss Lafitte by attaching herself to Miss Lefanu, who was a ladylike young woman. She looks like a print gown after 5 washings," continued Miss Lafitte, and she don't know how to speak. Now you speak lovely — almost as well as me, if you'd spit it out a bit more. Who taught you?" CHAPTER IX. Part II. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER VIII. Part II. When the pantomime had been played for a fortnight, Madge found herself contemptuously indifferent to Miss Lefanu, and fond of Miss Lafitte. When the latter invited her to a supper at her house, she could not refuse, though she accepted with misgiving. It proved a jovial entertainment, almost an orgy. Some of the women drank much champagne, spoke at the top of their voices, and screamed when they laughed. The men paid court to them with facetious compliments, and retorted their raillery with broad sarcasms. Madge got on best with the younger and less competent actors, who were mostly unproperty gentlemen, with a feeble amateur bent for singing and acting, who had contrived to get on the stage not because they were fit for it, but because society had not fitted them for anything else. They talked theatrical shop and green room scandal, in addition to the usual topics of young gentlemen at dances, and they shielded Magdalen efficiently from the freer spirits. Sometimes an unusually coarse sally would reach her ears, and bring upon her a sense of disgust and humiliation. But, though she resolved to attend no more suppers, she was able next day to assure her hostess with perfect sincerity that she was none the worse for her evening's experience, and that she had never enjoyed herself as much at any Kensington supper party. Miss Lafitte thereupon embraced her, and told her that she had been the belle of the ball, and that Laddie — a Gentile abbreviation of Lazarus, her husband's name — had recognized her as a real lady, and was greatly pleased with her. Then she asked her whether she did not think Laddie a handsome man. Madge, to gratify her, replied that she had been struck by his dark hair and eyes, and that his manners were elegant. There is one thing," she added, that puzzles me a little. I always call you Miss Lafitte here; but should I not call you by your real name at your house? I don't know the etiquette, you see." Call me Sal," said Mrs. Cohen, kissing her. When the pantomime was over and the company dispersed, the only member of it whose departure she felt as a loss was Miss Lafitte, and she never afterwards fell into the mistake of confounding incorrigible rowdyism and a Whitechapel accent with true unfitness for society. By her advice, Madge accepted an engagement as one of the stock company of the Nottingham Theatre at the salary, liberal for a novice, of £2 per week. For this she did some hard work. Every night she had to act in a farce, and in a comedy which had become famous in London. In it, as in the pantomime, she had to play the same part nightly for 2 weeks. Then came 3 weeks of Shakespeare and the legitimate drama, in which she and the rest of the company had to support an eminent tragedian, a violent and exacting man, who expected them to be perfect in long parts at a day's notice. When they disappointed him, as was usually the case, he kept them rehearsing from the forenoon to the hour of performance, with hardly sufficient interval to allow of their dining. The stage manager, the musicians, the scene painters and carpenters even, muttered sulkily that it was impossible to please him. He did not require the actors to enter into the spirit of their lines. It was supposed that he was jealous of their attempts at acting, which were certainly not always helpful, but he was inflexible in his determination to have them letter perfect and punctual in the movements and positions he dictated to them. His displeasure was vented either in sarcasms or oaths; and often Madge, though nerved by intense indignation, could hardly refrain from weeping like many other members of the company, both male and female, from fatigue and mortification. She worked hard at her parts, which were fortunately not long ones, in order to escape the humiliation of being rebuked by him. Yet once or twice he excited her fear and hatred to such a degree that she was on the point of leaving the theatre and abandoning her profession. It was far worse than what Jack had made her endure; for her submission to him had been voluntary, whilst with the tragedian she could not help herself, being paid to assist him, and ignorant of how to do it properly. Towards the end of the second week her business became easier by repetition. She appeared as the player queen in Hamlet, the lady in waiting in Macbeth, and the widow of King Edward IV, and began to feel for the first time a certain respect for the silently listening, earnest audiences that crowded the house. It was the first dim stirring in her of a sense that her relation as an actress to the people was above all her other relations. If the tragedian had felt this as between the audience and the company of which he was but a part, he might have inspired them to work all together with a will to realize the plays to the people. But he was a star, recognizing no part and no influence but his own. She and her colleagues were dwarfed and put out of countenance. Their scenes were cut short and hurried through. The expert swordsman who, as Richmond and Macduff, slew the star thrice a week in mortal combat, was the only person who shared with him the compliment of a call before the curtain. Naturally, they all hated Shakespeare; and the audiences, distinctly preferring the tragedian to the poet, never protested against his palming off on them versions by Cibber or Garrick as genuine Shakespearean plays. On the second Saturday, when Madge was congratulating herself on having only 6 days more of the national bard to endure, the principal actress sprained her ankle; and the arrangements for the ensuing week were thrown into confusion. The manager came to Madge's lodging on Sunday morning, and told her that she must be prepared to play Ophelia, Lady Anne, and Marion Delorme in Lytton's Richelieu in the course of the following week. It was, he added, a splendid chance for her. Madge was distracted. She said again and again that it was impossible, and at last ventured to remind the manager that she was not engaged for leading parts. He disposed of this objection by promising her an extra 10 shillings for the week, and urged upon her that she would look lovely as Ophelia; that the tragedian had made a point of giving the parts to her because he liked her elocution; that his fierceness was only a little way of his, which meant nothing; that he had already consented to substitute Hamlet and Richelieu for Much Ado and Othello because he was too considerate to ask her to play Beatrice and Desdemona; and finally, that he would be enraged if she made any objection. She would, said the manager, show herself as willing as old Mrs. Walker, who had undertaken to play Lady Macbeth without a moment's hesitation. Madge, ashamed to shrink from an emergency, and yet afraid of failing to please the tyrant at rehearsal, resisted the manager's importunity until she felt hysterical. Then, in desperation, she consented, stipulating only that she should be released from playing in the farces. She spent that Sunday learning the part of Ophelia, and was able to master it and to persuade herself that the other 2 parts would not take long to learn, before she went to bed, dazed by study and wretched from dread of the morrow. Hamlet had been played twice already, and only the part of Ophelia and that of the player queen needed to be rehearsed anew. On Monday morning the tragedian was thoughtful and dignified, but hard to please. He kept Madge at his scene with Ophelia for more than an hour. She had intended to try and fancy that she was really Ophelia and he really Hamlet. But when the time came to practice this primitive theory of acting, she did not dare to forget herself for a moment. She had to count her steps and repeat her entrance 4 times before she succeeded in placing herself at the right moment in the exact spot towards which the tragedian looked when exclaiming, "Soft you now, the fair Ophelia." For a long time she could not offer him the packet of letters in a satisfactory manner; and by the time this difficulty was mastered, she was so bewildered that when he said, "I loved you not," she, instead of replying, "I was the more deceived," said, "Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so." Whereupon he started, looked at her for a moment, muttering imprecations between his teeth, and abruptly walked off the stage, leaving her there alone, wondering. Suddenly she bethought herself of what she had done, and her cheeks began to tingle. She was relieved by the return of Hamlet, who, unable to find words to express his feelings, repeated his speech without making any verbal comment on her slip. This time she made the proper answer, and the rehearsal proceeded. The new player queen suffered less than Madge had done a week before, the tragedian treating her with brief disdain. He was very particular about Ophelia's chair and fan in the play scene; but when these were arranged, he left the theatre without troubling himself about the act in which he did not himself appear. Madge, left comparatively to her own devices in rehearsing it, soon felt the want of his peremptory guidance, and regretted his absence almost as much as she was relieved by it. The queen, jealous, like the other actresses, of Madge's promotion, was disparaging in her manner; and the king rehearsed with ostentatious carelessness, being out of humor at having to rehearse at all. Everybody present showed that they did not consider the scene of the least importance; and Madge sang her snatches of ballads with a disheartening sense of being unpopular and ridiculous. The performance made amends to her for the rehearsal. The tragedian surpassed himself; and Madge was compelled to admire him, although he was in his 50th year and personally disagreeable to her. For her delivery of the soliloquy following her scene with him, she received, as her share of the enthusiasm he had excited, a round of applause which gratified her the more because she had no suspicion that he had earned the best part of it. The scene of Ophelia's madness was listened to with favor by the audience, who were impressed by the intensely earnest air which nervousness gave Madge, as well as by her good looks. Next day she had leisure to study the part of Lady Anne in Cibber's adaptation of Richard III, which was rehearsed on the Wednesday. And this time the tragedian was so overbearing, and corrected her so frequently and savagely, that when he handed her his sword and requested her to stab him, she felt disposed to take him at his word. In the scene from Richard's domestic life in which he informs his wife that he hates her, he not only spoke the text with a cold ferocity which chilled her, but cursed at her under his breath quite outrageously. At last she was stung to express her resentment by an indignant look, which fell immediately before his frown. When the rehearsal, which, though incomplete, lasting from 11 to 4, was over, Madge was angry and very tired. As she was leaving, she passed near Richard, who was conversing graciously with the manager and one of the actors. The night before, he had threatened to leave the theatre because the one had curtailed his stage escort by 2 men; and he had accused the other of intentionally insulting him by appearing on the stage without spurs. Who is that little girl?" he said aloud, pointing to Madge. The manager, surprised at the question, made some reply which did not reach her, his voice and utterance being less sonorous and distinct than the tragedian's. Unquestionably she has played with me. I am aware of that. What is she called?" The manager told him. "Come here," he said to Madge in his grand manner. She reddened and stopped. "Come here," he repeated, more emphatically. She was too inexperienced to feel sure of her right to be treated more respectfully, so she approached him slowly. "Who taught you to speak?" "A gentleman in London," she said coldly. "A Mr. Jack." "Jack." The tragedian paused. "Jack," he repeated. Then with a smile and a graceful action of his wrists, "I never heard of him." The other men laughed. "Would you like to tour through the provinces with me, to act with me every night?" "Oho!" said the manager jocularly. "I shall have something to say to that. I cannot afford to lose her." "You need not be alarmed," said Madge, all her irritation suddenly exploding in one angry splutter. "I have not the slightest intention of breaking my present engagement, particularly now when the most unpleasant part of it is nearly over." And she walked away, pouting and scarlet.
The manager told her next day that she had ruined herself, and had made a very ungrateful return for the kindness that she, a beginner, had received from the greatest actor on the stage. She replied that she was not conscious of having received anything but rudeness from the greatest actor on the stage, and that if she had offended him she was very glad. The manager shook his head and retired, muttering that a week's leading business had turned her head. The tragedian, who had been, for so terrible a person, much wounded and put out of heart by her attack, took no further notice of her, demanding no fresh rehearsal of Ophelia, and only giving her a few curt orders in the small part of Marion Delorme. At last he departed from Nottingham; and Madge, for the first time since his arrival, lay down to sleep free from care. Her next part was that of a peasant girl in an Irish melodrama. She looked very pretty in her Connemara cloak and short skirt, but was hampered by her stage brogue, which only made her accent aggressively English. During this period she was annoyed by the constant attendance in the stalls of a young gentleman who flung bouquets to her, followed her to her lodging, and finally wrote her a letter in which he called her a Fairy Red Riding Hood, describing his position and prospects, and begging her to marry him. Madge, after some hesitation as to the advisability of noticing this appeal, replied by a note declining his offer, and requesting him to discontinue his gifts of flowers, which, she said, were a source of embarrassment and not of pleasure to her. After this, the young gentleman, instead of applauding as before, sat in his stall with folded arms and a gloomy expression. Madge, who was by this time sufficiently accustomed to the stage to recognize faces among the audience, took care not to look at him; and so, after a week, he ceased to attend, and she saw him no more. The Irish melodrama passed on to the next town; and an English opera company came in its place for a fortnight, during which Madge found the time hang heavy on her hands, as she took no part in the performances, though she went to the theatre daily from habit. She was glad when she was at work again in a modern play, with which a popular actress was making the tour of the provinces. This actress was an amiable woman; and Madge enacted Celia in As You Like It at her benefit, without any revival of the dread of Shakespeare which the tragedian had implanted in her. She was now beginning to tread the boards with familiar ease. At first, the necessity of falling punctually into certain prearranged positions on the stage, and of making her exits and entrances at prescribed sides, had so preoccupied her that all freedom of attention or identification of herself with the character she represented had been impossible. To go through her set task of speeches and manoeuvres with accuracy was the most she could hope to do. Now, however, these mechanical conditions of her art not only ceased to distract her, but enabled her to form plans of acting which stood the test of rehearsal. She became used to learning parts, not from a book of the play, but from a mere list of the fragments which she had to utter, so that she committed her lines to memory first, and found out what they were about afterwards. She was what is called by actors a quick study; and in Nottingham, where besides the principal piece, one and often two farces were performed nightly, she had no lack of practice. In 4 months she was second in skill only to the low comedian and the old woman, and decidedly superior to the rest of the stock company, most of whom had neither natural talent nor even taste for the stage, and only learned their livelihood on it because, their parents having been in the profession, they had been in a manner born into it. Madge's artistic experience thenceforth was varied, though her daily course was monotonous. Other tragedians came to Nottingham, but none nearly so terrible, nor, she reluctantly confessed, nearly so gifted as he who had taught her the scene from Hamlet. Some of them, indeed, objected to the trouble of rehearsing, and sent substitutes who imitated them in every movement, and so drilled the company to act with them. Occasionally a part in a comedy of contemporary life enabled Madge to profit by her knowledge of fashionable society and her taste in modern dress. The next week, perhaps, she would have to act in a sensational melodrama, and, in a white muslin robe, to struggle in the arms of a pickpocket in corduroys, with his clothes and hands elaborately begrimed. Once she had to play with the wreck of a celebrated actress, who was never free from the effects of brandy, and who astonished Madge by walking steadily on the stage when she could hardly stand off it. Then Shakespeare, sensation drama, Irish melodrama, comic opera or pantomime, new comedy from London over again, with farce constantly. Study, rehearsal, and performance became part of her daily habits. Her old enthusiasm for the mock passions of the stage left her, and was succeeded by a desire to increase her skill in speaking by acquiring as much resource in shades of meaning as Jack had given her in pure pronunciation, and to add as many effective gestures as possible to the stock she had already learnt. When she was not engaged at the theatre, she was at her lodging, practising the management of a train, trying to acquire the knack of disposing her dress prettily in the act of sitting down, or arranging her features into various expressions before a mirror. This last branch of her craft was the most troublesome to her. She had learned from Jack, much to her surprise, that she could not make her face express anger or scorn by merely feeling angry or scornful. The result of that method was a strained frown, disagreeable to behold; and it was long before she attained perfect control of her features and artistic judgment in exercising it. Sometimes she erred on the side of exaggeration, and failed to conceal the effort which her studied acting required. Then she recoiled into tameness and conventionality. Then, waking from this, she tried a modification of her former manner, and presently became dissatisfied with that too, and remodified it. Not until she had gone through 2 years of hard study and practice did she find herself mistress of a fairly complete method. And then indeed she felt herself an actress. She ridiculed the notion that emotion had anything to do with her art, and seriously began to think of taking a pupil, feeling that she could make an actress of any girl, the matter being merely one of training. When she had been some 4 months in this phase, she had a love affair with a young acting manager of a touring company. The immediate effect was to open her eyes to the fact that the people were tired of her complete method, and that she was tired of it too. She flung it at once to the winds for ever, and thenceforth greatly undervalued her obligations to the study it had cost her, declaring, in the teeth of her former opinion, that study and training were useless, and that the true method was to cultivate the heart and mind, and let the acting take care of itself. She cultivated her mind by high reading and high thinking as far as she could. As to the cultivation of her heart, the acting manager taught her that the secret of that art was love. Now it happened that the acting manager, though pleasant looking and good natured, was by no means clever, provident, or capable of resisting temptation. Madge never could make up her mind whether he had entangled her or she him. In truth, love entangled them both; and Madge found that love suited her excellently. It improved her health; it enlarged her knowledge of herself and of the world; it explained her rôles to her, thawed the springs of emotion that had never flowed freely before, either on or off the stage, threw down a barrier that had fenced her in from her kind, and replaced her vague aspirations, tremors, doubts, and fits of low spirits with an elate enjoyment in which she felt that she was a woman at last. Nevertheless, her attachment to the unconscious instrument of this mysterious change proved transient. The acting manager had but slender intellectual resources. When his courtship grew stale, he became a bore. After a while their professional engagements carried them asunder, and as a correspondent he soon broke down. Madge did not feel the parting. She found a certain delight in being fancy free; and before that was exhausted she was already dreaming of a new lover, an innocent young English opera librettist, whom she infatuated and ensnared, and who came nearer than she suspected to blowing out his brains from remorse at having, as he thought, ensnared her. His love for her was abject in its devotion; but at last she went elsewhere, and, as her letters also presently ceased, his parents with much trouble managed to convince him at last that she no longer cared for him. It must not be supposed that these proceedings cost Madge her self respect. She stood on her honour according to her own instinct, took no gifts, tolerated no advances from men whose affections were not truly touched, absorbed all her passion in her art when there were no such deserving claimants, never sold herself or threw herself away, would content herself at any time with poetry without love rather than endure love without poetry. She rather pitied her married colleagues, knowing perfectly well that they were not free to be so fastidious, reserved, and temperate as her instinct told her a great artist should always be. polite society pretended to respect her when it asked her to recite at bazaars or charity concerts. At other times it did not come into contact with her, nor trouble itself as to her conformity to its rules, since she, as an actress, was out of polite society from the start. The ostracism which is so terrible to women whose whole aim is to know and be known by people of admitted social standing, cannot reach the woman who is busily working with a company bound together by a common co operative occupation, and who obtains at least some word or sign of welcome from the people every night. As to the Church, it had never gained any hold on Madge. It was to her only a tedious hypocrisy out of all relation with her life. Her idea of religion was believing the Bible because God personally dictated it to Moses, and going to church because her father's respectability required her to comply with that custom. Knowing from her secular education that such belief in the Bible was as exploded as belief in witchcraft, and despising respectability as those only can who have tasted the cream of it, she was perfectly free from all pious scruples. Habit, prejudice, and inherited moral cowardice just influenced her sufficiently to induce her to keep up appearances carefully, and to offer no contradiction to the normal assumption that her clandestine interludes of passion and poetry were sins. But she never had a moment of genuine remorse after once discovering that such sins were conditions of her full efficiency as an actress. They had brought tones into her voice that no teaching of Jack's could have endowed her with; and so completely did she now judge herself by her professional powers, that this alone brought her an accession instead of a loss of self respect. She was humiliated only when she played badly. If one of the clergymen who occasionally asked her with many compliments to recite at their school fêtes and the like, had demanded instead what it could profit her to gain the whole world and lose her own soul, she might have replied with perfect sincerity from her point of view that she had given up the whole world of Mrs. Grundy and gained her own soul, and that, whether he considered it judicious to mention it or not, the transaction in fact profited her greatly. But all this belonged to a later period than the novitiate of 2½ years which began at Nottingham. These 30 months did not pass without many fits of low spirits, during which she despaired of success and hated her profession. She remained at Nottingham until July, when the theatre there was closed for a time. She then joined a travelling company and went through several towns until she obtained an engagement at Leeds. Thence she went to Liverpool, where she remained for 3 months, at the expiration of which she accepted an offer made her by the manager of a theatre in Edinburgh, and went thither with a salary of £5 a week, the largest wage she had as yet received for her services. There she stayed until August in the second year of her professional life, when she acted in London for the first time, and was disgusted by the coldness of the metropolitan audiences, which were, besides, but scanty at that period of the year. She was glad to return to the provinces, although her first task there was again to support her old acquaintance the tragedian, with whom she quarrelled at the first rehearsal with spirit and success. Here, as leading lady, she attempted the parts of Beatrice, Portia, and Lady Macbeth, succeeding fairly in the first, triumphantly in the second, and only escaping failure by her insignificance in the third. By that time she had come to be known by the provincial managers as a trustworthy, hard working young woman, safe in the lighter sorts of leading business, and likely to improve with more experience. They hardly gave her credit enough, she thought, for what seemed to her the slow and painful struggle which her progress had cost her. Those were the days in which she was building up the complete method, which, though it was a very necessary part of her training, proved so short lived. She had had to exhaust the direct cultivation of her art before she could begin the higher work of cultivating herself as the source of that art. Shortly after her flight from Kensington, her 21st birthday had placed her in a position to defy the interference of her family, and she had thereupon written to her father acquainting him with her whereabouts, and with her resolve to remain upon the stage at all hazards. He had replied through his solicitor, formally disowning her. She took no notice of this, and the solicitor then sent her a cheque for £100, and informed her that this was all she had to expect from her father, with whom she was not to attempt to establish any further communication.
Madge was about to return the money, but was vehemently dissuaded from doing so by Mrs. Cohen, who had not at that time quitted Nottingham. It proved very useful to her afterwards for her stage wardrobe. In defiance of the solicitor's injunction, she wrote to Mr. Brailsford, thanking him for the money, and reproaching him for his opposition to her plans. He replied at great length; and eventually they corresponded regularly once a month, the family resigning themselves privately to Madge's being an actress, but telling falsehoods publicly to account for her absence. The donation of £100 was repeated next year; and many an actress, whose family heavily burdened instead of aiding her, envied Madge her independence. She wrote once to Jack, telling him that all her success, and notably her early promotion from the part of the player queen to that of Ophelia, was due to the method of delivering verse which he had taught her. He answered, after a long delay, with expressions of encouragement curiously mixed up with inconsequent aphorisms. But his letter needed no reply, and she did not venture to write again, though she felt a desire to do so. This was the reality which took the place of Madge's visions of the life of an actress. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 9. The year after that in which Madge had her autumnal glimpse of the London stage began with a general election, followed by a change in the ministry, a revival of trade, a general fancy that things were going to mend, and a sudden access of spirit in political agitation, commercial enterprise, public amusements, and private expenditure. The wave even reached a venerable artistic institution called the Ancient Orpheus Society, established nearly a century ago for the performance of orchestral music, and since regarded as the pioneer of musical art in England. It had begun by producing Beethoven's symphonies. It had ended by producing a typical collection of old fogies, who pioneered backwards so fast and so far that they had not finished shaking their heads over the innovations in the overture to William Tell when the rest of the world were getting tired of the overture to Tannhäuser. The younger critics had introduced a fashion of treating the Ancient Orpheus as obsolescent, and even their elders began to forebode the extinction of the society unless it were speedily rejuvenated by the supersession of the majority of the committee. But the warnings of the press, as usual, did not come until long after the public had begun to abstain from the Ancient Orpheus concerts. And as the society in its turn resisted the suggestions of the press, until death or dotage reduced the conservative majority of the committee to a minority, the credit of the Ancient Orpheus was almost past recovery when reform was at last decided on. When the new members of the rejuvenated committee, 3 of whom were under 50, realized this, they became as eager to fill the concert programs with new works as their predecessors had been determined to exclude them. But when the business of selecting the new works came to be considered, all was discord. Some urged the advisability of performing the works of English composers, a wilful neglect of which had been that one of the practices of the old committee of which the press had most persistently complained. To this it was objected that in spite of the patriotic complaints of critics, the public had showed their opinion of English composers by specially avoiding the few concerts to which they had been allowed to contribute. At last it was arranged that an English work should be given at the first concert of the season, and that care should be taken to neutralize its repellent effect on the public by engaging a young Polish lady, who had recently made an extraordinary success abroad as a pianist, to make her first appearance in England on the occasion. Matters being settled so far, question now arose as to what the new English work should be. Most of the committee had manuscript scores of their own, composed 30 years before in the interval between leaving the academy and getting enough teaching to use up all their energy. But as works of this class had already been heard once or twice by the public with undisguised tedium, and as each composer hesitated to propose his own opus, the question was not immediately answered. Then a recently elected member of the committee, not a professional musician, mentioned a fantasia for pianoforte and orchestra of which he had some private knowledge. It was composed, he said, by a young man, a Mr. Owen Jack. The chairman coughed and remarked coldly that he did not recollect the name. A member asked bluntly who Mr. Jack was, and whether anybody had ever heard of him. Another member protested against the suggestion of a fantasia, and declared that if this illustrious obscure did not know enough about musical form to write a concerto, the Ancient Orpheus Society, which had subsisted for nearly a century without his assistance, could probably do so a little longer. When the laughter and applause which this speech evoked had subsided, a good natured member remarked that he had met a man of the name of Jack at somebody's place in Windsor, and had heard him improvise variations on a song of the hostess's in a rather striking manner. He therefore seconded the proposal that Jack's fantasia should be immediately examined, with a view to its performance by the Polish lady at the next concert. Another member, not good natured, but professionally jealous of the last speaker but one, supported the proposal on the ground that the notion that the society could get on high and mightily without ever doing anything new was just what had brought it to death's door. This naturally elicited a defiant statement that the society had never been more highly esteemed than at that hour, and a debate ensued, in the course of which Jack's ability was hotly attacked and defended in turn by persons who had never heard of him before that day. Eventually the member who had introduced the subject obtained permission to invite Mr. Jack to submit his fantasia to the committee. At the next meeting an indignant member begged leave to call the attention of his colleagues to a document which had accompanied the score forwarded in response to the invitation by which the Ancient Orpheus Society had honored Mr. Owen Jack. It was a letter to the secretary in the following terms: Sir, herewith you will find the instrumental partition of a fantasia composed by me for pianoforte and orchestra. I am willing to give the use of it to the Ancient Orpheus Society gratuitously for one concert, on condition that the rehearsal be superintended by me, and that, if I require it, a second rehearsal be held. The member said he would not dwell on the propriety of this communication to the foremost musical society in Europe from a minor teacher, as he had ascertained Mr. Jack to be. It had been sufficiently rebuked by the secretary's reply, dispatched after the petition had been duly examined, to the effect that the work, though not destitute of merit, was too eccentric in form and crude in harmonic structure to be suitable for public performance in the concerts of the society. This had elicited a second letter from Mr. Jack, of which the member would say nothing, as he preferred to leave it to speak for itself and for the character of its writer. Church Street, Kensington West. Sir, your criticism was uninvited, and is valueless except as an illustration of the invincible ignorance of the pedants whose mouthpiece you are. I am, sir, yours truly, Owen Jack. The most astute diplomatist could not have written a more effective letter in Jack's favor than this proved. The party of reform took it as an exquisite slap at their opponents, and at once determined to make the secretary smart for rejecting the work without the authority of the whole committee. Jack's advocate produced a note from the Polish lady acknowledging the receipt of a pianoforte fantasia, and declaring that she should be enchanted to play for the first time to an English audience a work so poetic by one of their own nation. He explained that having borrowed a copy of the pianoforte part from a young lady relative of his who was studying it, he had sent it to the Polish artist who had just arrived in England. Her opinion of it, he contended, was sufficient to show that the letter of the secretary was the result of an error of judgment which deserved no better answer than it had elicited. The secretary retorted that he had no right to avail himself of his private acquaintance with the pianist to influence the course of the society, and stigmatized Jack's letter as the coarse abuse natural to the vulgar mind of a self-assertive charlatan. On the other hand, it was maintained that Jack had only shown the sensitiveness of an artist, and that to invite a composer to send in a work, and then treat it as if it were an examination paper filled by a presumptuous novice, was an impertinence likely to bring ridicule as well as odium upon the Ancient Orpheus. The senior member who occupied the chair now declared very solemnly that he had seen the fantasia, and that it was one of those lawless compositions unhappily too common of late years, which were hurrying the beautiful art of Haydn and Mozart into the abyss of modern sensationalism. Herewith someone remarked that the gentleman had frequently spoken of the works of Wagner in the same terms, although they all knew that Richard Wagner was the greatest composer of that or any other age. This assertion was vehemently repudiated by some, and loudly cheered by others. In the hubbub which followed, Jack's cause became identified with that of Wagner; and a motion to set aside the unauthorized rejection of the fantasia was carried by a majority of the admirers of the Prussian composer, not one of whom knew or cared a straw about the English one. I am glad we have won the day," said Mr. Phipson, the proposer of this motion, to a friend, as the meeting broke up. But we have certainly experienced the truth of Mary's remark that this Jack creates nothing but discord in real life, whatever he may do in music." Jack at first refused to have anything further to do with the ancient Orpheus; but as it was evident that his refusal would harm nobody except himself, he yielded to the entreaties of Mary Sutherland, and consented to make use of the opportunity she had, through Mr. Phipson, procured for him. So the negotiation proceeded; and at last, one comfortless, wet spring morning, Jack got out of an omnibus in Piccadilly, and walked through the mud to St. James's Hall, where in the gloomy rooms beneath the orchestra he found a crowd of about 80 men, chatting, hugging themselves, and stamping because of the cold, stooping over black bags and boxes containing musical instruments, or reluctantly unwinding woolen mufflers and unbuttoning greatcoats. He passed them into a lower room, where he found 3 gentlemen standing in courtly attitudes before a young lady wrapped in furs, with a small head, light brown hair, and a pale face, rather toil worn. She received them with that natural air of a princess in her own right, which is so ineffectually striven for by the ordinary princess in other people's rights. As she spoke to the gentlemen in French, occasionally helping them to understand her by a few words of broken English, she smiled occasionally, apparently more from kindness than general gaiety, for her features always relapsed into an expression of patient but not unhappy endurance. Near her sat an old foreign lady, brown skinned, tall, and very grim. Jack advanced a few steps into the room; glanced at the gentlemen; and took a long look at the younger lady, who, like the rest, had had her attention arrested by his impressive ugliness. He scrutinized her so openly that she turned away displeased, and a little embarrassed. 2 of the gentlemen stared at him stiffly. The third came forward, and said with polite severity, "What is your business here, sir?" Jack looked at him for a moment, wrinkling his face hideously. "I am Jack," he said, in the brassiest tone of his powerful voice. "Who are you?" "Oh," said the gentleman, relaxing a little, "I beg your pardon. I had not the pleasure of knowing you by sight, Mr. Jack. My name is Manlius, at your service." Mr. Manlius was a conductor of the ancient Orpheus orchestra. He was a learned musician, generally respected because he had given instruction to members of the royal family, and, when conducting, never allowed his orchestra to forget the restraint due to the presence of ladies and gentlemen in the sofa stalls. Jack bowed. Mr. Manlius considered whether he should introduce the composer to the young lady. Whilst he hesitated, a trampling overhead was succeeded by the sounding of a note first on the pianoforte and then on the oboe, instantly followed by the din of an indescribable discord of fifths from innumerable strings, varied by irrelevant chromatic scales from the wood wind, and a doleful tuning of slides from the brass. Jack's eyes gleamed. Troubling himself no further about Mr. Manlius, he went out through a door leading to the stalls, where he found a knot of old gentlemen disputing. One of them immediately whispered something to the others; and they continued their discussion in a lower tone. Jack looked at the orchestra for a few minutes, and then returned to the room he had left, where the elder lady was insisting in French that the pianoforte fantasia should be rehearsed before anything else, as she was not going to wait in the cold all day. Mr. Manlius assured her that he had anticipated her suggestion, and should act upon it as a matter of course. "It is all the same, thinks," said the young lady in English; then in French, "Even if you begin with the fantasia, monsieur,
I shall assuredly wait to hear for the first time your famous band perform in this ancient hall." Manlius bowed. When he straightened himself again, he found Jack standing at his elbow. Allow me to present to you Monsieur Jack," he said. It is for Monsieur Jacques to allow," she replied. The poor artist is honored by the presence of the illustrious English composer." Jack nodded gravely, as acknowledging that the young woman expressed herself becomingly. Manlius grinned covertly, and proposed that they should go upon the orchestra, as the band was apt to get out of humor when too much time was wasted. She rose at once, and ascended the steps on the arm of the conductor. She was received with an encouraging clapping of hands and tapping of fiddle backs. Jack followed with the elder lady, who sat down on the top stair and began to knit. If you wish to conduct the rehearsal," said Manlius politely to Jack, you are, of course, quite welcome to do so." Thank you," said Jack. I will." Manlius, who had hardly expected him to accept the offer, retired to the pianoforte, and prepared to turn over the leaves for the player. I think I can play it from memory," she said to him, unless Monsieur Jacques puts it all out of my head. Judging by his face, it is certain that he is not very patient. Ah! Did I not say so?" Jack had rapped the desk sharply with his stick, and was looking balefully at the men, who did not seem in any hurry to attend to him. He put down the stick, stepped from the desk, and stooped to the conductor's ear. I mentioned," he said, that some of the parts ought to be given to the men to study before rehearsal. Has that been done?" Manlius smiled. My dear sir," he said, I need hardly tell you that players of such standing as the members of the ancient Orpheus Orchestra do not care to have suggestions of that kind offered to them. You have no cause to be uneasy. They can play anything, absolutely anything, at sight." Jack looked black, and returned to his desk without a word. He gave one more rap with his stick, and began. The players were attentive, but many of them tried not to look so. For a few bars Jack conducted himself under some restraint, apparently striving to repress a tendency to extravagant gesticulation. Then, as certain combinations and progressions sounded strange and far fetched, slight bursts of laughter were heard. Suddenly the first clarinettist, with an exclamation of impatience, put down his instrument. Well?" shouted Jack. The music ceased. I can't play that," said the clarinettist shortly. Can you play it?" said Jack, with suppressed rage, to the second clarinettist. No," said he. Nobody could play it." That passage has been played, and it must be played. It has been played by a common soldier." If a common soldier even attempted it, much less played it," said the first clarinettist, with some contemptuous indignation at what he considered an evident falsehood, he must have been drunk." There was a general titter at this. Jack visibly wrestled with himself for a moment. Then, with a gleam of humor, like a flash of sunshine through a black thundercloud, he said, You are right. He was drunk." The whole band roared with laughter. Well, I am not drunk," said the clarinettist, folding his arms. But will you not just try what Here Jack, choked by the effort to be persuasive and polite, burst out raging. It can be done. It shall be done. It must be done. You are the best clarinet player in England. I know what you can do." And Jack shook his fist wildly at the man, as if he were accusing him of some infamous crime. But the compliment was loudly applauded, and the man reddened, not altogether displeased. A cornist who sat near him said soothingly in an Irish accent, Aye, do, Jack. Try it." You will. You can," shouted Jack reassuringly, recovering his self command. Back to the double bar. Now." The music recommenced; and the clarinettist, overborne, took up his instrument, and when the passage was reached, played it easily, great to his own astonishment. The brilliancy of the effect, too, raised him for a time into a prominence which rivalled that of the pianist. The orchestra positively interrupted the movement to applaud it; and Jack joined in with high good humor. If you are uneasy about it," said he, with an undisguised chuckle, I can hand it over to the violins." Oh no, thank you," said the clarinettist. Now I've got it, I'll keep it." Jack rubbed his nose until it glowed like a coal; and the movement proceeded without another stoppage, the men now seeing that Jack was in his right place. But when a theme marked Andante cantabile, which formed the middle section of the fantasia, was commenced by the pianist, Jack turned to her, and said, Quicker, quicker, plus vite," and began to mark his beat by striking the desk. She looked at him anxiously, played a few bars in the time indicated by him, and then threw up her hands and stopped. I cannot," she exclaimed. I must play it more slowly, or not at all." Certainly, it shall be slower if you desire it," said the elder lady from the steps. Jack looked at her as he sometimes looked at Mrs. Simpson. Certainly it shall not be slower if all the angels desired it," he said, in well pronounced but barbarously ungrammatical French. Go on, and take the time from my beat." The Polish lady shook her head, folded her hands in her lap, and looked patiently at the music before her. There was a moment of silence, during which Jack, thus mutely defied, glared at her with distorted features. Manlius rose irresolutely. Jack stepped down from the desk; handed him the stick; and said in a smothered voice, Be good enough to conduct this lady's portion of the fantasia. When my music recommences, I will return." Manlius took the stick and mounted the desk, the orchestra receiving him with applause. In the midst of it Jack went out, giving the pianist a terrible look as he passed her, and transferring it to her companion, who raised her eyebrows and shoulders contemptuously. Manlius was not the man to impose his own ideas of a composition on a refractory artist, and though he was privately disposed to agree with Jack that the Polish lady was misjudging the speed of the movement, he obediently followed her playing with his beat. But he soon lost his first impression, and began to be affected by a dread lest anyone should make a noise in the room. He moved his stick as quietly as possible, and raised his left hand as if to still the band, who were, however, either watching the pianist intently, or playing without a trace of the expert offhandedness which they had affected at first. The pleasure of listening made Manlius forget to follow the score. When he roused himself and found his place, he found that the first horn player was altering a passage completely, though very happily. Looking questioningly in that direction, he saw Jack sitting beside the man with a pencil in his hand. Manlius observed for the first time that he had an expressive face and remarkable eyes, and was not, as he had previously seemed, unmitigatedly ugly. Meanwhile the knot of old gentlemen in the stalls, who had previously chattered subduedly, became quite silent, and a few of them closed their eyes rapturously. The lady on the steps alone did not seem to care about the music. At last the flow of melody waned and broke into snatches. The pianoforte seemed to appeal to the instruments to continue the song. A melancholy strain from the violas responded hopelessly, but the effect of this was marred by a stir in the orchestra. The trombone and trumpet players, hitherto silent, were taking up their instruments and pushing up their moustaches. The drummer, after some hasty screwing round his third drum, poised his sticks, and a supernumerary near him rose, cymbals in hand, fixed his eye on Manlius, and apparently stood ready to clap the head of the trumpet player in front of him as a lady claps a moth flying from a woolen curtain. Manlius looked at the score as if he did not quite understand the sequel. Suddenly, as the violas ceased, Jack shouted in a startling voice, Let it be an avalanche, from the top to bottom of the Himalayas, and rushed to the conductor's desk. Manlius made way for him precipitately, and a tremendous explosion of sound followed. Louder!" roared Jack. Louder! Less noise and more tone! Out with it like 50,000,000 devils!" And he led the movement at a merciless speed. The pianist looked bewildered, like the band, most of whom lost their places after the first 50 bars; but when the turn of each player came, he found the conductor glaring at him, and was swept into his part without clearly knowing how. It was an insensate orgy of sound. Gay melodies, daintily given out by the pianoforte or by the string instruments, were derisively brayed out immediately afterwards by cornets, harmonized in thirds with the most ingenious vulgarity. Cadenzas, agilely executed by the Polish lady, were uncouthly imitated by the double basses. Themes constructed like ballads with choruses were introduced instead of orthodox subjects. The old gentlemen in the stalls groaned and protested. The Polish lady, incommoded by the capricious and often excessive speed required of her, held on gallantly. Jack all the time grinding his teeth, dancing, gesticulating, and by turns shushing at the orchestra, or shouting to them for more tone and less noise. Even the lady on the steps had begun to nod to the impetuous rhythm, when the movement ended as suddenly as it had begun, and all the players rose to their feet, laughing and applauding heartily. Manlius, from whose mind the fantasia had banished all prejudice as to Jack's rank as a musician, shook his hand warmly. The Polish lady, her face transfigured by musical excitement, offered her hand too. Jack took it and held it, saying abruptly, Listen to me. You were quite right; and I am a fool. I did not know what there was in my own music, and would have spoiled it if you had not prevented me. You are a great player, because you get the most beautiful tone possible from every note you touch, and you make every phrase say all that it was meant to say, and more. You are an angel. I would rather hear you play scales than hear myself play sonatas; and" here he lowered his voice and drew her aside "I rely on you to make my work succeed at the concert. Manlius will conduct the band; but you must conduct Manlius. It is not enough to be a gentleman and a contrapuntist in order to conduct. You comprehend?" Yes, monsieur. I understand perfectly, perfectly. I will do my best. I shall be inspired. How magnificent it is!" Allow me to congratulate you, sir," said one of the old gentlemen, advancing. Myself and colleagues have been greatly struck by your work. I am empowered to say on their behalf that whatever difference of opinion there may be among us as to the discretion with which you have employed your powers, of the extraordinary nature of those powers there can no longer be a doubt; and we are thoroughly gratified at having chosen for performance a work which displays so much originality and talent as your fantasia." 10 years ago," said Jack, looking steadily at him, I might have been glad to hear you say so. At present, the time for compliments is past, unless you wish to congratulate me on the private interest that has gained my work a hearing. My talent and originality have been my chief obstacles here." Are you not a little hasty?" said the gentleman, disconcerted. Success comes late in London; and you are still, if I may say so, a comparatively young man." I am not old enough to harp on being comparatively young. I am 34 years old; and if I had adopted any other profession than that of composer of music, I should have been earning a respectable livelihood by this time. As it is, I have never made a farthing by my compositions. I don't blame those who have stood between me and the public: their ignorance is their misfortune and not their fault. But now that I have come to light by a chance in spite of their teeth, I am not in the humor to exchange pretty speeches with them. Understand, sir, I do not mean to rebuff you personally. But as for your colleagues, tell them that it does not become them to pretend to acknowledge spontaneously what I have just, after many hard years, forced them to admit. Look at those friends of yours shaking their heads over my score over there. They have heard my music; but they do not know what to say until they see it. Would you like me to believe that they are admiring it?" I am confident that they cannot help doing so." They are showing one another why it ought not to have been written; hunting out my consecutive fifths and sevenths, and my false relations; looking for my first subject, my second subject, my working out, and the rest of the childishness that could be taught to a poodle. Don't they wish they may find them?" The gentleman seemed at a loss how to continue the conversation. I hope you are satisfied with the orchestra," he said after a pause. No, I am not," said Jack. They are over civilized. They are as much afraid of shewing their individuality as if they were common gentlemen. You cannot handle a musical instrument with kid gloves on. However, they did better than I had hoped. They are at least not coarse. That young woman is a genius." Yes, almost a genius. She is young, of course. She has not the — I should call it the gigantic power and energy of such a player, for instance, as " Pshaw!" said Jack, interrupting him. I, or anybody else, can get excited with the swing of a Chopin's polonaise, and thrash it out of the piano until the room shakes. But she — you talk of making a pianoforte sing: a child that can sing itself can do that. But she can make it speak. She has eloquence, the first and last quality of a great player, as it is of a great man. The finale of the fantasia is too coarse for her: it does violence to her nature. It was written to be played by a savage like me." Oh, undoubtedly, undoubtedly. She is a remarkable player. I did not for a moment intend to convey " Here Manlius rapped his desk; and Jack, with an unceremonious nod to his interlocutor, left the platform. As he passed the door leading to the public part of the hall, he heard the voice of the elder lady. My child, they seek to deceive you. This Monsieur Jacques, with whose music you are to make your debut here, is he famous in England? Not at all. My God, he is an unknown man." Be tranquil, mother. He will not long be unknown." Jack opened the door a little way. thrust his face through, and smiled pleasantly at the pianist. Her mother, seeing her start, looked round and saw him grimacing within a yard of her. Ah, Lord Jesus!" she exclaimed in German, recoiling from him. He chuckled, and abruptly shut himself out of her view as the opening unison of the Coriolan overture sounded from the orchestra. The old gentleman who had congratulated him had rejoined the others in the stalls. Well," said one of them, is your man delighted with himself?" No, I cannot say that he is, or rather perhaps he is too much so. I am sorry to say that he appears to be rather morose. Soured by his early difficulties, perhaps. He is certainly not an agreeable person to speak to." What did you expect?" said another gentleman coldly. A man who degrades music to be the vehicle of his own coarse humor, and shows by his method of doing it an ignorant contempt for those laws by which the great composers established order in the chaos of sounds, is not likely to display a courteous disposition and refined nature in the ordinary business of life." I assure you, Professor," said a third, who had the score of the fantasia open on his knees, this chap must know a devil of a lot. He plays Old Harry with the sonata form; but he must do it on purpose, you know, really." The gentleman addressed as Professor looked severely and incredulously at the other. I really cannot listen to such things whilst they are playing Beethoven," he said. I have protested against Mr. Jack and his like, and my protest has passed unheeded. I wash my hands of the consequences. The Antient Orpheus Society will yet acknowledge that I did well when I counselled it to renounce the devil and all his works." He turned away, sat down on a stall a little way off, and gave all his attention ostentatiously to Coriolan. The pianist came presently and sat near him. The others quickly surrounded her; but she did not speak to them, and showed by her attitude that she did not wish to be spoken to. Her mother, who did not care for Coriolan and wanted to go home, knitted and looked appealingly at her from time to time, not venturing to express her impatience before so many members of the Antient Orpheus Society. At last Manlius came down; and the whole party rose and went into the performers' room. How do you find our orchestra?" said Manlius to her, as she took up her muff. It is magnificent," she replied. So refined, so quiet, so convenable. It is like the English gentleman." Manlius smirked. Jack, who had reappeared on the outskirts of the group with his hat on — a desperately ill used hat — added: A Lithuanian or Hungarian orchestra could not play like that, eh?" No, truly," said the Polish lady, with a little shrug. I do not think they could." You flatter us," said Manlius, bowing. Jack began to laugh. The Polish lady hastily made her adieux, and went out into Piccadilly, where a cab was brought for her. Her mother got in; and she was about to follow when she heard Jack's voice again at her elbow. May I send you some music?" If you will be so gracious, monsieur." Good. What direction shall I give your driver? You call it Fitzroy Square?" Fitzroy Square," shouted Jack to the cabman. The hansom went off; and he, running recklessly through the mud to a passing Hammersmith omnibus, which was full inside, climbed to the roof, and was borne away in the rain. CHAPTER X. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter X. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER X. It was a yearly custom of the Antient Orpheus Society to give what they called a soirée, to which they invited all the celebrated persons who were at all likely to come. These meetings took place at a house in Harley Street. Large gilt tickets, signed by 3 of the committee, were sent to any distinguished foreign composers who happened to be in London, as well as to the President of the Royal Academy, the musical cabinet minister, if there was one, the popular tragedian of the day, and a few other privileged persons. The rest had little cards of invitation from the members, who were each entitled to introduce a few guests. To the one of these entertainments next following the fantasia concert came a mob of amateurs, and a select body of pianists, singers, fiddlers, painters, actors, and journalists. The noble vice president of the society, assisted by 2 of the committee, received the guests in a broad corridor which had been made to resemble a miniature picture gallery. The guests were announced by 2 Swiss waiters,
who were supposed to be able to pronounce foreign names properly because they could not pronounce English ones. Over one name on a gilt ticket, that of a young lady, they broke down, and she entered unannounced with her mother. After her came a member and his party of four: Mr. and Mrs. Phipson, Mr. Charles Sutherland, Miss Sutherland, and Mr. Adrian Herbert. Then other members with their parties. Then the last of the gilt tickets, Mr. Owen Jack, whose evening dress presented the novelty of a black silk handkerchief tied round the neck with the bow under his right ear. The company was crowded into two large rooms. There were many more guests than seats; and those who were weak or already weary stood round the walls or by the pianoforte, and got what support they could by leaning against them. Mary Sutherland was seated on the end of a settee which supported four other persons and would have accommodated two comfortably. Well?" said Jack, coming behind the settee. Well?" echoed Mary. Why are you so late?" For the usual reason. Because women are meddlesome. I could not find my clothes, nor my studs, nor anything. I will endure Mother Simpson no longer. Next week I pack." So you have been threatening any time within the last 2 years. I wish you would really leave Church Street." So you have been preaching any time these 50 years. But I must certainly do so. The woman is unendurable. There goes Charlie. He looks quite a man, like the rest of us, in his swallow tail coat." He looks and is insufferably self conscious. How crowded the rooms are! They ought to give their conversazione in St. James's Hall as well as their concerts." They never did and never will do anything as it ought to be done. Where's your guide, philosopher, and friend?" Whom do you mean, Mr. Jack?" What color is your dress?" Sea green. Why?" Nothing. I was admiring it just now." Does my guide, philosopher, etc., mean Mr. Herbert?" Yes, as you know perfectly well. You are not above giving yourself airs occasionally. Come, where is he? Why is he not by your side?" I do not know, I am sure. He came in with us. Charlie." Well?" said Charlie, who was beginning to stand on his manhood. What are you shouting at me for? Oh, how d'ye do, Mr. Jack?" Where is Adrian?" said Mary. In the next room, of course." Why of course?" said Jack. Because Miss Spitsniesenkopf, or whatever her unpronounceable name may be, is there. If I were you, Mary, I should look rather closely after Master Adrian's attentions to the fair Polack." Hush! Pray do not talk so loud, Charlie." Charlie turned on his heel and strolled away, buttoning on a white glove with a negligent air. Come into the next room," said Jack. Thank you. I prefer to stay where I am." Come, Mrs. Obstinate. I want to see the fair Polack too. I love her to distraction. You shall see Mr. Herbert supplanting me in her affections." I shall stay with Mrs. Phipson. Do not let me detain you if you wish to go." You are going to be ill natured and spoil our evening, eh?" Mary suppressed an exclamation of impatience, and rose. If you insist on it, of course I will come. Mrs. Phipson, I am going to walk through the rooms with Mr. Jack." Mrs. Phipson, from mere habit, looked doubtful of the propriety of this arrangement; but Jack walked off with Mary before anything further passed. In the next room they found a denser crowd and a very warm atmosphere. A violinist stood tuning his instrument near the pianoforte, at which the young Polish lady sat. Close by was Adrian Herbert, looking intently at her. Aha!" said Jack, following his companion's look. Mr. Adrian's thoughts have come to an anchor at last." As he spoke, the music began. What are they playing?" said Mary, with affected indifference. The Kreutzer Sonata." Oh, I am so glad." Are you indeed? What a thing it is to be fond of music! Do you know that we shall have to stand here mumchance for the next 20 minutes listening to them?" Surely if I can enjoy the Kreutzer Sonata, you can. You are only pretending to be unmusical." I wish they had chosen something shorter. However, since we are here, we had better hold our tongues and listen." The sonata proceeded, and Adrian listened, rapt. He did not join in the applause between the movements: it jarred on him. Why don't you teach yourself to play like that?" said Jack to Mary. I suppose because I have no genius," she replied, not pleased by the question. Genius? Pshaw! What are you clapping your hands for?" You seem to be in a humor for asking unnecessary questions to night, Mr. Jack. I applaud Herr Josefs because I admire his playing." And Mademoiselle, how do you like her?" She is very good, of course; but I really do not see that she is so much superior to other pianists as you seem to consider her.
I enjoy Josef's playing more than hers." Indeed," said Jack. Ho, ho! Do you see that hoary headed villain looking across at me? That is the man who protested against my fantasia as a work of the devil; and now he is coming to ask me to play." And will you play?" Yes. I promised Miss Szczympliga that I would." Then you had better take me back to Mrs. Phipson." What! You will not wait and listen to me?" It cannot possibly matter to you whether I listen or not. I cannot stand here alone." Then come back to Mrs. Phipson. I will not play." Now pray do not be so disagreeable, Mr. Jack. I wish to go back because no one wants me here." Either you will stay where you are, or I will not play." I shall do as I please, Mr. Jack. You have Mademoiselle Szczympliga to play for. I cannot stay here alone." Mr. Herbert will take care of you." I do not choose to disturb Mr. Herbert." Well, well, here is your brother. Hush! If you call him Charlie aloud here, he will be sulky. Mr. Sutherland." What's the matter?" said Charlie, gratefully. Jack handed over Mary to him, and presently went to the piano, at the invitation of the old gentleman he had pointed out, who wore a gold badge on his coat, as one of the stewards of the entertainment. He had composed a symphony, his second that year, for the Ancient Orpheus, a laborious, conscientious, arid symphony, full of unconscious pickings and stealings from Mendelssohn, his favorite master, scrupulously worked up into the strictest academic form. It was the theme from this symphony which Jack now sounded on the pianoforte with one finger. That is not very polite," said Mr. Phipson, after explaining this to the Polish lady. Poor Maclagan! He does not seem to like having his theme treated in that fashion." If he intends it derisively," said Adrian indignantly, it is in execrable taste. Mr. Maclagan ought to leave the room." You think like me, Monsieur Herbert," said Mademoiselle Szczympliga. All must be forgiven to Monsieur Jacques; but he should not insult those who are less fortunately gifted than he. Besides, it is an old man." Jack then began improvising on the theme, with a capriciousness of which the humor was lost on the majority of the guests. He treated it with an eccentricity which burlesqued his own style, and then with a pedantry which burlesqued that of the composer. At last, abandoning this ironical vein when it had culminated in an atrociously knock kneed fugato, he exercised his musical fancy in earnest, and succeeded so well that Maclagan felt tempted to rewrite the middle section of the movement from which the subject was taken. The audience professed to be delighted, and were in truth dazzled when Jack finished by a commonplace form of variation in which he made a prodigious noise with his left hand, embroidered by showers of arpeggios with his right. Magnificent!" said Mr. Phipson, applauding. Splendid!" Ah!" said Mademoiselle Szczympliga, sighing. If I had but his strength, I should fear no competitor." Is it possible," said Herbert, that you, who play so beautifully, can envy such a man as that? I would rather hear you play for 1 minute than listen to him for an hour." She shrugged her shoulders. Alas," she said, you know what I can do; and you are so good as to flatter me that I do it well. But I know what I cannot do." How are you, mademoiselle?" said Jack, approaching them without staying to answer several persons who were congratulating him. Good evening, Mr. Herbert. Ah, Mr. Phipson." Mademoiselle Szczympliga has been paying you a high compliment. I fully agree with Mr. Herbert that it is an exaggerated one," said Phipson. She wishes she could play like you." And so Mr. Herbert thinks God forbid, does he? Well, he is right. Why do you want to trample on the pianoforte as I do, Fraulein, when you can do so much better? What would you think of a skiff on the waters envying the attempts of a cavalry charger to swim? I see from your playing how far I fell short in the last movement of the fantasia, Monsieur Jacques. I am not strong enough to play it as you think it should be played. Ah, yes, yes, yes; but I know, I know." No, mademoiselle. Nor are you strong enough to dance the war dance as an Iroquois Indian thinks it ought to be danced. The higher you attain, the more you leave below you. Eh, Mr. Herbert?" I am not a musician," said Herbert, irritated by Jack's whimsical appeals to him. My confirmation of your opinion would not add much to its value." Come," said Jack. I care nothing for professional opinions. According to them, I do not know the rudiments of music. Which would you rather hear, the Fraulein play, or hear me?" Since you compel me to express a preference, I had rather hear Mademoiselle Szczympliga." I thought so," said Jack, delighted. Now I must go back to Miss Sutherland, who has been left to take care of herself whilst I was playing." Herbert reddened. Jack nodded, and walked away. Miss — I cannot say it. She is the young lady who was with you at the concert when Monsieur Feepzon introduced us. She is very dark, and wears lunettes. Is not that so?" Yes." She is not stiff like some of the English ladies. Is she a great friend of yours?" Her elder brother, who is married to Mrs. Phipson's daughter, was at school with me; and we were great friends." Perhaps I should not have asked you. I fear I often shock your English ideas of reserve. I beg your pardon." Not at all," said Herbert, annoyed at himself for having betrayed his uneasiness. Pray do not let any fear of our national shyness — for it is not really reserve — restrain you from questioning me whenever you are interested in anything concerning me. If you knew how much I prize that interest." She drew back a little; and he stopped, afraid to go on without encouragement, and looking wistfully at her in the hope of seeing some in her face. How do you call this lady who is going to sing?" she said, judging it better to ask an irrelevant question than to look down and blush. Jack's voice, speaking to Mary close by, interrupted them. I can listen to Josefs because he can play the fiddle," said he, and to Szczympliga because she can play the piano; and I would listen to her," pointing to the singer, if she could sing. She is only about 4 years older than you; and already she dare attempt nothing that cannot be screamed through by main force. She has become what they call a dramatic singer, which means a singer with a worn out voice. Come, make haste: she is going to begin. But perhaps she will feel hurt by your leaving the room. Now that you are famous, you cannot come and go unnoticed, as I can." So much the worse for those who notice me. I hate singers — a miserable crew who think that music exists only in their own throats. There she goes with her Divinités du Styx. Come away, for God's sake." I think this room is the No, I do not. Let us go." Mary's habitual look of resolution had gathered into a frown. They went back to the settee, which was now deserted, Mrs. Phipson and her neighbors having gone to hear the music. A penny for your thoughts," said Jack, sitting down beside Mary. Are you jealous?" She started, and said angrily, What do you mean?" Then, recovering herself a little, Jealous of whom, and why?" Jealous of Szczympliga, because Mr. Herbert seems to forget that there is anyone else in the whole world to night." I did not notice his absorption. I am sure she is very welcome. He ought to be tired of me by this time." You think to hoodwink me, do you? I saw you watching him the whole time she was playing. I wish you would quarrel with him." Why do you wish that?" Because I am tired of him. If you were well rid of the fellow, you would stick to your music, pitch your nasty oil paints into the Thames, and be friendly to me without accusing yourself of treason to him. He is the most uncomfortable chap I know, and the one least suited to you. Besides, he can't paint. I could do better myself if I tried." Other people do not think so. I have suspected ever since I first met you in his studio you did not admire his painting." You had the same idea yourself, or you would never have detected it in me. I am no draughtsman, but I recognize weakness by instinct. You feel that he is a duffer. So do I." Do you think, if he were a duffer, that his picture of last year would have been hung on the line at the Academy? Or that the Art Union would have bought it to engrave? Or that the President would have spoken of it so highly to Adrian himself? Pshaw! There must be nearly 200 pictures on the line every year at the Academy. And did you or anyone else ever see an Academy exhibition with 10 pictures in it that had 20 years of life in them? Did the President of the Academy of Music ever speak well of me? Or if he did, do you think I should feel honored by his approval? That is another superfine duffer's quality in your Mr. Adrian. He is brimming over with reverence. He is humble, and speaks with bated breath of every painter that has ever had a newspaper notice written about him. He grovels before his art because he thinks that groveling becomes him." I think his modesty and reverence do become him." Perhaps they do, because he has nothing to be bumptious about; but they are not the qualities that make a creative artist. Ha! ha!" Mary opened her fan, and began to fan herself, with her face turned away from Jack. Well," said he, are you angry?" No. But if you must disparage Adrian, why do you do so to me? You know the relation between us. I disparage him because I think he is a humbug.
If he spends whole days in explaining to you what a man of genius is and feels, knowing neither the one nor the other, I do not see why I should not give you my opinion on the subject, since I am in my own way — not a humble way — a man of genius myself." Adrian, unfortunately, has not the same faith in himself that you have." Perhaps he has not as good reason. A man's own self is the last person to believe in him, and is harder to cheat than the rest of the world. I sometimes wonder whether I am not an impostor. Old Beethoven once asked a friendly pupil whether he really considered him a good composer. Shakespeare, as far as I can make out, only succeeded about half a dozen times in his attempt at playwriting. Do you suppose he didn't know it?" Then why do you blame Adrian for his diffidence?" Ah! That's a horse of another color. He thinks himself worse than other men, mortal like himself. I think myself a fool occasionally, because there are times when composing music seems to me to be a ridiculous thing in itself. Why should a rational man spend his life in making jingle jangle with 12 notes? But at such times Bach seems just as great a fool as I. Ask me at any time whether I cannot compose as good or better music than any Tom, Dick, or Harry now walking upon two legs in England, and I shall not trouble you with any cant about my humbleness or unworthiness. Can you compose better music than Mozart's?" I believe you are boasting out of sheer antipathy to poor Adrian." Does Mozart's music express me? If not, what does it matter to me whether it is better or worse? I must make my own music, such as it is or such as I am; and I would as soon be myself as Mozart or Beethoven or any of them. To hear your Adrian talk, one would think he would rather be anybody than himself. Perhaps he is right there too. Let it be agreed, Mr. Jack, that you have a low opinion of Adrian; and let us say no more about him." Very well. But let us go back to the other room. You are in a bad humor for a quiet chat. Miss Mary." Then go alone and leave me here. I do not mind being here by myself at all. I know I am not gaily disposed; and I fear I am spoiling your evening." You are gay enough for me. I hate women who are always grinning. Besides, Miss Mary, I am fond of you, and find attraction in all your moods." Yes, I am sure you are very fond of me," said Mary with listless irony as she walked away with him. In the other room they came upon Herbert, seeking anxiously someone in the eddy near the door, formed by people going away. Mary did not attempt to disturb him; but he presently caught sight of her. Thinking that she was alone — for Jack, buttonholed by Phipson, had fallen behind for a moment — he made his way to her and said, Where is Mrs. Phipson, Mary? Are you alone?" I have not seen her for some time." She had all but added that she hoped he had not disturbed himself to come to her; but she refrained, feeling that spiteful speeches were unworthy of herself and of him. Where did you vanish to for so long?" he said. I have hardly seen you the whole evening. Were you looking for me?" He avoided her eyes, and stepped aside to make way for a lady who was passing. Shall I get you an ice?" he said, after this welcome interruption. It is very warm in here." No, thank you. You know that I never eat ices." I thought that this furnace of a room might have prevailed over your hygienic principles. Have you enjoyed yourself?" I have not been especially happy or the reverse. I enjoyed the music." Oh, yes. Don't you think Mademoiselle Szczympliga plays beautifully?" I saw that you thought so. She is able to bring an expression into your face that I have never seen there before." Herbert looked at her quickly. He became quite red. Yes," he said, she certainly plays most poetically. By the bye, I think Mr. Jack behaved very badly in publicly making game of Mr. Maclagan. Everyone in the room was disgusted." Mary was ready to retort in defence of Jack; but before she could utter it, Mrs. Phipson came up, aggrieved, and speaking more loudly than was at all necessary. Well, Mr. Herbert," she was saying, you really have behaved most charmingly to us all this evening. I think we may go now, Mary. Josefs has gone and Szczympliga is going; so there is really nothing to stay for. Why, Adrian Herbert is gone again? How excessively odd!" He is gone to get Mademoiselle Szczympliga's carriage," said Mary quietly. Be careful," she added in a lower tone. Mademoiselle Szczympliga is close behind us." Indeed! And who is to get our carriage?" said Mrs. Phipson crossly, declining to abate her voice in the least. Oh, really, Mary, you must speak to him about this. What is the use of your being his fiancee if he never does anything for you? He has behaved very badly. Mr. Phipson is with that Frenchwoman who sang.
He is only happy when he is running errands for celebrities. I suppose we must either take care of ourselves or wait until Adrian condescends to come back for us." We had better not wait. I see Charlie in the next room. He will look after us. Come." The Polish lady passed them, and followed her mother down the staircase. The cloak room was crowded; but Madame Szczympliga fought her way in, and presently returned with an armful of furs. She was assisted into some of these by her daughter, who was about to wrap herself in a cloak when it was taken from her by Herbert. Allow me," he said, placing the cloak on her shoulders. I must not delay you. Your servant has brought up your carriage, but " Let us go quickly, my child," said Madame. They scream like devils for us. Au revoir, Monsieur Herbert. Come, Aur^lie." Adieu," said Aur^lie, hurrying away. He kept beside her until she stepped into the carriage. Certainly not adieu," he said eagerly. May I not come to see you, as we arranged?" No," she replied. Your place is beside Miss Sutherland, your affianced. Adieu." The carriage sped off; and he stood gaping, until a footman reminded him that he was in the way of the next party. He then returned to the hall, where Mrs. Phipson informed him coldly that she was sorry she could not offer him a seat in her carriage, as there was no room. So he bade them good night, and walked home. CHAPTER XI. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11, Part 1. Every day from 10 in the forenoon to 12, Mademoiselle Szczympliga practised or neglected the pianoforte according to her mood, whilst her mother discussed household matters with the landlady and accompanied her to market. On the second morning after the conversation, Madame went out as usual. No sooner had she disappeared in the direction of Tottenham Court Road than Adrian Herbert crossed from the opposite angle of the square and knocked at the door of the house she had just left. Whilst he waited on the doorstep, he could hear the exercise Aur^lie was playing within. It was a simple affair, such as he had often heard little girls call five-finger exercises, and was slowly and steadily continued as if the player never meant to stop. The door was opened by a young woman, who, not expecting visitors at that hour, and being in a slatternly condition, hid her hand in her apron when she saw Adrian. Will you ask Miss Szczympliga whether she can see me, if you please?" The servant hesitated, and then went into the parlor, closing the door behind her. Presently she came out and said with some embarrassment, Mademoiselle Szczympliga is not at home, sir." I know that," said he. Tell Mademoiselle that I have a special reason for calling at this hour, and that I beg her to see me for a few moments." He put his hand into his pocket for half a crown as he spoke; but the woman was gone again before he had made up his mind to give it to her. Bribing a servant jarred his sense of honor. If it's very particular, Mademoiselle says will you please to walk in," said she, returning. Adrian followed her to the parlor, a lofty, spacious apartment, with old fashioned wainscoting, and a fireplace framed in white marble, carved with vases and garlands. The piano stood in the middle of the room, and the carpet was rolled up in a corner so as not to deaden the resonance of the boards. Aur^lie was standing by the piano, looking at him with a curious pucker of her shrewd face. I hope you are not angry with me," said Herbert, with such evident delight in merely seeing her that she lowered her eyelids. I know I have interrupted your practising, and I have even watched to see Madame go out before coming to you; but I could not endure another day like yesterday." Aur^lie hesitated, then seated herself and motioned him to a chair, which he drew close to her. What was the matter yesterday?" she said, coquetting in spite of herself. It was a day of uncertainty as to the meaning of the change in your manner towards me at Harley Street on Monday, after I had left you for a few minutes." Aur^lie made a little grimace, but did not look at him. Why should I change?" she said. That is what I ask you. You did change. Somebody had been telling you tales about me; and you believed them." Aur^lie's eyes lightened hopefully. Will you not charge me openly with whatever has displeased you, and so give me an opportunity to explain?"
You must have strange customs in England," she said, her eyes flashing again, this time with anger. What right have I to charge you with anything? What interest have I in your affairs?" Aur61ie," he exclaimed, astonished: do you not know that I love you like a madman?" You never told me so," she said. Do English women take such things for granted?" She blushed as she said so, and immediately bent her face into her hands; laughed a little, and cried a little, in a breath. This lasted only an instant, for hearing Herbert's chair drawn rapidly to the side of hers, she sat erect and checked him by a movement of her wrist. Monsieur Herbert, according to our ideas in my country, a declaration of love is always accompanied by an offer of marriage. Do you then offer me your love, and reserve your hand for Miss Sutherland?" You are unjust to yourself and to me, Aur61ie. I offered you only my love because I could think of nothing else. I do not expect you to love me as blindly as I love you; but will you consent to be my wife? I know by instinct that there can be no more unhappiness for me in the world if you will only call me your dearest friend." He said this in a moment of intoxication produced by an accidental touch of her sleeve against his hand. Aur61ie became pensive. No doubt you are our dear friend, Monsieur Herbert. We have not many friends. I do not find that there is any such thing as love." You do not care for me?" he said, dejected. Indeed, you must not think so," she said quickly. You have been very kind to us, though we are strangers. For we are strangers, are we not? You hardly know us; and you are so foreign." I have not a drop of foreign blood in my veins. You are not accustomed to England yet. I hope you do not think me too cold. Oh, I am jealous of all your countrymen." You must not be. Heaven knows we have few friends in Poland." Aur61ie, do you know that you are saying we and us, as if you did not understand that I love you alone? That I am here not as a friend of your family, but as a suitor to yourself, blind to the existence of any other person in the universe. In your presence I feel as if I were alone in some gallery of great pictures, or listening in a beautiful valley to the singing of angels, yet with some indescribable rapture added to that feeling. Since I saw you, all my old dreams and enthusiasms have come to life again. You can blot them out forever, or make them everlasting with one word. Do you love me?" She turned hesitatingly towards him, but waited to say, "And then it is wholly false what Madame Phipson said that night?" What did she say?" demanded Herbert, turning red with disappointment. She turned back and looked earnestly at him. Madame said," she replied in a low voice, "that Miss Sutherland was your affianced." Let me explain," said Adrian, embarrassed. She rose at once, shocked. Explain!" she repeated. Oh, monsieur, yes or no?" Yes, then, since you will not listen to me," he said, with some dignity. She sat down again slowly, looking round as if for counsel. What shall you not think of me if I listen now?" she said, speaking for the first time in English. I shall think that you love me a little, perhaps. You have condemned me on a very superficial inference, Aur61ie. Engagements are not irrevocable in England. May I tell you the truth about Miss Sutherland?" Aur61ie shook her head doubtfully and said nothing; but she listened. I became engaged to her more than 2, nearly 3 years ago. As I told you, her elder brother, Mr. Phipson's son in law, is a great friend of mine; and through him I came to know her very intimately. I owe it to her to confess that her friendship sustained me through a period of loneliness and discouragement, a period in which my hand was untrained, and my acquaintances, led by my mother, were loud in their contempt for my ability as an artist, and my perverseness and selfishness in throwing away opportunities of learning banking and stockbroking. Miss Sutherland is very clever and well read. She set herself to study painting with ardor when I brought it under her notice, and soon became a greater enthusiast than I. She probably exaggerated my powers as an artist. At all events, I have no doubt that she gave me credit for much of the good influence upon her that was really wrought by her new acquaintance with the handiwork of great men. However that may be, we were united in our devotion to art; and I was deeply grateful to her for being my friend when I had no other. I was so lonely that in my fear of losing her I begged her to betroth herself to me. She consented without hesitation, though my circumstances necessitated a long engagement. That engagement has never been formally dissolved; but fulfilment of it is now impossible. Long before I saw you and found out for the first time what love really is, our relations had insensibly altered. Miss Sutherland cooled in her enthusiasm for painting as soon as she discovered that it could not be mastered like a foreign language or an era in history. She came under the influence of Mr. Jack, who may be a man of genius — I am no judge of musical matters — and who is undoubtedly in his own way a man of honor. But he is so far from possessing the temperament of an artist that his whole character, his way of living, and all his actions are absolutely destructive of that atmosphere of melancholy grandeur in which great artists find their inspiration. His musical faculty, to my mind, is as extraordinary an accident as if it had occurred in a buffalo. However, Miss Sutherland turned to him for guidance in artistic matters; and doubtless he saved her the trouble of thinking for herself, for she did not question him as she had been in the habit of questioning me. Perhaps he understood her better than I. He certainly behaved towards her as I had never behaved; and, though it still seems to me that my method was the more respectful to her, he supplanted me in her regard most effectually. I do not mean to convey that he did so intentionally; for anything less suggestive of affection for any person, even for himself, than his general conduct I cannot imagine. But she chose not to be displeased. I was hurt by her growing preference for him: it discouraged me more than the measure of success which I had begun to achieve in my profession elated me. Yet, on my honor, I never knew what jealousy meant until I saw you playing Jack's music. I did not admire you for your performance, nor for the applause you gained. There are little things that an artist sees, Aur^lie, that surpass brilliant fingering of the keyboard. I cannot describe them. They came home to me as you appeared on the platform; as you slipped quietly into your place; as you replied to Manlius's inquiring gesture by a look. It was not even a nod, and yet it reassured him instantly. When the music commenced you became dumb to me, though to the audience you began to speak. I only enjoyed that lovely strain in the middle of the fantasia, which, by Jack's own confession, owed all its eloquence to you alone. When Mr. Phipson brought us under the orchestra and introduced us to you, I hardly had a word to say; but I did not lose a tone or a movement of yours. You were a stranger, ignorant of my language, a privileged person in a place where I was only present on sufferance. For all I knew, you might have been married. Yet I felt that there was some tie between us that far transcended my friendship with Miss Sutherland, though she was bound to me by her relationship to my old school friend, and by every coincidence of taste, culture, and position that can exist between man and woman. I knew at once that I loved you, and had never loved her. Had I met her as I met you, do you think I would have troubled Mr. Phipson to introduce me to her? My jealousy of Jack vanished. I was content that he should be your composer if I might be your friend. Mary's attachment to him now became the source of my greatest happiness. His music and your playing were the attractions on which all the concerts relied. Jack went to these concerts; Mary went with Jack; I followed Mary. We always had an opportunity of speaking to you, thanks to my rival. It was he who encouraged Mary to call on you. It is to him that I owe my freedom from any serious obligation in respect of my long engagement; and hence it is through him also that I dare to come here and beg you to be my wife. Aur61ie: I passed the whole of yesterday questioning myself as to the true story of my engagement, in order that I might confess it to you with the most exact fidelity; and I believe I have told you the truth; but I could devise no speech that can convey to you what I feel towards you. Love does not describe it. It is something new, something altogether extraordinary. There is a new sense, a new force born in me. There are no words for it in any language. I could not tell you in my own. I understand you very well. Your engagement with Miss Sutherland" — she always pronounced this name with difficulty — "is not yet broken off?" "Not explicitly. But you need " "Hear me, Monsieur Herbert. I will not come between her and her lover. But if you can affirm on your honor as an English gentleman that she no longer loves you, go and obtain an assurance from her that it is so." "And then?" "And then come back to me; and we shall see. But I do not think she will release you." "She will. Would I have spoken to you if I had any doubts left? For, if she holds me to my word, I am, as you say, an English gentleman, and must keep it. But she will not." You will nevertheless go to her and renew your offer." Do you mean my offer to you or to her?" My God! He does not understand. Listen to me. Monsieur Herbert." Here Aur^lie again resorted to the English tongue. You must go to her and say, Marie, I come to fulfil my engagement.' If she reply, *No, Monsieur Adrian, I no longer wish it,' then, as I have said, we shall see. But if she say yes, then you must never any more come back." But No, no, no," murmured Aur^lie, turning away her head. It must be exactly as I have said." I will undertake to learn her true mind, Aur^lie, and to abide by it. That I promise. But were I to follow your instructions literally, she too would hold herself bound by her word, and would say yes, in spite of her heart. We should sacrifice each other and ourselves to a false sense of honor." Aur^lie twisted a button of her chair, and shook her head unconvinced. Aur^lie," he added gravely: are you anxious to see her accept me? If so, it would be kinder to tell me so at once. Would you be so cruel as to involve me in an unhappy marriage merely to escape the unpleasantness of uttering a downright refusal?" Ah," she said, raising her head again, but still not looking at him. I will not answer you. You seek to entrap me: you ask too much." Then, after a pause, Have I not told you that if she releases you, you may return here?" And I may infer from that " She clasped her hands with a gesture of despair. And they say these Englishmen think much of themselves. You will not believe it possible that a woman should care for you. He hesitated even yet, until she made a sudden movement towards the door, when he seized her hand and kissed it. She drew it away quickly; checked him easily by begging him to excuse her; bowed; and left the room. He went out elated, and had walked as far as Portland Place before he began to consider what he should say for himself at Cavendish Square, where Mary was staying with Mrs. Phipson. At Fitzroy Square he had been helped by the necessity of speaking French, in which language he had found it natural and easy to say many things which in English would have sounded extravagant to him. He had kissed Aur^lie's hand, as it were, in French. To kiss Mary's hand would, he felt, be a ridiculous ceremony, unworthy of a civilized Englishman. A proposal to jilt her, which was the substance of his business with her now, was not easy to frame acceptably in any language. When he reached the house, he found her with her hat on and a work bag in her hand. I am waiting for Miss Cairns," she said. She is coming with me on an expedition." Guess what it is." I cannot. I did not know that Miss Cairns was in town." We've decided that the condition of Mr. Jack's wardrobe is no longer tolerable. He is away at Birmingham to day; and we are going to make a descent on his lodgings with a store of buttons and darning cotton and a bottle of benzine. We shall make his garments respectable; and he will be none the wiser. Now, Adrian, do not look serious. You are worse than an old woman on questions of propriety." It is a matter of taste," said Herbert, shrugging his shoulders. Is your expedition too important to be postponed for half an hour? I want to speak to you rather particularly." If you wish," said Mary slowly, her face lengthening a little. She was in the humor to sally out and play a prank on Jack, not to sit down and be serious with Herbert. It is possible," he said, noticing this with some mortification, though it strung him up a little too, that when you have heard what I have to say, you will go on your expedition with a lighter heart. Nevertheless, I am sorry to detain you." You need not apologize," she said, irritated. I am quite willing to wait, Adrian. What is the matter?" Are you quite sure we shall not be disturbed here even by Miss Cairns?" If it is so particular as that, we had better go out into the square. I cannot very well barricade myself in Mrs. Phipson's drawing room. There is hardly anybody in the square at this hour." Very well," said Herbert, trying to repress a sensation of annoyance which he also began to experience. They left the house together in silence; opened the gate of the circular enclosure which occupies the centre of Cavendish Square, and found it deserted except by themselves and a few children. Mary walked beside him with knitted brows, waiting for him to begin. Mary: if I were now asking you for the first time the question I put to you that day when we rowed on the Serpentine, would you give me the same answer?" She stopped, bewildered by this unexpected challenge. If you had not put that question before to day, would you put it at all?" she said, walking on again. For heaven's sake," he said, angry at being parried, do not let us begin to argue. I did not mean to reproach you." Mary thought it better not to reply. Her temper was so far under control that she could suppress the bitter speeches which suggested themselves to her; but she could not think of any soft answers, and so had either to retort or be silent. I have noticed — or at least I fancy so," he said quietly, after a pause, that our engagement has not been so pleasant a topic between us of late as it once was." I am perfectly ready to fulfil it," said Mary steadfastly. So am I," said Adrian in the same tone. Another interval of silence ensued. The question is," he said then, whether you are willing as well as ready. You would do me a cruel injustice if, having promised me your heart, you were to redeem that promise with your hand alone." What have you to complain of, Adrian? I know that you are sensitive; but I have taken such pains to avoid giving you the least uneasiness during the last 2 years, that I do not think you can reasonably reproach me. You agreed with me that my painting was mere waste of time, and that I was right to give it up." Since you no longer cared for it." I did not know that you felt sore about it." Nor do I, Mary." Then what is the matter?" Nothing is the matter, if you are satisfied." And is that all you had to say to me, Adrian?" This with an attempt at gaiety. Adrian mused awhile. Mary," he said: I wish you in the first place to understand that I am not jealous of Mr. Jack." She opened her eyes widely and looked at him. But," he continued, I never was so happy with you as when we were merely friends. Since that time I have become your professed lover; and Mr. Jack has succeeded to the friendship which, without in the least intending it, I left vacant. I would willingly change places with him now." You ask me to break off the engagement then?" she said, half eager, half cautious. No. I merely feel bound to offer to release you, if you desire it." I am ready to keep my promise," she rejoined stubbornly. So you say. I do not mean that you will not keep your word, but that your assurance is not given in a manner calculated to make me very happy. I often used to warn you that you thought too highly of me, Mary. You are revenging your own error on me now by letting me see that you do not think me worthy of the sacrifice you feel bound to make for me." I never spoke of it as a sacrifice," said Mary, turning red. I took particular care — I mean that you are groundlessly jealous of Mr. Jack. If our engagement is to be broken off, Adrian, do not say that I broke it." I do not think that I have broken it, Mary," said Herbert, also reddening. Then I suppose it holds good," she said. A long silence followed this. They walked once across the grass, and half way back. There she stopped and faced him bravely. Adrian," she said: I beg your pardon. I have been fencing unworthily with you. Will you release me from the engagement, and let us be friends as we were before?" You do wish it then?" he said, startled. I do. And I was hoping that you would propose it yourself, and so be unable to reproach me with going back from my word. That was mean; and I came to my senses during that last turn across the square. I pledge you my word that I only desire to be free to remain unmarried. It has nothing to do with Mr. Jack, or with any other man. It is only that I should not be a good wife to you. I do not think I will marry at all. You are far too good for me, Adrian." Herbert, ashamed of himself, stood looking at her, unable to reply. I know I should have told you this frankly at first," she continued anxiously; but my want of straightforwardness only shows that I am not what you thought I was. I should be a perpetual disappointment to you if you married me. I hope I have not been too sudden. I thought — that is, I fancied — well, I have been thinking a little about Mademoiselle Szczympliga. If you remain friends with her, you will soon feel that I am no great loss." I hope it is not on her account that " No, no. It is solely for the reason I have given. We are not a bit suited to one another. I assure you that I have no other motive. Are you certain that you believe me, Adrian? If you suspect me of wanting to make way for another attachment, or of being merely huffed and jealous, you must think very ill of me." CHAPTER XII. Part II. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 11, Part 2. Herbert's old admiration of her stirred within him, intensified by the remorse which he felt for having himself acted as she was blaming herself for acting. He was annoyed, too, because now that circumstances had tested them equally, she had done the right thing and he the wrong thing. He had always been sincere in his protest that she thought too highly of him, but he had never expected to come out of any trial meanly in comparison with her. He thought of Aur61ie with a sudden dread that perhaps she saw nothing more in him than this situation had brought out. But he maintained by habit all his old air of thoughtful superiority as he took up the conversation. Mary," he said earnestly, I have never thought more highly of you than I do at this moment. But whatever you feel to be the right course for us is the right course. I have not been quite unprepared for this; and since it will make you happy, I am content to lose you as a wife, provided I do not lose you as a friend." I shall always be proud to be your friend," she said, offering him her hand. He took it, feeling quite noble again. Now we are both free," she continued, and I can wish for your happiness without feeling heavily responsible for it. And, Adrian, when we were engaged, you gave me some presents and wrote me some letters. May I keep them?" I shall be very much hurt if you return them, though I suppose you have a right to do so if you wish." I will keep them, then." They clasped hands once more before she resumed in her ordinary tone, I wonder, has Miss Cairns been waiting for me all this time?" On the way back to the house they chatted busily on indifferent matters. The servant who opened the door informed them that Miss Cairns was within. Mary entered, but Herbert did not follow. If you do not mind," he said, I think I had rather not go in." This seemed natural after what had passed. She smiled and bade him goodbye. Goodbye, Mary," he said. As the door closed on her, he turned towards Fitzroy Square; but a feeling of being ill and out of conceit with himself made him turn back to a restaurant in Oxford Street, where he had a chop and a glass of wine. After this his ardor suddenly revived; and he hurried towards Aur61ie's residence by way of Wells Street. He soon lost his way in the labyrinth between Great Portland and Cleveland Streets, and at last emerged at Portland Road railway station. Knowing the way thence, he started afresh for Fitzroy Square. Before he had gone many steps he was arrested by his mother's voice calling him. She was coming from the station, and overtook him in the Euston Road, at the corner of Southampton Street. What on earth are you doing in this quarter of the town?" he said, stopping, and trying to conceal how unwelcome the interruption was. That is a question which you have no right to ask, Adrian. People who have 'Where are you going?' and 'What are you doing?' always in their mouths are social and domestic nuisances, as I have often told you. However, I am going to buy some curtains in Tottenham Court Road. Since you have set the example, may I now ask where you are going?" I? I am not going anywhere in particular just at present." I only asked because you stopped as if you wished to turn down here. Do not let us stand in the street." She went on, and he accompanied her. Presently she said, Have you any news?" No," he replied, after pretending to consider. I think not. Why?" I met Mary Sutherland with Miss Cairns in High Street as I was coming to the train; and she said that you had something to tell me about her." It is only that our engagement is broken off." Adrian!" she exclaimed, stopping so suddenly that a man walking behind them stumbled against her. Beg pardon, mum," said he, civilly, as he passed on. Pray take care, mother," remonstrated Herbert. Come on." Do not be impatient, Adrian. My dress is torn. I believe English workmen are the rudest class in the world. Will you hold my umbrella for one moment, please?" Adrian took the umbrella, and waited chafing. When they started again, Mrs. Herbert walked quickly, taking short steps. It is thoroughly disheartening," she said, to find that you have undone the only sensible thing you ever did in your life. I thought your news would be that you had arranged for the wedding. I think you had better see Mary as soon as you can, and make up your foolish quarrel. She is not a girl to be trifled with." Everything of that kind is at an end between Mary and me. There is no quarrel. The affair is broken off, finally, completely, whether it pleases you or not." Very well, Adrian. There is no occasion for you to be angry. I am content if you are. I merely say that you have done a very foolish thing." "You do not know what I have done. You know absolutely " He checked himself and walked on in silence. "Adrian," said Mrs. Herbert with dignity, "you are going back to your childish habits, I think. You are in a rage." "If I am," he replied bitterly, "you are the only person alive who takes any pleasure in putting me into one. I know that you consider me a fool." "I do not consider you a fool." "At any rate, mother, you have such an opinion of me that I would rather discuss my private affairs with any stranger than with you. Where do you intend to buy the curtains?" Mrs. Herbert did not help him to change the subject. She remained silent for some time to compose herself; for Adrian's remark had hurt her. "I hope," she said at last, "that these musical people have not brought about this quarrel, or breach, or whatever it is?" "Who are 'these musical people'?" "Mr. Jack." "He had nothing whatever to do with it. It was Mary who proposed to break the engagement, not I." "Mary? Oh! Well, it is your own fault. You should have married her long ago. But why should she object now more than another time? Has Mademoiselle the pianist anything to do with it?" "With Mary's withdrawing? No. How could it possibly concern Mademoiselle Szczympliga if it is of her that you are speaking?" "It is of her that I am speaking. I see she has taught you the balked sneeze with which her name begins. I call her Shimplitza, not having had the advantage of her tuition. Where does she live?" Herbert felt that he was caught, and frowned. "She lives in Fitzroy Square," he said shortly. "Ah, indeed," said Mrs. Herbert. Then she added sarcastically, "Do you happen to know that we are within a minute's walk of Fitzroy Square?" "I know it perfectly well. I am going there to see her." "Adrian," said his mother, quickly changing her tone, "you don't mean anything serious, I hope. You do not hope that I am trifling with her, do you, mother?" Mrs. Herbert looked at him startled. "Do you mean to say, Adrian, that you have thrown Mary over because it's well to be off with the old love before you are on with the new? You may put that construction on it if you like, although I have told you that it was Mary and not I who broke the engagement. I had better tell you the whole truth now, to avoid embittering our next meeting with useless complaints. I am going to ask Mademoiselle Szczympliga to be my wife." "You foolish boy! She will not accept you. She is making a fortune, and does not need to marry." "She may not need to. She wishes to. That is enough for me. She knows my mind. I am not going to change it." "I suppose not. I know of old your obstinacy when you are bent on ruining yourself. I have no doubt that you will marry her, particularly as she is not exactly the sort of person I should choose for a daughter in law. Will you expect me to receive her?" "I shall trouble your house no more when I am married than I have done as a bachelor." She shrank for a moment, taken by surprise by this blow. But she did not retort. They presently stopped before the shop she wished to visit, and as they stood together near the entry, she made an effort to speak kindly, and even put her hand caressingly on his arm. "Adrian, do not be so headstrong. Just wait a little. I do not say give her up; but wait a little longer — for my sake." Adrian bent his brows and collected all his hardness to resist this appeal. "Mother," he said, "I never had a cherished project yet that you did not seek to defeat by sarcasms, by threats, and failing those, by cajolery." Mrs. Herbert quickly took her hand away, and drew back. "And it has always turned out that I was right and that you were wrong. You would not allow that I could ever be a painter; and yet I am now able to marry without your assistance by my success as a painter. I took one step which gained your approval — my engagement to Mary. Had I married her, I should be this day a wretched man. Now that I have the happiness to be loved by a lady whom all Europe admires, you would have me repudiate her, for no other reason that I can see under heaven than that you make it your fixed principle to thwart me in everything. I am sorry to have to tell you plainly that I have come to look upon your influence as opposed to my happiness. It has been at the end of my tongue often, and you have forced me to let it slip at last." Mrs. Herbert listened attentively during this speech, and for some seconds afterwards. Then she roused herself; made a gesture of acquiescence without opening her lips; and went into the shop, leaving him still angry, yet in doubt as to whether he had spoken wisely. But the interview had excited him; and from it and all other goading thoughts he turned to anticipations of his reception by Aur^lie. Short though the distance was, he drove to her in a hansom. Can I see Miss Szczympliga again?" he said to the servant, who now received him with interest, guessing that he came courting. She's in the drawing room, sir. You may go in." He went in and found Aur^lie standing near the window in a black silk dress, which she had put on since his visit in the morning. Mr. 'Erbert's, mum?" said the servant, lingering at the door to witness their meeting. Aur^lie turned; made him a stately bow; sat down, and by a gesture invited him to sit also. He obeyed; but when the door was shut, he got up and approached her. Aur61ie: she begged me to break the engagement, although, as you bade me, I offered to fulfil it. I am perfectly free — only for the instant, I hope." She rose gravely. Mademoiselle Szczympliga," he added, changing his familiarly eager manner to one of earnest politeness: will you do me the honor to become my wife?" With pleasure. Monsieur Herbert, if my mother approves." He was not sure what he ought to do next. After a moment's hesitation, he stooped and kissed her hand. Catching a roguish expression in her face as he looked up, he clasped her in his arms, and kissed her repeatedly. Enough, monsieur," she said, laughing and disengaging herself. He then sat down, thinking that she had behaved with admirable grace, and he himself with becoming audacity. I thought you would expect me to be very cold and ceremonious," she said, resuming her seat composedly. In England one must always be solemn, I said to myself. But indeed you have as little self command as anyone. Besides, you have not yet spoken to my mother. You do not anticipate any objection from her, I hope." How do I know? And your parents, what of them? I have seen your mother: she is like a great lady. It is only in England that such handsome mothers are to be seen. She is widowed, is she not?" Yes. I have no father. I wish to heaven I had no mother either." Oh, Monsieur Herbert, you are very wrong to say so. And such a gracious lady, too. Fie!" Aur61ie, I am not jesting. Can you not understand that a mother and son may be so different in their dispositions that neither can sympathize with the other? It is my great misfortune to be such a son. I have found sympathetic friendship, encouragement, respect, faith in my abilities, and love" — here he slipped his arm about her waist, and she murmured a remonstrance — from strangers upon whom I had no claim. In my mother I found none of them. She felt nothing for me but a contemptuous fondness which I did not care to accept. She is a clever woman, impatient of sentiment, and fond of her own way. My father, like myself, was too diffident to push himself arrogantly through the world, and she despised him for it, thinking him a fool. When she saw that I was like him, she concluded that I too was a fool, and that she must arrange my life for me in some easy, lucrative, genteel, brainless, conventional way. I hardly ever dared to express the most modest aspiration, or assert the most ordinary claims to respect, for fear of exciting her quiet ridicule. She did not know how much her indifference tortured me, because she had no idea of any keener sensitiveness than her own. Everybody commits follies from youth and want of experience; and I hope most people humor and spare such follies as tenderly as they can. My mother did not even laugh at them. She saw through them, and stamped them out with open contempt. She taught me to do without her consideration; and I learned the lesson. My friends will tell you that I am a bad son; never that she is a bad mother, or rather no mother. She has the power of bringing out everything that is hasty and disagreeable in my nature by her presence alone. This is why I wish I were wholly an orphan, and why I ask you, who are more to me than all the world besides, to judge me by what you see of me, and not by the reports you may hear of my behavior towards my own people." Oh, it is frightful! My God! To hate your mother! If you do not love her, how will you love your wife?" With all the love my mother rejected, added to what you have yourself inspired. But I am glad you are surprised. You must be very fond of your own mother." That is so different," said Aur61ie with a shrug. Mother and son is a sacred relation. Mothers and daughters are fond of one another in an ordinary way, as a matter of course. You must ask her pardon. Suppose she should curse you?" Parental curses are out of fashion in England," said Adrian, amused, and yet a little vexed. You will understand us better after a little while. Let us drop the subject of my old grievances. Are you fond of pictures, Aur61ie?" You are forever asking me that. Yes, I am very fond of some pictures. I have seen very few." But you have been in Dresden, in Munich, in Paris." Yes, but I was playing everywhere. I had not a moment to myself. I intended to go to the gallery in Dresden, but I had to put it off. Are there any good pictures at Munich?" Have you not seen them?" No, I did not know of them. When I was in Paris, I went one day to the Louvre, but I could only stay half an hour, and I did not see much. I used to be able to draw very well. Is it hard to paint?" It is the most difficult art in the world, Aur^lie." You are laughing at me. Why, there are not a dozen players, real players, in Europe; and every city is full of painters." Real painters, Aur^lie?" Ah, perhaps not. I suppose there are second rate painters just like second rate players. Is it not so, Meester Adrian?" You must not call me that, Aur^lie. People who like each other never say Mister. You say you used to draw?" Yes. Soldiers and horses and people whom we knew. Shall I draw you?" By all means. How shall I sit? Profile?" You need not sit for me. I am not going to copy you. I am only going to make a little likeness. I can draw dark men as well as fair. You shall see." She took a piece of music and set to work with a pencil on the margin. In a minute she shewed him two scratchy sketches, vilely drawn, but amusingly like Herbert and Jack. I can just recognize myself," he said, examining them. But that one of Jack is capital. Ha! ha!" Then he added sadly, Professed painter as I am, I could not do that. Portraiture is my weak point. But I would not have left Dresden without seeing the Madonna di San Sisto." Bah! Looking at pictures cannot make me draw well, no more than listening to others could make me play. But indeed I would have gone to the gallery had I foreseen that I should meet you. My God! Do not kiss me so suddenly. It is droll to think of how punctilious and funereal you were the other day, and now you have less manners than a Cossack. Are you easily offended, Monsieur Adrian?" I hope not," he replied, taken aback by a change in her manner as she asked the question. If you mean easily offended by you, certainly not. Easily hurt or easily pleased, yes. But not offended, my darling." What is that you said in English?" Nothing. You can look for it in the dictionary when I am gone. But what am I to be offended at?" Only this. I want you to go away." So soon?" Yes. I have not said anything to my mother yet. She will question me the moment she sees me in this dress. You must not be here then. To morrow you will call on her at 4 o'clock, and all will be well. Now go. I expect her every moment." May I not see you before to morrow afternoon?" Why should you? I go to night to play at the house of a great dame. Lady Geraldine Porter, who is the daughter of a nobleman and the wife of a baronet. My mother loves to be among such people. She will tell you all about our ancestry to morrow." Aur^lie, I shall meet you there. Lady Geraldine is mother's cousin and close friend, on which account I have not sought much after her. But she told me once that she would waste no more invitations on me. I never accepted them, but that I was welcome to come when I pleased. I shall please to night, Aur^lie. Hurrah!" Heaven! You are all fire and flame in a moment. You will remember that at Lady Geraldine's we are to be as we were before to day. You will behave yourself?" Of course. Now go, I beg of you. If you delay, you will — What is the matter now?" It has just come into my mind that my mother may be at Lady Geraldine's. If so, would you mind? In short, do not let Madame Szczympliga speak to her of our engagement. Of course you will say nothing yourself." Not if you do not wish me to," said Aur^lie, drawing back a step. You see, my darling, as I have not yet spoken to your mother, it would be a great breach of etiquette for you or Madame to pretend to know my intentions. That is nonsense, of course; but you know how formal we are in this country." Oh, is that the reason? I am glad you told me; and I shall be very careful. So will my mother. Now go quickly. Au revoir." CHAPTER XII. Part One of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XII. At this time Jack was richer than he had ever been before. His works were performed at the principal concerts; he gave lessons at the rate of 15 guineas a dozen; and had more applications for lessons at that rate than he had time to accept. Publishers tempted him with offers of blank cheques for inane drawing room ballads with easy accompaniments. Every evening he went from his lodging in Church Street to some public entertainment at which he had to play or conduct, or to the house of some lady of fashion who considered her reception incomplete without him. For society found relief and excitement in the eccentric and often rude manner of the Welsh musician, and recognized his authority to behave as he pleased. At such receptions he received fresh invitations, some of which he flatly declined. Others he accepted, presenting himself duly, except when he forgot the invitation. When he did forget, and was reproached by the disappointed hostess, he denied all knowledge of her entertainment, and said that had he been asked he should have come, as he never forgot anything. He made no calls, left no cards, and paid little attention to his dress. One afternoon he went to the house of Mr. Phipson, who had been of service to him at the Ancient Orpheus. Among the guests there was Lady Geraldine Porter, Mrs. Herbert's friend, whom Jack did not know. She was a lady of strong common sense, resolutely intolerant of the eccentricities and affectations of artists. No man who wore a velveteen jacket and long hair had a chance of an introduction to or an invitation from Lady Geraldine. These people, she said, can behave themselves properly if they like. We have to learn manners before we go into society: let them do the same, since they are so clever. As to Jack, he was her pet aversion. Society, in her opinion, had one clear duty to Jack: to boycott him until he conformed to its reasonable usages. And she set an unavailing example by refusing all intercourse with him in the drawing rooms where they frequently found themselves together. When the inevitable entreaty from Mrs. Phipson brought Jack to the piano, Lady Geraldine was sitting close behind him and next to Mrs. Herbert. There was a buzz of conversation going on, and he struck a few chords to stop it. Those who affected Jack worship hushed at the talkers, and assumed an expression of enthusiastic expectation. The buzz subsided, but did not quite cease. Jack waited patiently, thrumming the keyboard. Still there was not silence. He turned round and saw Lady Geraldine speaking earnestly to Mrs. Herbert, heedless of what was passing in the room. He waited still, with his body twisted towards her and his right hand behind him on the keys, until her unconscious breach of good manners, becoming generally observed, brought about an awful pause. Mrs. Herbert hastily warned her by a stealthy twitch. She stopped, looked up, took in the situation, and regarded Jack's attitude with marked displeasure. You mustn't talk," he said, corrugating his nose. You must listen to me." Lady Geraldine's color rose slightly, a phenomenon which no one present had ever witnessed before. I beg your pardon," she said, bowing. Jack appreciated the dignity of her tone and gesture. He nodded approvingly, to her disappointment, for she had intended to abash him, and, turning to the piano, gave out his theme in the apposite form of a stately minuet. Upon this he improvised for 25 minutes, to the delight of the few genuine amateurs present. The rest, though much fatigued, were loud in admiration of Jack's genius; and many of them crowded about him in the hope of inducing him to give a similar performance at their own houses. Oh, how I adore music!" said one of them to him later on, when he came and sat by her. If I were only a great genius like you." Instead of replying, he looked indignantly at her. I really do not see why I am not to be supposed capable of appreciating anything," she continued, protesting against his expression. I am very fond of music." Nobody says you are not," said Jack. You are fond enough of music when it walks in its silver slippers, as Mr. Byends was fond of religion." The lady, who was a born Irish Protestant, a Roman Catholic by conversion, a sort of free thinker after the fashionable Broad Church manner by habit, by conviction nothing at all, and very superstitious by nature, always suspected some personal application in allusions to religion. She looked askance at him and said pettishly, I wonder you condescend to converse with me at all, since you have such a low opinion of me. I like talking to you, except when you go into rhapsodies over music. Do you know why?" I am sure I don't," she said with a little laugh and a glance at him. Why?" Because you are a chatterbox," said Jack, relishing the glance. Don't think, madame, that it is because you are kindred spirit and musical. I hate musical people. Who is that lady sitting next Mrs. Herbert?" "What! You don't know? That explains your temerity. She is Lady Geraldine Porter; and you are the first mortal that has ever ventured to rebuke her. It was delicious." "Is that the lady who would not have me at her house?" "Yes. You have revenged yourself, though." "Plenty of fools will say so; and therefore I am sorry I spoke to her. However, I cannot be expected to know trifles of this kind, though I am in the confidence of pretty Mrs. Saunders. Have you any wicked stories to tell me to day?" "No, except what everybody knows, and what I suppose you knew before anybody, about your friend Miss Sutherland and Adrian Herbert." "What about them?" "Tell me nothing about Miss Sutherland, unless you are sure it is true. I do not want to hear anything unpleasant of her." "You need not be so cross," said Mrs. Saunders coolly. "You can ask her for the particulars. The main fact is that Mr. Herbert, who was engaged to her, is going to marry Szczympliga, the pianist." "Pshaw! That is an old story. He has been seen speaking to her once or twice; and of course Now, Mr. Jack, let me tell you that it is not the old story which was mere gossip. I never repeat gossip. It is a new story, and a true one. Old Madame Szczympliga told me all about it. Her daughter actually refused Mr. Herbert because of his former engagement; and then he went straight to Mary Sutherland, and asked her to give up her claim, which of course she had to do, poor girl. Then he went back to the Szczympliga, and prevailed with her. Miss Sutherland, with all her seriousness, showed that she knows her métier as well as the most frivolous of her sex — as myself, if you like; for she set to work at once to express her remorse at having jilted him. How transparent all our little artifices are after all, Mr. Jack." "I don't believe a word of it." "You shall see. I did not believe it myself at first; but Miss Sutherland told me in this very room the day before yesterday that Mr. Herbert was no longer engaged to her, and that she particularly wished it to be understood that if there was any blame in the matter, it was due to her and not to him. Of course, I took in the situation at once. She said it admirably, almost implying that she was magnanimously eager to shield poor Adrian Herbert from my busy tongue. Poor Mary! She is well rid of him, if she only knew it. I wonder who will be the next candidate for the post he has deserted." Mrs. Saunders, as she wondered, glanced at Jack's eyes. "Why need she fill it at all? Every woman's head is not occupied with stuff of that sort." Jack spoke gruffly, and seemed troubled. After a few moments, during which she leaned back lazily and smiled at him, he rose. "Good bye," he said. "You are not very amusing to day. I suppose you are telling this fine story of yours to whoever has time to listen to it." "Not at all, Mr. Jack. Everybody is telling it to me. I am quite tired of it." Jack uttered a grunt, and left her. Meeting Mrs. Herbert, he made his bow, and asked where Miss Sutherland was. "She is in the conservatory," said Mrs. Herbert, hesitating; "but I think she will be engaged there for some time." He thanked her, and wandered through the rooms for 5 minutes. Then, his patience being exhausted, he went into the conservatory, where he saw Lady Geraldine apparently arguing some point with Mary, who stood before her looking obstinately downward. "It is quixotic nonsense," Lady Geraldine was saying as Jack entered. "He has behaved very badly; and you know it as well as I do. Only you feel bound to put yourself in a false position to screen him." "That is where I disagree with you, Lady Geraldine. I think my position the true one, and the one you would have me take the false one." "My dear, listen to me. Do you not see that your efforts to exculpate Adrian only convince people of his meanness? The more you declare you deserted him, the more they are certain that it is a case of sour grapes, and that you are making the common excuse of girls who are jilted. Don't be angry with me. Nothing but brutal plain speaking will move you. You told Belle Saunders, I mean, that the fault was yours. Do you suppose she believed you?" "Of course," said Mary vehemently, but evidently shocked by this view of the case. "Then you are mistaken," said Jack, advancing. "She has just given me the very version that this lady has so sensibly put to you." Lady Geraldine turned and looked at him in a way that would have swept an ordinary man speechless from the room. Mary, accustomed to him, did not think of resenting his interference, and said, after considering distressedly for a moment, "But it is not my fault if Mrs. Saunders chooses to say what is not true. I cannot adapt what has really happened to what she or anybody else may think." "I don't know what has really happened," said Jack. "But you can hold your tongue; and that is the proper thing for you to do. It is none of their business.
It is none of yours, either, to whitewash Herbert, whether he needs it or not. I beg your pardon, ma'am," he added, turning ceremoniously to Lady Geraldine. I should have retired on seeing Miss Sutherland engaged, had I not accidentally overheard the excellent advice you were giving her." With that he made her his best old fashioned bow, and went away. Well, really," said Lady Geraldine, staring after him. Is this the newest species of artistic affectation, pray? It used to be priggishness, or loudishness, or exquisite sensibility; but now it seems to be outspoken common sense; and instead of being a relief, it is the most insufferable affectation of all. My dear, I hope I have not distressed you." Oh, this world is not fit for any honest woman to live in," cried Mary indignantly. It has some base construction to put on every effort to be just and tell the truth. If I had done my best to blacken Adrian after deserting him, I should be at no loss now for approval and sympathy. As it is, I am striving to do what is right; and I am made to appear contemptible for my pains." It is not a very honest world, I grant you," said Lady Geraldine quietly. But it is not so bad as you think. Young people quarrel with it because it will not permit them to be heroic in season and out of season. You have made a mistake; and if you want to be heroic out of season on the strength, or rather the weakness, of that mistake. I, who know you well, do not suppose, as Belle Saunders does, that you are consciously making a virtue of a necessity. But I think there is a little spiritual pride in your resolution not to be betrayed into reproaching Adrian. In fact, all quixotism is tainted with spiritual vainglory; and that is the reason that no one likes it, or even admires it heartily in real life. Besides, my dear, nobody really cares a bit how Adrian behaved or how you behaved. They only care about the facts; and the facts, I must say, are plain enough. You and Adrian were unwise enough to enter into a long engagement. You got tired of one another — wait till I have finished — and then protest your fill. Adrian went behind your back and proposed to another woman, who was more honorable than he, and refused to let him smuggle her into your place. Then, instead of coming to demand his freedom straightforwardly, he came to fish for it — to entrap you into offering it to him; and he succeeded. The honest demand came from you instead of from him." But I fished too," said Mary piteously. I was only honest when he drove me to it." Of course," said Lady Geraldine impatiently. You are not an angel; and the sooner you reconcile yourself to the few failings which you share with the rest of us, the happier you will be. None of us are honest in such matters except when our conscience drives us to it. The honestest people are only those who feel the constraint soonest and strongest. If you had held out a little longer, Adrian might have forestalled you. I say he might; but in my opinion he would most probably have fastened a quarrel on you, about Jack or somebody else, and got out of his engagement that way." Oh no; for he spoke about Mr. Jack, and said expressly that he did not mind him at all; but that if he had brought about any change in my feelings, I need not feel bound by the There. I know that is an additional proof of his faithlessness in your eyes." It is a proof of what a thorough fool a man must be to expect you to take such a bait. Please release me, Mr. Herbert, that I may gratify my fancy for Mr. Jack. That is such a likely thing for a woman to say." I hope you are not in earnest about Mr. Jack, Lady Geraldine." I am not pleased about him, Mary. These friendships stand in a girl's way. Of course I know you are not in love with him — at least, accustomed as I am to the folly of men and women about one another, even I cannot conceive such infatuation. But, Mary, do not flourish your admiration for his genius — I suppose he has genius — in the faces of other men." I will go back to Windsor, and get clear of Mr. Jack and Mr. Herbert both. I wish people would mind their own business." They never do, dear. But it is time for us to go. Have I dashed your spirits very much?" Not at all," replied Mary absently. Then, if you are quite gay, you need not object to come somewhere with me this evening." You mean to go out somewhere? I cannot, Lady Geraldine. I should only be a wet blanket. I am not in the vein for society to day. Thank you all the same for trying to rescue me from my own thoughts." Nonsense, Mary. You must come. It is only to the theatre. Mrs. Herbert and we two will make a quiet party. After what has passed, you cannot meet her too soon; and I know she is anxious to shew that she does not mean to take Adrian's part against you." Oh, I have no doubt of that. So far from it, that I am afraid Adrian will think I am going to her to complain of him. There," she added, seeing that this last doubt was too much for Lady Geraldine's patience, I will come. I know I am very hard to please; but indeed I did not feel in the humor for theatre going." You will be ready at half past seven?" Mary consented, sighed, and left the conservatory dejectedly with Lady Geraldine, who, on returning to the drawing room, had another conference with Mrs. Herbert. Meanwhile Jack, after chatting a while with Mrs. Saunders, prepared to depart. He had put off his afternoon's work in order to be at Mr. Phipson's disposal; and he felt indolent and morally lax in consequence, stopping, as he made his way to the door, to speak to several ladies who seldom received even a nod from him. On the stairs he met the youngest Miss Phipson, aged 5 years; and he lingered a while to chat with her. He then went down to the hall, and was about to leave the house when he heard his name pronounced sweetly behind him. He turned and saw Lady Geraldine, at whom he gazed in unconcealed surprise. I forgot to thank you for your timely aid in the conservatory," she said, in her most gracious manner. I wonder whether you will allow me to ask for another and greater favor." What is it?" said Jack, suspiciously. Mrs. Herbert," replied Lady Geraldine, with a polite simulation of embarrassment, is going to make use of my box at the theatre this evening; and she has asked me to bring Miss Sutherland there. We are very anxious that you should accompany us, if you have no important engagement. As I am the nominal owner of the box, may I beg you to come with us?" Jack was not satisfied. The invitation was unaccountable to him, as he knew perfectly well what Lady Geraldine thought of him. Instead of answering, he stood looking at her in a perplexity which expressed itself unconsciously in hideous grimaces. Will you allow me to send my carriage to your house?" she said, when the pause became unbearable. Yes. No. I'll join you at the theatre. Will that do?" Lady Geraldine, resenting his manner, put strong constraint on herself as, with careful courtesy, she told him the name of the theatre and the hour of the performance. He listened to her attentively, but gave no sign of assent. When she had finished speaking, he looked absently up the staircase, showed his teeth, and hammered a tune on his chin with the edge of his hat. The strain on Lady Geraldine's forbearance became very great indeed. May we depend on your coming?" she said at last. Why do you want me to come?" she exclaimed suddenly. You don't like me." Lady Geraldine drew back a step. Then, losing patience, she said sharply, What answer do you expect me to make to that, Mr. Jack?" None," said he, with mock gravity. It is unanswerable. From Capharsalama on eagle wings I fly." And after making her another bow, he left the house chuckling. As he disappeared, Mrs. Herbert came downstairs and joined Lady Geraldine. Well," she said, is Mary to be made happy at our expense?" Yes," said Lady Geraldine. I bearded the monster here, and got what I deserved for my pains. The man is a savage. I told you what to expect." That did not make it a bit pleasanter. You had better come and dine with me. Sir John is going to Greenwich, and we may as well enjoy ourselves together up to the last moment." That evening Mary Sutherland reluctantly accompanied Mrs. Herbert and Lady Geraldine to the theatre, to witness the first performance in England of a newly translated French drama. When she had been a few minutes seated in their box, she was surprised by the entry of Jack, whose black silk kerchief, which he persisted in wearing instead of a necktie, was secured with a white pin, showing that he had dressed himself with unusual care. Mr. Jack!" exclaimed Mary. Just so, Mr. Jack," he said, hanging his only hat, which had suffered much from wet weather and bad usage, on a peg behind the door. Did you not expect him?" Mary, about to say no, hesitated, and glanced at Lady Geraldine. I see you did not," said Jack, placing his chair behind hers. A surprise, eh?" An agreeable surprise," said Mrs. Herbert smoothly, with her fan before her lips. An accidental one," said Lady Geraldine. I forgot to tell Miss Sutherland that you had been good enough to promise to come." Mrs. Herbert is laughing at me," said Jack, good humoredly. So are you. It is you who were good enough to ask me, not I who was good enough to come. Listen to the band. Those 18 or 20 bad players cost more than 6 good ones would, and are not half so agreeable to listen to. Do you hear what they are playing? Can you imagine anyone writing such stuff? It certainly sounds exceedingly ugly; but I am notoriously unmusical, so my opinion is not worth anything." Still, so far as you can judge, you don't like it?" Certainly not." I am beginning to like it," said Mrs. Herbert, coolly. I am quite aware that it is one of your own compositions, or some arrangement of one." Ha! ha! Souvenirs of Jack, they call it.
This is what a composer has to suffer whenever he goes to a public entertainment, Lady Geraldine. In revenge for which he ungenerously lays traps for others, Mr. Jack." You are right," said Jack, suddenly becoming moody. It was ungenerous; but I shared the discomfiture. There they go at my fantasia. Accursed be the man. Hark! The dog has taken it upon himself to correct the harmony." He ceased speaking, and leaned forward on his elbows, grinding his teeth and muttering. Mary, in low spirits herself, made an effort to soothe him. Surely you do not care about such a trifle as that," she began. What harm You call it a trifle," he said, interrupting her threateningly. Certainly," interposed Lady Geraldine in ironically measured tones. A composer such as you can afford to overlook an ephemeral travesty to which nobody is listening. Were I in your place, I would not suffer a thought of resentment to ruffle the calm surface of my contempt for it." Wouldn't you?" said Jack sarcastically. Tell me one thing. You are very rich — as rich in money as I am in music. Would you like to be robbed of a sovereign?" I am not fond of being robbed at all, Mr. Jack." Aha! Neither am I. You wouldn't miss the sovereign: people would think you stingy for thinking about it. Perhaps I can afford to be misrepresented by a rascally fiddler for a few nights here as well as you can afford the pound. But I don't like it." You are always unanswerable," said Lady Geraldine, good humoredly. Jack stood up and looked round the theatre. All the world and his wife are here to night," he said. That white haired gentleman hiding at the back of the balcony is the father of an old pupil of mine, a man cursed with an ungovernable temper. His name is Brailsford. The youth with the eyeglass in the stalls is a critic. He called me a promising young composer the other day. Who is that coming into the box nearly opposite? The Szympliga, is it not? I see Madame's topknot coming through the inner gloom. She takes the best seat, of course, just as naturally as if she was a child at her first pantomime. There's a handsome gentleman with a fair beard dimly visible behind. It must be Master Adrian. He has a queer notion of life, that chap," he added, forgetting that he was in the presence of that chap's mother. Mrs. Herbert looked round gravely at him; and Lady Geraldine frowned. He did not notice them. He was watching Mary, who had shrunk for a moment behind the curtain, but was now sitting in full view of Herbert, looking straight at the stage from which the curtain had just gone up. CHAPTER XIII. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter XII. Part II. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter XII. Part II. Nothing more was said in the box, until, at a few words pronounced behind the scenes by a strange voice, Jack uttered an inarticulate sound and stood up. Then there came upon the stage a lady, very pretty, very elegantly dressed, a little bold in her manner, a little over rouged, fascinating because of these slight excesses, but stamped by them as foreign to the respectable society into which she was supposed to have intruded. Absurd!" said Mary suddenly, after gazing incredulously at the actress for a moment. It cannot be. And yet I verily believe it is. Lady Geraldine! Is not that Madge Brailsford?" I really think it is," said Lady Geraldine, using her opera glass. How shockingly she is painted! And yet I don't believe it is either. That woman is evidently very clever, which Madge never was, so far as I could see. And the voice is quite different." Oho!" said Jack. It was I who found that voice for her." Then it is Madge," said Mary. Of course it is. Rub your eyes and see for yourself." Mary looked and looked, as if she could hardly believe it yet. At the end of the act the principal performers, including Magdalen, were called before the curtain and heartily applauded. Jack, though contemptuous of popular demonstrations, joined in this, making as much noise as possible, and impatiently bidding Mary take off her gloves, that she might clap her hands with more effect. A moment afterwards there was a hasty knocking at the door of the box. Mary looked across the theatre, saw that Adrian's chair was vacant, and turned red. Jack opened the door and admitted, not Adrian, but Mr. Brailsford, who hurried to the front of the box, shook Lady Geraldine's hand nervously, made a hasty bow right and left to Mary and Mrs. Herbert,
and, after making as though he had something particular to say, sat down in Jack's chair and said nothing. He was greatly agitated. Well, Mr. Brailsford," said Lady Geraldine, smiling, dare I congratulate you?" Not a word, not a word," he said, as if he were half suffocated. I beg your pardon for coming into your box. I am a broken man, disgraced by my own daughter. My favorite daughter, sir, madame, I beg your pardon again. You can tell this young lady that she was my favorite daughter." You must not take her brilliant success in this way," said Lady Geraldine gently, looking at him with surprise and pity. And remember that you have other girls." Psh! Whoosh! hissed the old gentleman, throwing up his hand and snapping his fingers. They are all born fools, like their mother. She is like me, the only one that is like me. Did you ever see such impudence? A girl brought up as she was, walking out of a house in Kensington Palace Gardens on to the stage, and playing a Parisian, a French — God bless me, a drab to the life. It was perfection. I've seen everybody that ever acted years before your ladyship was born. I remember Miss O'Neill, aye, and Mrs. Jordan. Mars, Rachel, Piccolomini. She's better than any of 'em, except Miss O'Neill. I was young in her time. She wouldn't be kept from it. I set my face against it, so did her mother, who could no more appreciate her than a turnip could. So did we all. We locked her up. We took her money from her. I threatened to disown her, and so I will too, but she had her way in spite of us all. Just like me, exactly like me. Why, when I was her age, I cared no more for my family than I did for Bonaparte. It's in her blood. I should have been on the stage myself, only it's a blackguard profession, and a man who can write tragedy does not need to act it. I will turn over some of my old manuscripts, and she shall show the world what her old father can do. And did you notice how self-possessed she was? I saw the nerves under it. I felt them. Nervousness always played the devil with me. I tell you, madam, and I am qualified to speak on the subject, that she walks the stage and gives out her lines in the true old style. You don't know these things, Miss Mary. You are too young. You never saw great acting. But I know. I had lessons from the great Young. Edmund Kean was a mountebank beside him. I was the best pupil of Charles Mayne Young, and of Little Dutch Sam, but that was another matter. No true lady would paint her face and make an exhibition of herself on a public stage for money. Still, it is a most extraordinary thing that a young girl like that, without any teaching or preparation, should walk out of a drawing room on to the stage and take London by storm." But has she not had some little experience in the provinces?" said Mary. Certainly not," said Mr. Brailsford impatiently. Strolling about with a parcel of vagabond pantomimists is not experience — not proper experience for a young lady. She is the first Brailsford that ever played for money in a public theatre. She is not a Brailsford at all. I have forbidden her to use the name she's disgraced." Come," said Lady Geraldine. You are proud of her. You know you are." I am not. I have refused to see her. I have disowned her. If I caught one of her sisters coming to witness this indecent French play, of which she is the life and soul, what would it be without her, Lady Geraldine? Tell me that." It would be the dullest business imaginable." Ha, ha!" cried Brailsford with a triumphant gesture. I should think so. Dull as ditch water. Her voice alone would draw all London to listen. Perhaps you think that I taught her to speak. I tell you, Mrs. Herbert, I would have slain her with my own hand as soon as trained her for such a profession. Who taught her then? Why " I did," said Jack. Mr. Brailsford, who had not noticed his presence before, stared at him and stiffened as he did so. I believe you are already acquainted with Mr. Jack," said Lady Geraldine, watching them with some anxiety. You see what she has made of herself," said Jack, looking hard at him. I helped her to do it. You opposed her. Which of us was in the right?" I will not go into that question with you, sir," said Mr. Brailsford, raising his voice and waving his glove. I do not approve of my daughter's proceedings." He turned from Jack to Mrs. Herbert, and made a brave effort to chat with her with a jaunty air. A distinguished audience to night. I think I saw somewhere in the house your son, not the least distinguished of us. Painting is a noble art. I remember when painters did not stand as well in society as they do now; but never in my life have I failed in respect for them. Never. A man is the better for contemplating a great picture. Your son has an enviable career before him." So I am told." Not a doubt of it. He is a fine young man, as he indeed could not fail to be, with such an inheritance of personal graces and mental endowments." "He is very like his father." "Possibly, madame," said Mr. Brailsford, bowing. "But I never saw his father. Whatever his career may be, I shall have little part in it. I did not encourage him to become an artist. I opposed his doing so as well as I could. I was mistaken, I suppose. It is easier than I thought to become a popular painter. But children never forgive such mistakes." "Forgive!" exclaimed Mr. Brailsford, his withered cheek reddening faintly. "If you have forgiven him for disregarding your wishes, you can hardly believe that he will be so unnatural as to cherish any bad feeling towards you, eh?" "It is not unnatural to resent an unmerited wound to one's vanity. If I could honestly admire Adrian's work even now, I have no doubt he would consent to be reconciled to me in time. But I cannot. His pictures seem weak and sentimental to me. I can see the deficiencies of his character in every line of them. I always thought that genius was an indispensable condition to success." "Ha! ha!" said Jack. "What you call success is the compensation of the man who has no genius. If you had believed in his genius, and yet wanted success for him, you might have opposed him with better reason. Some men begin by aiming high, and they have to wait till the world comes up to their level. Others aim low, and have to lift themselves to success. Happy fellows like Mr. Adrian hit the mark at once, being neither too good for the Academy people nor too bad for the public." "Probably you are right," said Mrs. Herbert. "I should have borne in mind that worse painters than he enjoy a fair share of toleration. However, I must abide by my error now." "But surely," said Mr. Brailsford, harping anxiously on the point, "you do not find that he persists in any little feeling of disappointment that you may have caused him formerly. No, no, he can't do that. He must see that you are actuated by the truest regard for his welfare, and so forth." "I find that his obstinacy, or perseverance rather, is as evident in his resentment against me as it was in his determination to make himself an artist in spite of me." Mr. Brailsford, troubled, bit his nail, and glanced at Mrs. Herbert twice or thrice without speaking. Lady Geraldine watched him for a moment, and then said, "There is a difference between your case and Mrs. Herbert's." "Of course," he said hurriedly. "Oh, of course. Quite different. I was not thinking of any such—" "And yet," continued Lady Geraldine, "there is some likeness too. You both oppose your children's tastes; but Mrs. Herbert does not believe in Adrian's talent, although she is glad she has made a position for himself. You, on the contrary, are carried away by Magdalen's talent; but you are indignant at the position it has made for her." "I am not carried away. You entirely misapprehend my feelings. I deeply deplore her conduct. I have ceased to correspond with her even, since she set my feelings at defiance by accepting a London engagement." "In short," said Lady Geraldine with good humoured raillery, "you would not speak to her if she were to walk into this box." Mr. Brailsford started and looked round, but there was no one behind him. Jack had disappeared. "No," he said, recovering himself. "Certainly not. I cannot believe that she would venture into my presence." The curtain went up as he spoke. When Madge again came on the stage, her business was of a more serious character than in the first act, and displayed the heartless determination of the adventuress rather than her amusing impudence. Lady Geraldine, admiring a certain illustration of this, turned with an approving glance to Mr. Brailsford. He was looking fixedly at the stage, no longer triumphant, almost haggard. He seemed relieved when the actress, being supposed to recognize an old lover, relented and showed some capacity for sentiment. When the act was over, he still sat staring nervously at the curtain. Presently the box door opened, and he again looked round with a start. It was Jack, who, returning his testy regard with a grim smile, came close to him, stretched an arm over his head, and pulled over one of the curtains of the box so as to seclude it from the house. Mr. Brailsford rose, trembling. "I absolutely refuse," he began. Jack opened the door; and Madge, with her dress covered by a large domino cloak, hurried in. She threw off the cloak as soon as the door was closed, and then seized her father and kissed him. He said with difficulty, "My dear child," sat down, and bent his head, overpowered by emotion for the moment. She stood with her hand on his shoulder, and bowed over him. in a very self‐possessed manner to Mary, whom she addressed as Miss Sutherland, and to the others. I have no business to be here," she said, in a penetrating whisper. It is against rules. But when Mr. Jack came in and told me that my father was here, I could not let him go without speaking to him." Lady Geraldine bowed. She and her companions had been prepared to receive Madge with frank affection. But her appearance and manner quite disconcerted them. They recollected her as a pretty, petulant young lady. They had actually seen her as only 1 or 2 minutes before on the stage. Yet here she was, apparently grown during those 2 minutes, not only in stature but in frame. The slight and elegant lady of the play was in the box a large, strong woman, with resonant voice and measured speech. Even her hand, as she patted her father's shoulder, moved rhythmically as if the gesture were studied. The kindly patronage with which Lady Geraldine had been willing to receive an impulsive, clever young girl was forgotten in the mixture of respect, disappointment, and even aversion inspired by the self‐controlled, independent, and accomplished woman. Mary was the first to recover herself. Madge," she said. That is, if one may venture to call you Madge." Indeed you may," said Madge, nodding and smiling gracefully. You are a great deal more like yourself on the stage than off it." Yes," said Madge. For the last 2½ years I have not taken a single holiday." Mr. Brailsford now sat upright, coughed, and looked severely round. His lip relaxed as his gaze fell on Magdalen; and after an apprehensive glance at her, he lost his assurance even more obviously than the others. You have grown a good deal, I think, my child," he said nervously. Yes, I hardly expected you to know me. You are looking better than ever. How are the girls?" Quite well, thank you, my dear, quite well." And mother?" Oh, she is well. A little rheumatism, of course, and a I shall come and see you all to morrow at 1 o'clock. Be sure to stay at home for me, won't you?" Certainly, certainly. We shall be very glad to see you." Now I must run away; and I shall not see you again to night except across the footlights. Mr. Jack, my domino." Jack put the cloak upon her shoulders. Is the corridor empty?" Jack looked out and reported it empty. I must give you one more kiss, father." She did so; and on this occasion Mr. Brailsford did not exhibit emotion, but merely looked dazed. Then she bowed as sweetly as before to Lady Geraldine and Mrs. Herbert. Good night, Madge," said Mary, putting up her spectacles and peering boldly at her. Good night, dear," said Madge, passing her arm round Mary's neck and stooping to kiss her. Come to morrow; and I will tell you all the news about myself. May I fly now, Mr. Jack?" Come along," said Jack; and she tripped out, whisking her domino dexterously through the narrow door, and revealing for an instant her small foot. There was an awkward silence in the box for some moments after she left. It was broken by the chuckling of Jack, who presently said aside to Mary, When I first saw that young lady, she was a helpless, good for nothing piece of finery." And now," said Mary, she is an independent woman and an accomplished artist. How I envy her." And pray why?" said Jack. Because she is of some use in the world." If you will allow me," said Mr. Brailsford, rising suddenly, I will return to my own place. I am incommoding your friend, doubtless. Good night." He offered a trembling hand to Lady Geraldine; made a courtly demonstration towards Mary and Mrs. Herbert; and turned to go. On his way to the door he stopped; confronted Jack; and made him a grave bow, which was returned with equal dignity. Then he went out slowly, like an infirm old man, without any sign of his habitual jauntiness of bearing. Poor devil," said Jack. I beg your pardon?" said Lady Geraldine sharply. He finds his pet baby changed into a woman; and he doesn't like it," said Jack, not heeding her remonstrance. Now, if she were still the cream colored, helpless little beauty she used to be, quite dependent on him, he would be delighted to have such a pretty domestic toy to play with." Perhaps so," said Lady Geraldine. But there is such a thing as parental feeling; and it is possible that Mr. Brailsford may not be philosopher enough to rejoice at a change which has widened the distance between her youth and his age." He need not be alarmed," said Jack. If he cannot make a toy of her any longer, she can make a toy of him. She is thinking already of setting up a white haired father as part of her equipment. I saw the idea come into the jade's head whilst she was looking down at him in that chair. He looked effective. This family affection is half sense of property and half sense of superiority. Miss Sutherland, who is no use in the world, poor young lady, had not such property in Miss Brailsford as her father expected to have, and no such comfortable power of inviting her to parties and getting her married as you looked forward to; and consequently she was the only one who bore the change in her with a good grace, and really welcomed her." I am not conscious of having been otherwise than perfectly friendly to her." Ain't you?" said Jack sceptically. Lady Geraldine reddened slightly; then smiled in spite of her vexation, and said, Really, Mr. Jack, you are a sort of grown up enfant terrible. I confess that I was a little overpowered by her staginess. I can understand actors being insufferably stagey on the boards, and quite natural in a room; but I cannot make out how an actress can be perfectly natural on the boards and stagey in private." Acting has become natural to her; and she has lost the habit of your society, that is all. As you say, acting never becomes natural to bad actors. There she comes again." The charm is considerably weakened," said Lady Geraldine, turning toward the stage. She does not seem half so real as she did before." The play ended as successfully as it had begun. The translators responded to calls for the author; and Miss Madge Lancaster took the lion's share of the rest of the applause. Then the pit and galleries emptied themselves into the street with much trampling of stairs. The occupants of the more expensive places made their way slowly through the crush room, one step at a time, the men sliding their feet forward at every advance, the women holding warm head wrappings fast with one hand, and hanging awkwardly on to the arms of gentlemen with the other. Lady Geraldine got a glimpse of Mr. Brailsford as she descended; but he hurried away as if desirous to avoid further conversation. Jack, who had amused her by betraying some emotion at the pathetic passages in the play, and who had since been silent, walked gloomily beside Mary. They were detained for some minutes in the vestibule, Lady Geraldine's footman not being at hand. Come," said Jack sulkily. Here is somebody happy at last." Mary looked and saw Herbert coming down the stairs with Aur^lie, who was, like Jack, the subject of some whispering and pointing. Yes," said Mary, he is happy. I do not wonder at it: she is very gentle and lovely. She is a greater artist than Madge; yet she has none of Madge's assurance, which would repel Adrian." She has plenty of assurance in music, which is her trade. Miss Madge has plenty of assurance in manners, which are her trade." I am just thinking, Geraldine," said Mrs. Herbert, of the difference between Adrian and that girl, Madge Brailsford. She, capable, sensible, able to hold her own against the world. She is everything, in short, that Adrian is not, and that I have often wished him to be. Yet her father seems as far from being united to her as Adrian is from me. Query then: Is there any use in caring for one's children? I really don't believe there is." Not in the least, after they have become independent of you," said Lady Geraldine, looking impatiently towards the door. Where is Williams? I think he must have gone mad." At this moment Aur^lie, recognizing Mrs. Herbert, made as though she would stop, and said something to Adrian which threw him into trouble and indecision at once. Apparently she was urging him, and he making excuses, taking care not to look towards his mother. This dumb show was perfectly intelligible to Mrs. Herbert, who directed Lady Geraldine's attention to it. It is all Williams's fault," said Lady Geraldine. We should have been out of this 5 minutes ago. You had better take the bull by the horns at once, Eliza. Go and speak to him, the vacillating idiot." I will not indeed," said Mrs. Herbert. I hope he will have the firmness to make her go away." The question was settled by the appearance of Lady Geraldine's servant, who hurried in and began to explain the delay. There, I do not want to hear anything about it," said Lady Geraldine. Now, where is Mary?" Mary was already hastening out with Jack. Herbert saw them go with a sensation of relief. When he reached his lodgings, he was disagreeably relieved from some remorse for having avoided Mary. On the table lay a parcel containing all his letters and presents to her, with a note beginning Dear Mr. Herbert, in which she said briefly that on second thoughts she considered it best to follow the usual course, and begged him to believe that she was, sincerely his, Mary Sutherland. CHAPTER XIII.
Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 13, Part 1. Next day, in the afternoon, Jack left the room, the establishment of a celebrated firm of pianoforte manufacturers, where he gave his lessons, and walked homeward across Hyde Park. Here he saw approaching him a woman, dressed in light peacock blue, with a pale maize colored scarf on her neck and shoulders, and a large Spanish hat. Jack stood still and looked gloomily at her. She put on a pair of eyeglasses, scrutinized him for a moment, and immediately shook them off her nose and stopped. You have finished work early to day," she said, smiling. I have not finished it," he replied. I have put them off. I want to go home and work. I cannot spend my life making money, not that I am likely to have the chance. 4 lessons, 5 guineas, lost." You wrote to them, I hope." No. They will find out that I am not there when they call; and then they can teach themselves, or go to the devil. They would put me off sooner than lose a tennis party. I will put them off sooner than lose a good afternoon's work. I am losing my old independence over this money making and society business. I don't like it. No matter. Are you on your way to Cavendish Square?" Yes, but you must not turn back. You did not sacrifice your teaching to gad about the park with me. You want to compose, I know by your face." Are you in a hurry?" I am not, but " Then come and gad about, as you call it, for a while. It is too fine a day to go indoors and grind tunes." She turned, and they strolled away across the plain between the Serpentine and the Bayswater Road, crossing a vacant expanse of sward, or picking their way amongst idlers who lay prone on the grass asleep, or basked supine in the sun. It was a warm afternoon, and the sky was cloudless. You would not suppose, seeing the world look so pleasant, that it is such a rascally place as it is," said Jack, when they had walked for some time in silence. It is not so very bad, though, after all. If you were a little of a painter, as I am, this sunlit sward and foliage would repay you for all the stupidities of people who have eyes but cannot use them." Aye, and painters suppose that their art is an ennobling one. Suppose I held up a lying, treacherous, cruel woman to the admiration of a painter, and reviled him as unimaginative if he would not accept her blue eyes and silky hair and fine figure as a compensation for her corrupt heart. He would call me names: cynical sensualist and so forth. What better is he with his boasted loveliness of nature? There are moments when I should like to see a good hissing, scorching shower of brimstone sear all the beauty out of her false face." Oh, what is the matter to day?" Spleen, because I am poor. It is the source of most people's complaints." But you are not poor. Recollect that you have just thrown away 5 guineas, and that you will make 10 to morrow." I know. Well?" Well, are guineas wealth to a man who wants time and freedom from base people and base thoughts? No. I have starved out the first half of my life alone. I will fight through the second half on the same conditions. I get 10 guineas a day at present for teaching female apes to scream, that they may be the better qualified for the marriage market. That is because I am the fashion. How long shall I remain the fashion? Until August, when the world, as it calls itself, will emigrate, and return next spring to make the fortune of the next lucky charlatan who makes a bid for my place. I shall be glad to be rid of them, in spite of their guineas. Teaching them wastes my time and does them no good. Then there is the profit on my compositions, of which I get 5%, perhaps in money, with all the honor and glory. The rest goes into the pockets of publishers and concert givers, some of whom will go down half way to posterity on my back, because they have given me, for a symphony with the fruits of 20 years' hard work in it, about 1/5 of what is given for a trumpery picture or novel every day. That fantasia of mine has been pirated and played in every musical capital in Europe; and I could not afford to buy you a sable jacket out of what I have made by it." It is very hard, certainly. But do you really care about money?" Ha, ha! No, of course not. Music is its own reward. Composers are not human. They can live on diminished sevenths, and be contented with a pianoforte for a wife and a string quartet for a family. Come," he added boisterously, enough of grumbling. When I took to composing I knew I was bringing my pigs to a bad market. But don't pretend to believe that a composer can satisfy either his appetite or his affections with music any more than a butcher or a baker can. I dare say I shall live all the more quietly for being an old bachelor." "I never dreamt that you would care to marry." "And who tells you that I would now?" "I thought you were regretting your enforced celibacy," she replied, laughing. He frowned, and she became serious. "Somehow," she added, "I cannot fancy you as a married man." "Why?" he said, turning angrily upon her. "Am I a fish or a musical box? Why have I less right to the common ties of social life than another man?" "Of course you have as much right," she said, surprised that her remark should have hurt him. "But I have known you so long as you are at present." "What am I at present?" "A sort of inspired hermit," she replied, undaunted. "It seems as if marriage would be an impossible condescension on your part. That is only a fancy, I know. If you could find any woman worthy of you and able to make you happy, I think you ought to marry. I should be delighted to see you surrounded by a pack of naughty children. You would never be an ogre any more then." "Do you think I am an ogre then, eh?" "Sometimes. To day, for instance, I think you are decidedly ogreish. I hope I am not annoying you with my frivolity. I am unusually frivolous to day." "H'm. You seem to me to be speaking to the point pretty forcibly. So you would like to see me married?" "Happily married, yes. I should be glad to think that your lonely, gloomy lodging was changed for a cheerful hearth, and that you had some person to take care of your domestic arrangements, which you are quite unfit to manage for yourself. Now that you have suggested the idea, it grows on me rapidly. May I set to work to find a wife for you?" "Of course it does not occur to you," he said with unabated ill humor, "that I may have chosen for myself already? That I might actually have some sentimental bias in the business, for instance?" Mary, much puzzled, put on her spectacles and tried to find from his expression whether he was serious or joking. Failing, she laughed and said, "I don't believe you ever gave the matter a thought." "Just so. I am a privileged mortal, without heart or pockets. When you wake up and clap your hands after the coda of Mr. Jack's symphony, you have ministered to all his wants, and can keep the rest to yourself, love, money, and all." She could no longer doubt that he was in earnest. His tone touched her. "I had no idea," she began. "Will you tell me who it is, or am I not to ask?" He grinned in spite of himself. "What do you think of Mrs. Simpson?" said he. Mary's mood had taken so grave a turn that she was for a moment unable to follow this relapse into banter. "But," she said, looking shocked, "Mr. Simpson is alive." "Hence my unhappiness," said Jack, with a snarl, disgusted at her entertaining his suggestion. "I suppose," she said slowly, after a pause of some moments, "that you mean to make me feel that I have no business with your private affairs. I did not mean " "You suppose nothing of the sort," said he, losing his temper. "When have I concealed any of my affairs from you?" "Then you do not really intend to I mean, the person you said you were in love with is a myth?" "Pshaw! I never said I was in love with anyone." "I might have known as much if I had thought for a moment. I am very dull sometimes." This speech did not satisfy Jack. "What do you mean by that?" he said testily. "Why might you have known? I never said I was in love, certainly. Have I said I was not in love?" "Come," she said gaily, "you shall not play shuttlecock with my brains any longer. Answer me plainly. Are you in love?" "I tell such things as that to sincere friends only." Mary suddenly ceased to smile, and made no reply. "Well, if you are my friend, what the devil do you see in my affairs to laugh at? You can be serious enough with other people." "I did not mean to laugh at your affairs." "What are you angry about?" "I am not angry. A moment ago you reproached me because I thought you wished to repel my curiosity. The reproach seemed to me to imply that you considered me a friend worthy of your confidence." "So I do." "And now you tell me that I am an insincere friend." "I never said anything of the kind." "You implied it. However, there is no reason why you should tell me anything unless you wish to. I do not complain, of course. Your affairs are your affairs and not mine. But I do not like to be accused of insincerity. I have always been as sincere with you as I know how to be." For the next minute Jack walked on in silence, with his hands clasped behind him, and his head bent towards the ground. They were crossing a treeless part of the park, unoccupied save by a few sooty sheep. The afternoon sun had driven the loiterers into the shade; and there was no sound except a distant rattle of traffic from the north, and an occasional oar splash from the south. Jack stopped, and said without looking up: "Tell me this. Is all that business between you and Herbert broken off and done with?" "Completely." "Then listen to me," he said, taking an attitude in which she had seen him once or twice before when he had been illustrating his method of teaching elocution. "I am not a man to play the part of a lover with grace. Nature gave me a rough frame that I might contend the better with a rough fortune. Nevertheless, I have a heart and affections like other men; and those affections have centred themselves on you." Mary blanched and looked at him in terror. "You are accustomed to my ardent temper; but I do not intend that you shall suffer from bad habits of mine, engendered by a life of solitude and the long deferring of my access, through my music, to my fellow creatures. No, I am aware of my failings, and shall correct them. You know my position; and so I shall make no boast of it. You may think me incapable of tenderness; but I am not. You will never have to complain that your husband does not love you." He paused and looked at Mary's face. She had never had a thought of marrying Jack. Now that he had asked her to do so, she felt that refusal would cause a wound she dared not inflict. She must sacrifice herself to his demand. To fill the empty place in Jack's heart seemed to her a duty laid on her. She summoned all her courage and endurance to say yes, and consoled herself with the thought that she should not live long. Meanwhile Jack was reading her face. "I have committed my last folly," he said, in a stirring voice, but without any of his habitual abruptness. "Henceforth I shall devote myself to the only mistress I am fitted for — music. She has not many such masters." Mary, yielding to an extraordinary emotion, burst into tears. "Come," he said, "it is all over. I did not mean to frighten you. I have broken with the world now; and my mind is the clearer and the easier for it. Why need you cry?" She recovered herself, trying to find something to say to him. In her disquietude she began to speak before her agitation had subsided. "It is not," she said with difficulty, "that I am ungrateful or insensible. But you do not know how far you stand beyond other—" "Yes, yes," he said soothingly, "I understand. You are right. I have no business in the domestic world, and must stick to music and Mrs. Simpson to the end of the chapter. Come along, and think no more of it. I will put you into a cab and send you home." She turned with him, and they went together towards the Marble Arch, he no longer moody, but placid and benevolent; she disturbed, silent, and afraid to meet his gaze. It was growing late. One of the religious congregations which hold their summer meetings in the park had assembled; and their hymn could be heard, softened by distance. Jack hummed a bass to the tune, and looked along the line of trees that shut out the windows of Park Lane, and led away to the singular equestrian statue which then stood at Hyde Park Corner. "This is a pretty place after all," he said. "There is enough blue sky and green sward here to compensate for a good deal of brick and mortar. Down there in the hollow there is silver water with white swans on it. I wonder how the swans keep themselves white: the sheep can't." "Yes, it is an exquisite day," said Mary, trying hard to interest herself in the scene and to speak steadily. "There will be a fine sunset." "There is a good view of the Duke of Wellington here." "Happily I cannot see so far; but I can imagine the monster swimming sooty in the ether." "Leave him in peace," said Jack. "He is the only good statue in London. That is why no one has the courage to say a word in his defence. His horse is like a real horse, with real harness. He is not exposed bareheaded to the weather, but wears a hat as any other man in the street does. He is not a stupid imitation of an antique bas relief. He is characteristic of the century that made him; and he is unique, as a work of art should be. He is picturesque too. The Come, come, Miss Mary, you have no more cause to be unhappy than those children tumbling over the fence there. What are those tears for?" "Not because I am unhappy," she replied in a broken voice. Perhaps because I have such reason to be proud. Pray do not mind me: I cannot help it." They were now close to the Marble Arch, and Jack hurried on, that she might the sooner escape the staring of the loungers there. Outside he called a cab and assisted her to enter. You will never be afraid of me any more, I hope," he said, pressing her hand. She attempted to speak; gulped down a sob; and nodded and smiled as gaily as she could, her tears falling meanwhile. He watched the cab until it was no longer distinguishable among the crowd of vehicles in Oxford Street, and then re entered the park and turned to the west, which was now beginning to glow with the fire of evening. When he reached the bridge beneath which the Serpentine of Hyde Park is supposed to become the Long Water of Kensington Gardens, he stopped to see the sun set behind the steeple of Bayswater Church, and to admire the clear depths of hazel green in the pools underneath the foliage on the left bank. I hanker for a wife!" he said, as he stood bolt upright, with his knuckles resting lightly on the parapet, and the ruddy gold of the sun full in his eyes. I grovel after money! What dog's appetites have this worldly crew infected me with? No matter: I am free: I am myself again. Back to thy holy garret, O my soul!" And having stared the sunset out of countenance, which is soon done by a man old enough to have hackneyed the sentimentality it inspires, he walked steadfastly away, his mood becoming still more tranquil as the evening fell darker. On reaching Church Street he called for Mrs. Simpson; gave her a number of postage stamps which he had just purchased; and ordered her to write in his name to all his pupils, postponing their lessons until he should write to them again. Being an indifferent speller and a slovenly writer, she grumbled that he was risking his income by treating his pupils so cavalierly. It was his custom to meet her remonstrances, even when he acted on them, with oaths and abuse. This evening he let her say what she wished, meanwhile arranging his table to write at. His patience was so far from appeasing her that she at last ventured to say that she would not write his letters and turn good money away. You will do as you are told," he said, for the devils also believe and tremble." And with that explanation he bade her make him some coffee, and put her out of the room. Whilst Mary was being driven home from the park, she was for some time afraid that she must succumb publicly to a fit of hysterics. But after a few painful minutes her throat relaxed, a feeling of oppression at her chest ceased, and when the cab stopped at Mr. Phipson's house, she was able to offer the fare composedly to the driver, who refused it, saying that the gentleman had paid it in advance. She then went upstairs to her own room to weep. When she arrived there, however, she found that she had no more tears to shed. She went to the mirror and stood motionless before it. It showed her a face expressing deep grief. She looked pityingly at it, and it looked back at her with intensified dolor. This lasted for more than a minute, during which she conveyed such a profundity of sadness into her face that she had no attention to spare for the lightening of her heart, which was proceeding rapidly meanwhile. Then her nostrils gave a sudden twitch; she burst out laughing; and the self reproach which followed this outrage on sentiment did not prevent her from immediately laughing all the more. After all," she said, seizing a jug of cold water and emptying it with a splash into a basin, it is not more ridiculous to laugh at nothing than to look miserable about it." So she washed away the traces her tears had left, and went down to dinner as gaily as usual. A fortnight elapsed, during which she heard nothing of Jack, and sometimes thought that she had done better when she had cried at his declaration than when she had laughed at her own emotion. Then one evening Mr. Phipson announced that the Ancient Orpheus Society were about to make an important acquisition. One," said he, looking at Mary, "that will specially interest you." Something by old Jack?" said Charlie, who was dining there that day. A masterpiece by him, I hope," said Mr. Phipson. He has written to say that he has composed music to the Prometheus Unbound of Shelley. 4 scenes with chorus, a dialogue of Prometheus with the earth, an antiphony of the earth and moon, an overture, and a race of the hours." Shelley!" exclaimed Mary incredulously. I should have thought that Dr. Johnson was the proper poet for Jack," said Charlie. It is a magnificent subject," continued Mr. Phipson; and if he has done justice to it, the work will be the crowning musical achievement of this century. I have no doubt whatever that he has succeeded; for for he says himself that his music is the complement of the poetry, and fully worthy of it. He would never venture to say so if he were not conscious of having done something almost stupendous." Modesty never was one of his failings," remarked Charlie. I feel convinced that the music will be," said Mr. Phipson, waving his hand and seeking an expressive word, will be something apocalyptic, if I may use the term. We have agreed to offer him £500 for the copyright, with the exclusive privilege of performance in the British Isles; and we have reason to believe that he will accept this offer. Considering that the music will doubtless be very difficult, and will involve the expense of a chorus and an enlarged band, with several rehearsals, it is a fairly liberal offer. Maclagan objected, of course; and some of the others suggested 350; but I insisted on 500. We could not decently offer less. Besides, the modern Orpheus will try to snatch the work from us. The overture is actually in the hands of the copyist; and the rest will be complete in a month at latest." Certainly you must have more money than you know what to do with, if you are going to pay £500 for a thing you have never seen," said Mrs. Phipson. We shall pay it without the least mistrust," said Mr. Phipson pompously. Jack is a great composer, one whose rugged exterior conceals a wonderful gift, as a pearl is protected by an oyster shell." But he cannot possibly have composed the whole work in a fortnight," said Mary. Of course not. What makes you suggest a fortnight?" Nothing," said Mary. At least I heard that he had given no lessons during the past fortnight." He has been planning it for a long time, you may depend upon it. Still, there are instances of extraordinary expedition in musical composition. The Messiah was completed by Handel in 21 days; and Mozart. Mr. Phipson went on to relate anecdotes of overtures and whole acts added to operas in one night. He was a diligent concert goer, and always read the analytical programmes carefully, so that he had a fund of such tales, more or less authentic, to relate. Mary, who had heard most of them before, looked attentive and let her thoughts wander. CHAPTER XIV. Part II. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. CHAPTER XIII. Part II. Some days later, however, when Mary asked for further news of Prometheus Unbound, she found his tone changed. On being pressed, he admitted that he had induced the Antient Orpheus Society to make a doubtful bargain. The overture and two of the scenes had been completed and delivered to the Society by Jack; and no one, said Mr. Phipson, had been able to contradict Maclagan's verdict that the music, most fortunately, was inexecutable. A letter had been carefully drawn up to inform Jack as gently as possible of the fate of his work. So prodigious, it said, were the technical difficulties of the work, so large and expensive the forces required to present it adequately, and so doubtful the prospect of its acceptance by a miscellaneous audience in the existing condition of public taste, that the committee were obliged to confess with deep regret that they dared not make arrangements for its early production. If Mr. Jack had by him any more practicable composition, however short it might fall of the Prometheus in point of vastness of design, they would be willing to permit of its being substituted without prejudice to those conditions in their agreement which had been inserted in the interest of the composer. To this Jack had replied that they should have Prometheus or nothing; that there was not a note in the score which was not practicable with a reasonable degree of trouble; that he could find no precedents on which to base the slightest regard for the sagacity of the Society; that he cared not one semi-quaver whether they held to their bargain or not, as he would find no difficulty in disposing of his work; and that he insisted on their either returning the score at once, or paying the first instalment of £500 for it, as agreed upon. He added in a postscript that if they accepted the work he should require strict fulfilment of the clause binding the Society to one public performance of it in London. The Society, which was old enough to have shelved certain works purchased from Beethoven for similar reasons to those given to Jack, hesitated, quarrelled internally, and at last resolved to hold a private rehearsal of the overture before deciding. Manlius made earnest efforts to comprehend and like this section of the work, which was to occupy half an hour in performance, and was, in fact, a symphony. He only partially succeeded, and he found the task of conducting the rehearsal unusually disagreeable. The players, confident and willing, did wonders in the estimation of Maclagan, but the first repetition broke down twice; and those who were at fault lost temper and cursed mutinously within hearing of Manlius, who was himself confused and angry. When it was over at last, a dubious murmur rose from the stalls where the committee sat in judgment, and a few of the older members protested against the second trial. These were overruled, and the overture was repeated, this time without any stoppage. Certainly," said Mr. Phipson, describing his sensations to Mary, it contained grand traits; but these were only glimpses of form in the midst of chaos. I had to give in to Maclagan by acknowledging that the most favourable account I could give of it was that it impressed me as might the aberrations of a demented giant. He was quite frantic about it, and fairly talked us down with examples of false relations and incorrect progressions from every bar of the score. Old Brailsford, who is one of the old committee, turned up for the first time these 4 years expressly to support Jack's interests. He said it was the most infernal conglomeration of sounds he had ever listened to; and I must say many of us privately agreed with him. This conversation took place at the dinner table, and was prolonged by Mrs. Phipson, who taunted her husband with his disregard of her warning not to pay £500 for what she termed a pig in a poke. She was a talkative woman, shallow, jolly, and unscrupulous, with a shrewd and selfish side to her character which indulgent people never saw. Mary saw it clearly; and as to her taste Mrs. Phipson was vulgar, she was not very fond of her, and often felt indignant at her ridicule of her husband's boastful but sincere love of music. On this occasion, seeing that Mr. Phipson was getting sulky, and that his wife was perversely minded to make him worse, she left the table quietly without waiting for her hostess, and went upstairs alone to the drawing room. There, to her surprise, she found a strange man lounging on a sofa with an album in his hands. I beg your pardon," said Mary, retreating. Not at all," said the man, rising in disorder. I hope I'm not in the way. Miss Sutherland, perhaps?" Yes," said Mary coldly, for she could not see him distinctly, and his manner of addressing her, though a little confused, struck her as being too familiar. Very happy to make your acquaintance, Miss Sutherland. Nanny wrote me word that you were staying here. I recognize you by your photograph, too. I hope I don't disturb you." He added this doubtfully, her attitude being still anything but reassuring. Not at all," said Mary, taking the nearest seat, which happened to be a piece of furniture shaped like the letter S, with a seat in each loop, so that the occupants, placed opposite one another, could converse at their ease across the rail. She then settled her glasses deliberately upon her nose, and looked at him with a certain hardihood of manner which came to her whenever she was seized with nervousness and was determined not to give way to it. He was a tall, jovial looking man, not yet quite middle aged, stout or florid, but as she judged within 5 years at most of being all three. He had sandy hair, and a red beard cleft into 2 long whiskers of the shape formerly known to fashion as "weepers." His expression was good natured, and at this moment conciliatory, as though he wished to disarm any further stiffness on her part. But she thought she saw also signs of admiration in his eyes, and she continued to gaze at him inflexibly. He looked wistfully at the conversation chair, but sat down on the sofa, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. This is a very convenient neighborhood, isn't it?" he said. Very." Yes, I am sure you must find it so. You are within easy distance of both the parks and all the theatres. Kensington is too far out of the way for my fancy. How long does it take to go from here to Covent Garden Market now, for instance?" I am sorry I cannot tell you," said Mary calmly, looking at him with unflinching eyes. I never go there." Indeed! I wonder at that. You can get tremendous bargains in flowers, I believe, if you go there early in the morning. Do you like flowers?" I do not share the fashionable mania for cut flowers.
I like gardening." "I quite agree with you, Miss Sutherland. I often think, when I see every little vase or knick knack in a room stuffed with tulips and lilies and things, what a want of real taste it shows. I was looking at that beautiful painting over the music stand just before you came in. May I ask, is it one of yours?" "Yes. If you look closely at it, you will see my name written in large vermilion letters in the left hand corner." I saw it. "That's how I knew it to be yours. It's a capital picture. I often regret that I never learned to paint, though I know I should never have done it half as well as you. It's a very nice occupation for a lady. It is mere child's play to you, I suppose." "I have given it up because I find it too difficult." "But nobody could do it better than you. However, it runs away with your time, no doubt. Still, if I were you, I wouldn't give it up altogether." "You are fond of pictures, I presume?" "Yes. I have a great taste for them. I go to the National Gallery whenever I come to London, to have a look at Landseer's pictures. I sometimes see young ladies copying the pictures there. Did you ever copy one of Landseer's?" "No. Strange as it may appear to you, there are some pictures there which I prefer to Landseer's." "You understand the old masters, you see. I don't, unfortunately. I should like to be able to talk to you about them, but if I tried it on, you would find out in no time that I know nothing about it. Put me into a gallery, and I can tell you what pictures I like. That's about as far as I can go." "I wish I could go as far." "I am afraid you are chaffing me, Miss Sutherland." Mary did not condescend to reply. The strange man, now somewhat discomfited, rose and stood with his back to the fireplace, as if to warm himself at the Japanese umbrella that protruded from it. "Beautiful weather," he said, after a pause. "Very beautiful indeed," she replied gravely. Then, to prevent herself from laughing at him, "Have you been long in London?" "Arrived yesterday morning," he said, brightening. "I came straight from New York via Liverpool. I'm always traveling. Have you ever been to the States?" "No." "You should go there and see what real life is. We're all asleep here. I only left England last March; and I've started 6 branches of our company since that, besides obtaining judgment against 2 scoundrels who infringed our patent. Quick work that." "Is it?" "I should think so. It would have taken 2 years to do here — more, 5 years perhaps. The Americans don't resist a new thing as we do. But no matter. Unless they look alive here, they will be driven out of the market by foreign manufacturers using our cheap power." "Your cheap power? What is that?" "I thought you knew. Why, the Conolly electromotor, which will drive any machinery at half, aye, at a quarter the cost of steam. You have heard of it, of course?" "I think so. I have met Mr. Conolly. He does not seem like a man who could do anything badly." "Badly? I should think not. He's an amazing man. They talk of Seth Jones's motor, and Van Print claims to be the original inventor of Conolly's commutator, but they are a couple of thieves. I can show you the report of Conolly versus the Pacific." "Johnny!" exclaimed Mrs. Phipson, entering. "I thought it was your voice." "How d'ye do, Nan?" said he. "How are the bairns?" "Oh, we're all first rate. Have you been here long?" "It seems only half a minute. Miss Sutherland has been entertaining me so pleasantly." And he winked and frowned at Mrs. Phipson to intimate that he desired to be introduced. "Then you know each other already," she said. "This is my brother, Mr. Hoskyn. I hope you have not been bothering Mary with your electro business." "Mr. Hoskyn was giving me a most interesting account of it when you came in," said Mary. "You can finish it some other time," said Mrs. Phipson. "Inflict it on the next person who has the misfortune to get shut into a railway carriage with you. When did you come back?" Mr. Hoskyn glanced apprehensively at Mary, and did not seem to like his sister's remark, though he laughed good humoredly at it. The conversation then turned upon his recent movements, the length of time he expected to remain in London, and so forth. Mary gathered that he had invested money in the Conolly Electromotor Company, and that he occupied himself in traveling to countries where the electromotor was as yet unknown, establishing companies for its exploitation, and making them pay for the right to use it. Mrs. Phipson was evidently tired of the subject, and made several attempts to prevent his dwelling on it; but in spite of her, he boasted a good deal of the superiority of Conolly's invention, and abused and predicted ruin for certain other companies which had been set on foot to promote rival projects. He was effectually interrupted at last by the appearance of the younger children,
who were excited by the arrival of Uncle Johnny, and, Mary thought, looked forward to being the richer for his visit. Mr. Hoskyn's attention to them, however, flagged after the first few minutes; and Mrs. Phipson, who was always impatient of her children's presence, presently bade them go and tell their father that Uncle Johnny had come. They were, she added, on no account to return to the drawing room. Their faces lengthened at this dismissal, but they did not venture to disregard it. Then Mr. Phipson came; and his brother in law said much to him of what he had said before. Mary took no part in the conversation, but she occupied a considerable share of Mr. Hoskyn's attention. Whenever he pronounced an opinion or cracked a joke, he glanced at her to see whether she approved of it, and always found her in the same attitude, self possessed, with her upper lip lifted a little from her teeth by the poise of her head, which she held well up in order to maintain her glasses in their position, and by a slight contraction of her brows to shade her eyes from the superfluous rays. I need hardly ask whether Miss Sutherland sings," he said, when he had repeated all his news to Mr. Phipson. Very seldom," replied his sister. Now, Mary had a powerful and rather strident contralto voice, which enabled her to sing dramatic music with startling expression and energy. Mrs. Phipson, who did not like these qualities, said very seldom," in order to deter her brother from pressing his suggestion. But Mr. Phipson, who relished Mary's performances, and was also fond of playing accompaniments, immediately went to the piano and opened it. I would give anything to hear you," said Hoskyn, if you will condescend to sing for such an ignorant audience as me." I had much rather not," said Mary, shewing signs of perturbation for the first time. I sing nothing that would amuse you." Of course not," said he. I know you don't sing ballads and such trash. Something Italian I should like to hear." Come," said Mr. Phipson. Give us Che fado senza Eurydice," and he began to play it. Mary, after a moment's hesitation, resigned herself, and went to the instrument. Mrs. Phipson sighed. Hoskyn sat down on the ottoman, leaned attentively forward, and smiled continuously until the song was over, when he cried with enthusiasm, Bravo! Splendid, splendid! You are quite equal to any professional singer I ever heard. Miss Sutherland. There is nothing like real Italian music, after all. Thank you very much. I cannot remember when I enjoyed anything half so well." It is not Italian music," said Mary, resuming her former attitude in the causeuse. It is German music with Italian words." It might as well be Chinese music for all he knows about it," said Mrs. Phipson spitefully. I know that I enjoyed it thoroughly at any rate," said Hoskyn. I have taken such a fancy to that picture on the wall that I should like to see some of your sketches, if you will favor me so far." Mary felt bound to be civil to Mrs. Phipson's brother, else she might have lost patience with Mr. Hoskyn. My sketches are in that book," she said, pointing to a portfolio; but they are not intended for show purposes, and if you have no real curiosity to see them, pray do not be at the trouble of turning them over. I do not paint for the sake of displaying an extra accomplishment." I quite understand that. It is as natural to you to do all these things as it is to me to walk or sleep. You can hardly think how much pleasure a song or a sketch gives to me, because, you see, they are everyday things with you; whereas I could no more paint or sing in Italian than little Nettie upstairs. So, if you'll allow me, I'll take a peep. If I bring them over here, you can show them to me better." And on this pretext he got into the causeuse with her at last. Fool!" commented Mrs. Phipson through her teeth to Mr. Phipson, who smiled and strummed on the piano. Hoskyn meanwhile examined the sketches one by one; demanded a particular account of each; and, when they represented places at which he had been, related such circumstances of his visit as he could recollect, usually including the date, the hotel charges, and particulars of his fellow travellers, as, for instance, that there were 2 Italian ladies staying there, or that a lot of Russians took the whole of the first floor, and were really very polite people when you came to know them. Mary answered his questions patiently, and occasionally, when he appealed to her for confirmation of his opinions, gave him a cool nod, after each of which he grew more pleased and talkative. He praised her drawings extravagantly; and she, seeing that the worst satisfied him as well as the best, made no further attempt to deprecate his admiration, listening to it with self possessed indifference. Mrs. Phipson yawned conspicuously all the time. Failing to move him by this means, she at last asked him whether he would take supper with them, or return at once to wherever he was staying. He replied that he was staying round the corner at the Langham Hotel, and that he would wait for supper, to which Mrs. Phipson assented with a bad grace. Just then Mary, hearing screams from the nursery, pretended that she wished to see what was the matter, and left the room. She did not return; and Hoskyn, on going down to supper, was informed, to his heavy disappointment, that she never partook of that meal. So you might have saved yourself the trouble of staying after all," said Mrs. Phipson. Will you have a wing or a bit of the breast?" Anything, please. On my soul, Phipson, I think she is the nicest girl I ever met. She is really very handsome." Handsome!" cried Mrs. Phipson indignantly. Don't be a fool, Johnny." Why? Don't you think she is?" She isn't even plain. She is downright ugly." Oh, come, Nanny: that is a little too much. What fault can you find with her face?" What fault is there that I cannot find? To say nothing of her features, which even you can hardly defend, look at her coarse black hair and thick eyebrows; and then she wears spectacles." No, not spectacles. Only nosers, Nanny. They are quite the fashion now." Well, whatever you choose to call them, if you consider a pince nez ornamental, your taste is peculiar." I agree with you, John," said Mr. Phipson. I admire Mary greatly." If she were twice as handsome," interposed Mrs. Phipson, as Hoskyn's eyes brightened triumphantly, it would be none the better for you. She is engaged." Hoskyn looked at her in dismay. Mr. Phipson seemed surprised. Engaged to Adrian Herbert, the artist," continued Mrs. Phipson, who can talk to her about high art until she fancies him the greatest genius in England. Not like you, who think yourself very clever when you have spent an hour in showing her that you know nothing about it." My dear," remonstrated Mr. Phipson, that business with Herbert is all broken off. You should be a little careful. He is going to be married to Szczympliga." You may believe as much of that as you please," said Mrs. Phipson. Even supposing that she really is done with Herbert, there is Jack. A nice chance you have, Johnny, with the greatest lion in London for a rival." Annie," said Mr. Phipson, you are talking recklessly. There is no reason to suppose that there is anything between Mary and Jack. Jack is not, in that sense at least, a lady's man." As to that," said Hoskyn, I will take my chance beside any artist that ever walked on two legs. They can talk to her about things that I may not be exactly au fait at; but for the matter of that, if I chose to talk shop, I could tell her a few things that she would be a long time finding out from them. No, Nanny: the question is she engaged? If she is, then I'm off, and there's an end of the business. If not, I guess I'll try and see some more of her, in spite of all the painters and musicians in creation. So which is it?" She is quite free," said Mr. Phipson. She was engaged to Herbert; but it was an old arrangement, made when they were children, I believe; and at all events it was given up some time ago. I think there will be a little money too, John; and I fancy from her manner that she was struck with you." Mr. Phipson winked at his wife, and laughed. I don't know about that," said Hoskyn; but I am out and out struck with her. As to money, that needn't stand in the way, though I shan't object to take whatever is going." You are so particularly well suited to a girl who cares for nothing but fine art crazes of which you don't even know the names," said Mrs. Phipson sourly, that she will jump at your offer, no doubt. It is no wonder for her to be short sighted, she reads so much. And she knows half the languages of Europe." I should think so," said Hoskyn. You can see intellect in her face. That's the sort of woman I like. None of your empty headed wax dolls. I'm not surprised that you don't approve of her, Nanny. You are sharp enough; but you never knew anything, and never will." I don't pretend to be clever; and I don't disapprove of her. But I disapprove of you, at your age, thinking of a girl who is in every way unfit for you." We shall see all about that. I am quite content to take my chance if she is. She can't live on high art; and I expect she is sensible enough in everyday matters. Besides, I shall not interfere with her. The more she paints and sings, the better pleased I shall be." Hear, hear," said Mr. Phipson. Let us see about a license at once. The season will be over in 3 weeks; and of course you would prefer to be married before then." Oh, chaff away," said Hoskyn, rising. I must be off now. You may expect to see me pretty soon again; and if you don't hear people wondering next season how Johnny Hoskyn managed to get such a clever wife, why, I shall be worse disappointed than you. Good night." CHAPTER XIV. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.